Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to day 2 of RIPC 2022. It's a slightly altered start as our plenary speaker's flight was a bit delayed, but we will get the show underway in some time. Requesting you to send out flash messages to the Rotarians from your district, your colleagues, your friends, to come in and start occupying their place in the auditorium so we can get day 2 underway as soon as everyone's seated. The program will see a small shift in the sequence of events, but everything else stands as it is. Thank you. Once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to day 2 of the Rotary International Presidential Conference 2022. We are having a slightly delayed start, but we would like to get things underway. Family and colleagues and Rotarians from the same district send out a message requesting everyone to come into the auditorium so that we can get the show underway. May I request you to flash out a message to all your friends from your district to come in and join in the proceedings of Day 2 at RIPC 2022. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to day 2 of RIPC 2022. To set the mood, set the tone, and get your blood flow from top to bottom flowing. All eyes on the stage where we have a session. Many of you may not have woken up at 6:30 in the morning and enjoyed the Novotel greens. Well, we brought the greens into the blues. Get ready for some laughter yoga. All eyes.
Please understand that laughter yoga is not a comedy. This is an exercise program where we laugh as an exercise. Why? Differentiate between real and even if you are pretending to laugh. So what we do is we do a little bit of first step in laughter yoga is clapping. Normally we clap like this, but in laughter yoga you clap like this. And laugh it out. So laughter yoga is as simple as that. Breathe and laugh. It brings more oxygen to the body and brain, makes you feel more healthy, more energetic, makes your immune system stronger, and keeps your mind positive, and keeps you in a good mood all throughout the day. The first exercise we developed in 1995, laughter yoga, is Namaste Laughter. So join your Namaste kijiye, or turn to your left and right and look at your friends and say, both the side. So when we finish laughter, we say, very good, yay. एक बार फिर बोलो, very good, very good. One more time, very good, very good. So this year is very special that because we have Rotary International President from India. So to celebrate, we have a cocktail laughter. 2 गिलास पकड़ेंगे cocktail के. And we're going to mix 3 times. 4th time we drink laughing. And go. One more time. Very good. Very good. Yay. Very good. So friends, I want all of you to become laughter masters. Normal, when we laugh in daily life, laughter does not last more than 3 to 4, 5 seconds at a time. So what we are going to do is, we are going to laugh for 1 minute continuously. That's like you are developing your laughter muscles. So I want to see if you can laugh with me for 1 minute for the word peace, okay? So on the count of 3, for 60 seconds continuously, 1, 2, 3, go. Very good, very good, very good, very good. To make this conference very special, I want you to do me a favor. Pull out your mobile phones, please, and put the camera on. And we are going to record 1 minute laughter on the video. And please, when you're ready, push the button record, and we will laugh into the camera. Make it a selfie mode. Darling, thoda dur ho jao aap, thoda sa. Okay, ready? Hit the button, record, 1, 2, 3, go.
Time to come.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very good, very good. Yay! Very good, very good. Okay, friends, please, please share this video with everybody in this world what you did in the International Rotary Conference here in Hyderabad. So they should ask you, why are you laughing? So there is a reason. So before I leave, because I wish I was here for make you laugh all the time, but we have to go. So I want to thank President Shekhar Mehta. Thank you, Sanghvi Saab, for inviting us to be part of it. So if you want to laugh every day, you have to make a habit of laughing. There's a laughter club on Zoom every day at 7:30 in the morning. I'm going to share the link with the authorities. You'll get the link. So please join us for the laughter club. If you laugh for 30, 40 days, I promise you, rest of the life, you'll be laughing, and share this laughter with your family. So keep laughing. Love you all. जोर से. One more time. Very good. Very good. Very good. Thank you so much.
So friends, this is Dr. Kataria, who made us all, and of course with his lovely wife. Today he made a statement which I want each one of you to note. He says, laughter brings happiness, and where there is happiness, that places there can be no strife. So today in the morning, we laughed so that the positive vibes will go all the way back to Ukraine and Russia, and we laughed so that the war in Ukraine and Russia would end in the next 10 days. So I want each one of you, let's do one more laughter so that we can all make sure Rotary is all about peace across the world. And
Okay.
this is why just a last one more, please.
Laughter for world peace for 1 minute. Put your hands together, take a long deep breath, and thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll keep it.
Yeah.
Vivek is the member of the parliament here, the guy in the grey jacket. We'll do it in the parliament.
Oh, wow.
Thank you.
So let's give a warm welcome to the world president, Shekhar Mehta. Can we all give him a big round of applause? We've got Director Virpi here with us. Let's give a round of applause to her. We've got Director Venki here, our very own Venki. Venki, can you please stand, the tall man? He needs a taller clap. Thank you. We'll just start. We are off by about 30 minutes. I guess it's the morning blues. And then we'll start, okay? So for the next 10 to 12 minutes, you're going to listen to some absolutely pulsating music. Let's give a warm welcome to Dharavi Reloaded. These are kids who have come from Dharavi, and they use different type of equipments. Let's give these kids a big round of applause.
All right, good morning everyone. अरे यार ब्रेकफास्ट वगैरह किया कि नहीं? गुड मॉर्निंग एवरीवन. और जोर से गुड मॉर्निंग. और जो थोड़े से पीछे बैठे प्लीज आगे आ जाइए. कम ऑन अप इन फ्रंट प्लीज क्विकली. जो पीछे वो आगे आ जाइए प्लीज. थैंक यू. All right, so this is Dharavi Reloaded. Let's start the performance. बच्चे लोग ready? Yes. बच्चे लोग ready? Yes. बच्चे लोग ready? Yes. All right, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. Hey! खुल के बोल, दिल से बोल, धारावी के संग तू बोल. खुल के बोल, दिल से बोल, धारावी के संग तू बोल. धारावी के संग तू बोल. धारावी के संग तू बोल. धारावी के संग तू डोल. धारावी के संग तू डोल. All right, थोड़ा आप भी गाएंगे प्लीज. हाँ, थोड़ा जोर से. कम ऑन. All right, खुल के बोल, दिल से बोल, धारावी के संग तू बोल. धारावी के संग तू बोल. धारावी के संग तू डोल. नाइस. खुल के बोल, दिल से बोल. जो खन की पायल मस्ती में खन बन खन के रे हम्मा 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 ए हम्मा 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 ए हम्मा 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 ए हम्मा हम्मा 1 2 3 4 एक हो गए हम और तुम तो उड़ गई नींद रहे जो खान की पायल मस्ती में 1 2 3 go हम्मा 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 1 2 3 there we go One, two, three, four. One, two, three, go. Three, four. Three, four. Three, four. Three, four. Three, four. Three, four. All right. Super. Now we'll do one thing. We will clap with you all, okay? We'll do little jugal bandi, as we call as call and response. All you got to do is just clap me like this. 1 2 3. Right? Keep on going. Keep on going. Keep on going. And so what? All right. Stop. All right. What we'll do is first let them play. I will hand over it to you. You play. They play. We'll see how it goes. Ready? All right. Give me thumbs up, everyone. Ready? All right. Super. 1 2. That I'm real. One, two, three. Nice. One, two, three, go. Ready? 1 2 3 go. Everyone. 3 4. 3 4. 3 4. 3 4. Two, three, four. All right, superb. Give a round of applause to yourself. Great job, everyone. Great job. Good morning. Come on, 1 2, there we go. ದಾತ್ರಗಿಡ್ದ ದಾತ್ರಗಿಡ್ದ ದಿಗಿ 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 ತದುಂ 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 ದಿಗಿ ದಿಗಿ ತದುಂ 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 ದಿಗಿ ದಿಗಿ ದಾತ್ರಗಿಡ್ದ 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 ದಿಗಿ 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 ದಾಮ್ ದಿಗಿ 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 ದಾಮ್ ದಿಗಿ 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 ದಾಮ್ 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 ದಿಗಿ ದಿಗಿ ತೈ 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 ದಿಗಿ ದಾಮ್ ದಿಗಿ ತೈ ದಿಗಿ ದಾಮ್ ದಿಗಿ ತೈ ದಿಗಿ ದಾಮ್ ದಿಗಿ ತೈ ದಿಗಿ ದಾಮ್ ದಿಗಿ 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 1 2 3 4 All right. Dharavi reloaded, everyone. Wonderful band of amazingly talented slum kids from Dharavi. I've been teaching them for last 9 to 10 years. Dharavi is Asia's second largest slum. Also happens to be one of the biggest recycle hubs. So we make music on all this recycled material. And it's wonderful to perform everywhere. These kids have done more than 300 shows across India. And it has given them identity in their own areas. And they've become confident. They also support their families with the finance, support that they get. All right, we have very less time, but one last song. This is a very special song that we do. We would like to do this for you. And we will be again performing in the evening at the House of Friendship. So see you there as well. Here's a very special song dedicated to all the beautiful mothers on this earth that we do. And for this, it would be nice if all of you can stand up and, listen to this wonderful song and enjoy with all of us, especially all the amazing and strong, wonderful women. तेरे पास ही मैं आ रहा हूँ अपनी बाहें खोल के जोर से मुझको गले लगा ले फिर से वो मुझे प्यार दे माँ much, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Dharavi Reloaded.
Just
Let's have a round of applause
Thank you so
for
much.
that
Just a quick
wonderful
word.
team.
Thank you so much, everyone. Would personally like to thank Mr. Shekhar Mehta ji for always supporting us and inviting us, and Kamal Sangviji and all the amazing guests in the house. Thank you so much. Please enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thanks for that opening act on day 2 of Rotary International Presidential Conference 2022. We're back to the plenaries here. And to start off day 2, it is the 3rd plenary on supporting education. One profits most, who serves best. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands as we invite the session chair onto the stage to take over proceedings at plenary 3. The director of Rotary International, the tall, humble gentleman, Rotarian A.S. Venkatesh.
Good morning. Namaskar. Namaskar. All right. Now for a moment. They had everybody in a trance. That's the kind of power that music had, and I'm sure all of us are appropriate and adequately energized this morning for the 2nd day of this presidential conference and the 3rd plenary session of this conference. Friends, there is one thing our International President Shekhar Mehta has made, one of the many things, one of the most important things where he has made a mark has been the literacy mission in India. Almost 10 years ago, Rotarians in this country decided that they would take on literacy as one of their focus areas to ensure that our country, India, becomes fully literate by 2025. That was the mission with which Rotarians in this country worked. And the literacy percentage then, as per the census of 2011, was 74%, which meant 26% of our population, and considering that our population is 130 crores then, and 26% of that is almost 30 crores. 30 crores were illiterate at that point in time. We do not know the figures as yet of 2021. We should be getting that number sometime soon, but I'm sure it will be over 80 or 82% today. And a large portion or a substantial portion of that increase in the literacy percentage of our country can be credited to the relentless efforts of our literacy mission of Rotary in India. We have, through RILM, please give us a big round of applause for that. As many of you may be aware, the literacy program in India was devised under 5 different verticals which addressed every single component of literacy. Not just the percentage who are literate, but also the quality of education that was given to the children in our country. It also addressed the needs of adult illiterates. It also addressed the needs of quality education of children who are not in school, and the infrastructure that's present in the schools in our country so that they can be at par with the best in some of the private schools that we have, comparable to the private infrastructure available in private schools. So the literacy goal was being addressed along 5 different parallel verticals, which together would ensure that we have a fully literate nation and with quality education. So that is something that, thanks to our present President Shekhar Mehta's relentless efforts over the last over 10 years, I do personally know the kind of effort he had put in. I don't think he slept on several nights. To my knowledge, I've never seen him sleep for days together because this was occupying his mind. I remember one of the statements made by a past President of India, Abdul Kalam, who had said that dreams are not what you see in your sleep. Dreams are those that will not let you sleep. And our President had a dream then that India will be literate, and that did not let him sleep then. So thanks to the efforts of Shekhar and a huge a battalion of people in India, Rotarians, several past governors, several Rotarians who devoted a lot of time and effort to make this dream move forward. We have made substantial progress, as I said, and as of now, and I'm sure in the years to come, we would make this dream a reality of making India a fully literate country. The only way to make underdeveloped or undeveloped country into a developed country is literacy. Education is the only biggest key that we have to make sure our society is on par with the best in the world. And if we have to make that change, the focus has got to be on education. Focus has got to be on literacy. And no doubt Rotarians in our country have given their effort and time and resources for this cause. So today in this session, we have several MOUs being signed with Rotary, with different organizations, to address the various components of literacy that we have. It's been an amazing effort put in by the Rotary India Literacy Mission to tie up these MOUs with various organizations which will take us forward. To start with, can I invite the CEO of CRY, Pooja Marwa, on stage, please. Can we have Pooja in here, please? You heard her talk yesterday. We are also going to get into an MOU with CRY. Pooja Marwa? Yes. Please give her a big round of applause. Now I invite Pooja to say a few words before we sign the MOU with CRY.
Good morning, everybody. I spoke a lot yesterday, so I think I'll just confine this to a few words. I just would like to thank Rotary and everyone here for thinking of CRY and actually coming to join us and us join you in our efforts to make India's children educated in a complete and significant way. I think that, and as Mr. Venkatesh picked up yesterday, change cannot come in this country until we all believe and we all act for our children. Because this is not going to happen alone. We have almost 200 million children who live in poverty. And unless civil society, which is all of us, and government, and media, and each one of us as an individual acts together, we cannot confront a problem of this size. We are not a small city-state like Singapore, where one person alone can take the responsibility, right? We are talking about a population of almost 300 million children, and in order to get them to their destination, which is how do we make them educated, healthy, and the citizens of tomorrow, we will all have to come together and join hands. So thank you, Rotary, for joining hands with us and deciding that we are also worth joining hands with you. Thank you so much.
As I request Pooja to occupy the chair there, can I invite Kamal Sangvi, past Rotary International Director, Kamal, for signing the MOU, please. This is the MOU between RALM and CRY.
Hello.
Can we have, thank you. This is one of the most outstanding agreement which we are doing with CRY. Everyone is aware of CRY. Anybody who does not know about, can you all raise your hands, all those who know about CRY? Yes? This is an organization where we are doing the Asha Kiran agreement. They did it for us at Kashmir. Now we are expanding it to the other states of India. So let's give a big hand to the CRY, okay, for partnering with us for mitigating the Asha Kiran program.
So all those children who are presently out of school now has one more team that is coming up to ensure that they go back to school. They join the mainstream of formal education. Thank you, Pooja. We look forward to a fruitful association in the days to come. Moving on to the next part. Kamal, you stay on here. Moving on to the next part of our session, can I now invite Rotarian Veerabhadra Rao Doddi of Samida to say a few words. Bobby?
All of you, good morning. So, my name is Veerabhadra Rao from Visakhapatnam Rural, representing Sangamitra Development Association, short name is Samida. We are associated with RILM for child development, and our Samida focus is children, education and health, HIV/AIDS prevention, livelihoods, and skill developments in the rural and urban areas of Visakhapatnam district. We are established in 2001. Now we completed 20 years, more than 20 years. And also we completed coverage of target community, more than 1.25 lakh communities. They are completely downtrodden in the rural and tribal areas. Thank you.
I invite past Governor Raji Vadlamani to come on stage to sign the MOU with Samida. Raji. Of course, needless to say, Chairman of RILM Kamal Sangvi will be a witness to all these MOU signing. Bobby, Kusande. Bobby.
This is also similar to CRY. Samida is another NGO which will also mitigate our program in the Vizag area for the CRY for the teacher Asha Kiran program, where they are going to send back children working with us to school. So we are talking about another about 1,000 to 2,000 children under the Asha Kiran program in the Vizag area. We're going to send them back to school. So let's give them a big hand for the work they do.
Thank you, Veerabhadra Garu and Raji Madam for this. Thank you. Thank you once again. Friends, several years ago, I came across a boy in a government school, in a Panchayat middle school in the outskirts of Chennai, who was a consistent poor performer in class. The teachers were quite upset with him, angry with him, and by way of reprimanding him, made him sit in the front row. We know when we were kids, if we do something, some mischief, we will be asked to come in the front row so that the teachers can control us more closely. So this boy was asked to come to the front row of the class as a punishment, because he was always sitting in the last row and performing very poorly. And as miracles would be, this boy started scoring well thereafter. The teacher thought it was because she had punished him that he corrected himself and started scoring. But the fact remained that in the last row, he couldn't see the blackboard because of poor eyesight. And when he was moved to the front row, he was able to see what was going on, and he started scoring well. So very often we think correcting eyesight is only an issue of health, but oftentimes it's also connected to literacy. And towards that, we are signing a MOU today with Mr. Kashinath of Operation Eyesight. Over to Mr. Kashinath.
Good morning, all. Thank you. Thank you, Rotary. Yay! So I have that deep sense of gratitude for the opportunity that Rotary is giving Operation Eyesight Universal. It's a Canadian organization which is into elimination of avoidable blindness. Over a period of the last 2 decades or so, we have found a way to eliminate blindness, avoidable blindness on a sustainable basis. So it's something that we have been doing with some of the Rotary supported hospitals in India as well. So this is a great opportunity that has come our way. Way back in 2005, 2006, we partnered with Rotary and did around 100,000 cataract surgeries. So we are getting back into the folds of Rotary partnership. So we are truly honored. On behalf of all of us in Operation Eyesight and all those who are going to benefit from this initiative, I would like to thank Mr. Shekhar Mehta. He is truly a shaker and mover. Thank you, sir. And I would like to thank each one of you. So you are wonderful people with large hearts, great souls. So thank you very much.
May I now invite DGN Hiralal Yadav to sign the MOU with Operation Eyesight, Mr. Kashinath. Hiralalji.
All those who are wearing spectacles, just take off your spectacles, please. Just take it off. What do you see now? What do you see now? Can you see? Are you challenged? This is exactly what happens to a child in the school. Most of us think that the child is not studying properly. The mother and father think the child is not studying properly. And this is exactly what happens. For a want of a spectacle which probably costs 500 rupees, the child becomes a laggard in the school. What they are going to do for us is make sure that every child is tested when we're trying to give the spectacles free of cost. Are you all aware of that? We are going to do those spectacles. How many governors are here? Yes, you need to redo that. The one project which we started where we wanted to give spectacles to 100,000 children across India. So please work on that, and they will help us do the testing for every child and of course the other eye testing facilities. So let's give them a big hand. Yeah.
That was the MOU signed with Operation Eyesight. Thank you, Mr. Kashinath. Please give them a big round of applause as we move to the next section of our plenary today. I invite Mr. Baldev Arora and KK Noria of DL Shah Trust to come forward, please. Baldev Arora, please. You can say a few words. Thank you.
International President of Rotary, Mr. Shekhar Mehta, the convener of this conference, past RI Director, Mr. Kamal Sanghvi, galaxy of directors of Rotary International, trustees of Rotary Foundation, distinguished district governors, dignitaries, fellow Rotarians, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. The invite from Mr. Sanghvi said, on behalf of more than 165,000 Rotarians of India, which incidentally includes me, but I thank you all for your invitation. It's a privilege for DL Shah Trust to participate in this great Rotary International Presidential Conference. My fellow trustee, Mr. Keval Naharia, sitting there, present here, other trustees of DL Shah Trust who couldn't be here today, and I wish to convey our greetings to you all. Our founder, Mr. DL Shah, was an industrialist and a philanthropist. He established this trust in 1994 with the vision and objective, and I quote, to better the overall quality of Indian products and quality of life in India. We all know that to improve the quality of life of masses in India, all-inclusive quality education is a must. Supporting education at different levels is one of key focus area of DL Shah Trust. Signing of the MOU between Rotary and DL Shah Trust for RILM and the launch of this program for Class 11 and Class 12 today is historical. We are delighted to sponsor a total of 286 episodes for full course of all subjects of science stream, namely physics, chemistry, biology, and mathematics for Class 12 and English for Class 11. These episodes are being produced by Rotary. In his inaugural address yesterday, President Shekhar said that RILM is a nation-building project of Rotary. Through this project, you Rotarians have taken up the challenge of all-inclusive quality education in India. Congratulations to all of you and all the best. Ladies and gentlemen, creating this partnership has been hard work of many, many people, and I thank them all. But I would like to thank some very special people who are present here. The first and the foremost, RI President, Mr. Shekhar Mehta. Friends, it may sound unbelievable, but it is true that Mr. Shekhar Mehta, in one virtual presentation to our Board of Trustees, convinced all of them instantaneously to support this education program that is RILM. His passion and commitment to this program was beaming all through the meeting. And all the trustees immediately committed to support this program fully. Sir, thank you very much. You are great. Leading from front, project leader PRID Kamal Sangvi ensured that the verbal commitments made in that virtual conference or virtual meeting were converted into a long-term agreement in the form of this MOU today. Thank you, Mr. Sangvi. Your persuasive powers and flexibility is most admirable. Thank you very much. My dear friend Vijay, PDG Vijay Jalan, is the one who introduced RILM project to me. He has diligently worked to build this partnership. Vijay is a master in smoothing rough edges. Special thanks, Vijay. Thank you very much. RILM COO, Biswajit Ghosh, has been working very hard to ensure that the quality episodes are produced in time. Thank you, Biswajit, if you're somewhere around here. We believe that this program, developed for distant e-learning and classroom learning, will reach the remotest corner of India. And it will greatly benefit students all over India. We are excited with the prospects and benefits of RILM will bring to the country. It is a massive project, and it is a long journey. I just remind you that, I'm sure you all know that. We are confident that with your strength and commitment, you all will ensure it to be a great success. And our confidence comes from your track record of eradication of polio from the world. RILM could be another great program of Rotary with long-lasting impact on our nation and on the world. We at DL Shah Trust are proud to be a part of it. Thank you very much. Okay, I believe the MOU signing is first, but I have one more line later to add. Okay, thank you. Careful, careful.
Say something. No, you signed it. Then this MOU, I just want to let you know what happened and why this MOU is being signed. When COVID-19 struck the world across and crippled everybody across and brought them to the knees, the schools shut down. Children were at home, 25 crore children across India studying in the government schools were stuck at home. Government of India had no clue. NCRT, which runs all the educational programs across India, had no clue how to handle this malady. And suddenly, because of Shekhar's connections and Shekhar's continuous advocacy with the government of India, because Shekhar was on many of their advisory panels, they suddenly said, yes, there is only one organization which can take us out of this malady, and that was Rotary India Literacy Mission. Yes. They contacted Shekhar and the RILM office, and they said, just bail us out of this problem. Maninder, is Maninder here somewhere? Is Maninder, please come up on the stage, please. And Shekhar then, and of course the entire RILM office got back to work. And when all the organizations across India started telling government of India that we can't do anything, it's COVID, things are shut down, offices are shut down, we said we can't do this. Shekhar, in all his innovativeness, thinking out of the box, the RILM staff got to work. And this gentleman came here. This is Maninder, which is, Shekhar, can you come up on the stage, please? Maninder was this kid in Chandigarh, and we rang him up and we told NCRT, we will create the e-learning program, jisse pura Bharat padhega. And you won't believe it, this young kid, without taking a single पैसा नहीं लिया इन्होंने, क्योंकि हर चीज़ के लिए पैसे लगते हैं, उसने अपनी पूरी ऑफिस झोंक दी इसके लिए, and we created the world's largest e-learning program, which is now which is during the COVID time, 15 crore bache in the houses were studying from Rotary India Literacy Missions program, which was conducted and created by Maninder across. And Vishwajit, are you there? Vishwajit, please come up on the stage. Yes. Vishwajit is the CEO of RILM together. And let me tell you, friends, agar दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा e-learning program है, which was created in a record time of 4 to 5 months, beamed through the Diksha platform. 12 channels of Government of India are beaming this program even today. And now, ab jab COVID is getting over, we are now signed up with most of the state governments, and we are now implementing that program in every government school across India so that they can have uniform education, and a child, whether Jalandhar mein hai, Calcutta mein hai, Dhanbad mein hai, or probably Delhi mein hai, gets the, or ya gaon mein, chote gaon mein, they get the same education across India. So let's give this man a big hand. और उस समय एक melody आ गई. भाई खाली हाथ तो ये भी काम नहीं कर सकता है. Though he supported us, Maninder did support us and still is supporting us, and still we are way back on our payments with him. Let me tell you that. And I'm telling that to everybody across. He never ever shied up. Never ever shied up. और उस वक्त में DL Shah Trust आ गया. It is a God gift for us, and DL Shah, Baldev ji, and please Nauriya ji, please come up on the stage, please here. They said that they came to know, of course, Vijay Jalan coordinated it. Vijay, thank you so much for doing what you've done. They coordinated us, and DL Shah Trust ने एक चीज कहा हम लोग से. Probably बलदेव जी ने कहा, नौरिया जी ने कहा, कमल कर, देखी जाएगी. Of course, शेखर की तो हाथ रहती है हर चीज पे, but then we read, suddenly we got strength, and they came with the muscle of financial support to this whole program of e-learning. And you know what happened best? Muscle ke saath, they came with the intelligence also. They were all educationists, so they kept on pushing me and the entire RILM team to make the program better and better. So I want each one of you, please, आपकी वजह से, इन लोगों की वजह से, पूरे देश में 15 करोड़ बच्चे 2 साल से अगर पढ़ रहे हैं, तो इन लोगों की वजह से पढ़ रहे हैं. So please give them a big round of applause. And I think, run. And you know, as usual, Vijay has one announcement.
No, I just wanted to say 2 things. One is this MOU, what does it entail? It's in excess of 1.2 crores, my friend. 1.2 crores is the funding coming from this DL Shah Trust. I think they deserve a very loud round of applause. And they came at the nick of the time. That's the best thing that has happened. One mandate that our world leader gave, Shekhar Mehta said, why can't a government of school have the quality education that a good private school gets? And that's where we all got up to bring that level of quality into our education at the government level, and that's where we needed the funds. And thank you, DL Shah Trust, for all that support that you have given us. And the support continues, my friend. It doesn't stop today. It continues. And you'll see that happening very soon. In fact, I think they want to make an announcement.
Well, no further announcement. But as plenary sponsor of this, platinum sponsor of this program, we would like to contribute and make our second contribution today. May I request my senior colleague, Mr. Naria, to present this check to Mr. Kamal Sangvi, the head of RILM.
Receiving it on behalf of RILM, and then I immediately transfer it to this young gentleman because he deserves it more than me. He is way over payment, so Maninder, this
Well,
goes to you.
my friends, that's 50 lakhs coming in right now. 50 lakh rupees from the DL Shah Trust. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that gesture. So that's the commitment, my friends. That's the commitment.
Thank you.
Friends, another very important thing of this program is that on the 12 channels, they are called the Prime Minister's E-Vidya channel, PM E-Vidya channel. Every day from morning to evening, there are episodes created by Rotary India Literacy Mission that are shown continuously. We have given them 2,500 episodes, which, if it were a television serial shown half an hour every day for 5 days in a week, it will run for 10 years. That is the sort of content we've already given to the Government of India. And every time that the content comes, it says presented by Rotary India Literacy Mission. At the end again, it says presented by Rotary India Literacy Mission. Every day, more than 10 crore children, which is $100 million for you, every day that many children are reading and seeing Rotary India Literacy Mission not once, but probably 10 times in a day. No better public image than this. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
इसके साथ ले लो भैया, इसका काम.
That was the MOU between RILM and DL Shah Trust. This DL Shah Trust represented by Mr. Baldev Arora and KK Noria.
This man has been announcing for a long time, praising all the work of RILM. When I had to start the program, the one man I chose to be my sounding board, it was Venki. So can we have a huge round of applause? Any crazy idea that came into my mind, the first man I had to sound was this man. Thank you for all that you've done.
We move on to the next part of this program. There's one person who, in the words of our Member of Parliament and past District Governor Vivek Tankaji, is a human dynamo. If you have seen the dynamos, they never stop working. They keep whizzing, producing energy from nowhere. Yes, that is the kind of a person I'm going to introduce now, bring you now. Can I invite Mr. Kartikeya Sharma, the Chief of First in Class, and several other things. Can I? Sharma ji, idhar aiye. Over to Mr. Kartikeya Sharma.
Honored colleagues, Rotarians, ladies and gentlemen. My thanks to Shekhar Mehta ji, Rotary International President, Dr. Vladimir Chairman of this Rotary Presidential Conference, India, Kamal Singhvi ji, the convener, Dr. Kodbagi, Mr. A.S. Venkatesh, and the Rotary office bearers and community here in India and across the world. My special thanks to Vivek Tankaji also for being the guiding force behind all this. It is a pleasure and privilege to be here to further energize our partnership, our meeting of minds, our sense of duty, our sense of service, and our hope of dedicating ourselves to the empowerment of India and her people. As our country celebrates the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, we see 1.4 billion of us being unleashed as a force of progress, development, and the good of humanity. And what fantastic work Rotary has already done and continues to do. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the great stories of the present day that needs to be told is the Rotary India Literacy Mission, the largest ever literacy mission in the history of the world. The sheer scale and the significance of the work you are doing in medicine, education, and other areas of developing is inspiring. Education is the fulcrum of the modern skills needed to build a world we cannot even imagine yet. Technology has changed the way we can deliver these skills. Now it is up to us to ensure that we reach the Antyodaya, every last person. In keeping that philosophy in mind, we have made content in 12 languages, thereby democratizing education irrespective of language they speak. It is with this mission dedicated during the time of the 75th year of independence that we have gathered today to further a campaign that will seek to bring the best of a holistic education using the best of teacher-driven learning teamed up with the best of technology to India's masses. It is right and just that our first salute and Shraddhanjali should be to those who have given their lives to keep us free, the martyrs of our armed forces and the police forces. Their children, the 1 lakh of whom will now receive tablet PCs, 1 lakh education will be sponsored through this initiative. Nothing we can do for those you've made the supreme sacrifice for all of us can be considered enough. But we can ensure that the next generation is empowered with the tools they need to better their lives. It is a pleasure to have with us as partners the vibrant and selfless community of Rotarians and their visionary current Rotary International President Shekhar Mehta ji. The Rotary India Literacy Mission has created a vast treasure trove of educational assets deployed for the nation. The selfless work they do across India and the world cannot be recognized or praised enough. We all owe a deep thanks to millions of Rotarians who raise funds, deploy skills, and do lasting humanitarian and development work. The first-in-class mission was announced in September 2021 in the presence of Union Minister Jitendra Singh ji. I'm happy to report to you that the work has already begun. The first sets of tablets and e-learning kits have been distributed to deserving children in Mandla and Narsinghpur in Madhya Pradesh and the children of police and paramilitary martyrs in Jammu. After today's formal event, we will be ramping up the mission all across the country. This is just the first step. As a country, we have a new education policy that has fundamentally modernized our approach. There is a palpable new purpose and energy injected into our NCERT, CBSE and state board systems. India's educators and policy makers are taking the right steps. The vision of the Prime Minister in this regard has to be appreciated. From the state to the center, dramatic change and growth and revision is in progress. I will use this opportunity from this platform to let you know on the 7th and 8th of May, the ITV network that I represent is going to host chief ministers from 15 different states all across the country to initiate this program that is being signed today all over the country. First in Class believes that we need to provide quality education to all Indians and all regions. Thousands of hours of audiovisual content with built-in interactive modules and assessment decks for parents and teachers have been created. The coursework is structured and curated by some of the best educationists in the country in line with the CBSE and NCERT curriculum. Crucially, it is being offered in Hindi, English, and many regional languages to ensure inclusivity and the mother tongue learning. All of this is fruits of years of research and hard graft to create content using the latest pedagogical techniques to ensure students benefit from holistic learning. We are India's first and only edutech platform in which the cause of social justice is the core value. This is the kind of positive, trailblazing disruption and pioneering effort that can truly revolutionize how edutech is delivered, perceived and implemented in India. I look forward to the day when every child in this country has universal access to the best in edutech and teaching skills empowered by the first-in-class platform. Cultural learning, language learning, linguistic training, and spiritual learning modules will also be available through the first-in-class platform for higher education entrance test modules, and specialization in UPSC, law, engineering are also on offer. First-in-class hopes to bridge the gap between the opportunities available to children regardless of where they are, where they reside, or what language they speak. Its vision is learning for all and for all for learning. It seeks to take advantage of technology and resources to reach the corners of the country where children are gifted and wait for opportunities and are of their future. Many thanks again to the entire Rotary team, Shekhar ji, for your yeoman service. With that, it's my pleasure to be signing this MOU between Rotary India Literacy Mission and First in Class to provide 1 lakh martyrs' families with tablets to sponsor their education. Beyond that, it is also a proud privilege for the 11 news channels and the 5 newspapers of the ITV network across the country to be showcasing the good work of Rotarians across many fields. We hope we can continue to tell India and the world your stories and inspire many others. Many thanks.
So this MOU is all about जो हमारे देश के सैनिक हैं, जो हमारी रक्षा करते हैं और जो शहीद हो गए हैं, हमारी पुलिस फोर्स है, anybody involved with the protection of the civilians across India, उन बच्चों के लिए जो शहीद हो गए हैं, उन बच्चों के martyrs बच्चों के लिए First in Class has initiated 1 lakh tablets to be given fully loaded, and Rotary India Literacy Mission partners them. We will be the force, and especially the Rotarians, you Rotarians will be the force to implement this program. So let's give them a big hand for what we are going to get into today. And I also want to tell you, Kartikeya Sharma owns the NewsX channel and the ITV group, which is 11 or 21 channels, I'm not too sure. And I just want to let everybody know this program, this entire summit presidential conference is going live on the NewsX channel and on all the regional channels. So if you want to just probably WhatsApp to your family at home, they can watch it live on the NewsX channel, okay, everybody. So let's give them again a big hand, and Ashwa is with them. If I want to say that, I'll take the liberty to do it. Maybe I'm out of my league to do this, but the brain behind this whole tablet program is not Kartikeya. It is this lovely lady, Ashwarya, out here. So let's give her a big, 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 big round of applause.
Have a look at these children, striving with hope and hard work. They are our future. They are the ones who will build a new India. Just hearing their stories makes one burst with pride. And what joy it is for us to see them actually using and benefiting from this mission. This is the kind of impact we want to see.
जो हमें टैबलेट मिली है उसमें से हम बहुत अच्छे मार्क्स से अंक प्राप्त किए।
रोटरी क्लब की तरफ से उनके स्थापना दिवस पर राज्यसभा सांसद श्रीमान विवेक तनखा जी के हाथ से टैबलेट मिला था।
मुझे आगे IIT की तैयारी करना है, इस कारण टैबलेट से बहुत ज़्यादा सहूलियत प्रदान हो रही है पढ़ाई करने में।
टैबलेट है वो मेरे बहुत उपयोग आया है, जैसे मैं उससे ऑनलाइन क्लासेस बहुत इजीली अटेंड कर पाता हूँ और मैं कोडिंग करता हूँ पाइथन और C++ वगैरह में।
First in Class and Rotary India Literacy Mission are collaborating to provide 1 lakh tablet computers to the children of armed forces, police and paramilitary martyrs, as well as those in need. The mission was launched in a special televised ceremony on the 8th of September 2021 with Minister of State Independent Charge Dr. Jitendra Singh.
I owe to congratulate ITV for this very thoughtful initiative, and which is very meaningfully, incidentally happening on the occasion of the International Literacy Day. And I think there could not have been a better tribute to the cause of literacy, particularly literacy among the lesser privileged.
We've reached out to thousands of schools across India, providing world-class audiovisual content to children.
And the work has already begun. Have a look at these children, striving with hope and heart.
So before Venki probably has to leave because he's got a flight, he's got to go to Chicago to run Rotary at the 18th floor. So let's give a warm applause to our director, Venkatesh. Please, a louder one. Yes, thank you. I would now like to call upon President Shekhar right on the stage. Please, President Shekhar. He wants to make a comment, so I want him there. And of course, I want to acknowledge the presence of the Member of Parliament, Vivek Tankha. For this MOU, he has been the inspiration and of course, the person who got us to do the golden handshake. Thank you, Vivek, for all that you do. All right. All right. We are also going to start an app along with NCRT, Rotary India Literacy Mission, and of course, First in Class. That will be an app for vocational training, which is going to be, it's under the development process. As the right time comes, we are going to announce it again. So let's give, again, the First in Class an absolutely a resounding applause for what they do, okay? So since Venki had to leave, I step into his large shoes to conduct this program, to see it through. Now we've got this fantastic gentleman called Sunil Joseph, who is the TCS CSR head. Can I now ask Mr. Sunil Joseph to come onto the stage, and before we ask him to speak and address us, we would run his introduction.
India Leader, Corporate Social Responsibility. Sunil has a bachelor's degree in Mechanical Engineering from Nagarjuna University, India, and an MBA in Human Resource Management from the University of Western Sydney, Australia. In his previous roles in TCS, Sunil has led teams at India and Europe in human resources and learning and development functions. Prior to joining TCS, Sunil has an experience in running technical and management programs for undergraduate and postgraduate students and corporate managers. He has a total experience of 20 plus years. In his last 16 years with TCS, Sunil has been a Tata Group external assessor for the Tata Business Excellence Model and Tata Affirmative Action Program. Ladies and gentlemen, Sunil Joseph Nalapalli, General Manager and CSR Head India, Tata Consultancy Services.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to spend at your presidential conference a few minutes. It's a great honor. Shekhar, global leader, Kamal and Sandeep and Vineet have been talking, and so glad to have the early shoots of this kind of a partnership. And I want to take a few minutes to outlay for you our agenda on literacy. You know, it's very exciting for me to address you all, because Rotary is an organization which also has a very deep passion for literacy. You know, for us in TCS, the first CEO of TCS, Dr. F.C. Kohli, it is his brainchild. Many of you know our founder, J.N. Tata, had said, thank you, that community is not just another stakeholder for business. In fact, it is the very purpose of its existence. And so within the group, all of us, individual organizations, companies, we pick our respective agendas with that as a foundation. And literacy being a very important area for us in our country, Dr. Kohli set up a team of scientists. Incidentally, they were all based in Hyderabad. The first product on literacy from TCS was in Telugu. So that way, this place, when I was thinking of, was very fitting in terms of where we are formally coming to an agreement and then see how we embark on this phenomenal and exciting journey. You know, the way we have put together this team of scientists who built this set of software products on literacy, functional literacy to start with, reading, writing, arithmetic in 9 Indian languages, and then financial literacy, digital literacy, and citizen entitlements. Some of those foundational principles of human cognition, loss of perception, human-computer interface, these are those topics where our specialists come from. And the research and innovation team of TCS piloted that close to 20 years ago in a place called Biramguda in Andhra Pradesh. And that is how we started our journey. And when we started this, we had a huge aspiration. But the impact of what this could do is something we have seen over the years. In fact, we have in close to 162 districts of the country, we have made close to, in fact, more than 1 million people literate in 9 Indian languages. The experience across the 19 states and these 162 districts teaches us that the nuance of every region is very unique. And it is the partner that we work with who would make that enablement become a success. You know, when we measure the impact, we measure impact on 5 scales. The mental, the psychological aspect, the dignity a woman. In fact, we have a full range of ages. The oldest person is a 91-year-old woman in Rajasthan who was made literate through a partner using our software product. You know, the kind of dignity she realizes at an age like that is something that you have to actually meet and listen from her. In fact, today, we are also demonstrating with the Bombay district of Rotary some of those beneficiaries and the prereks who are part of the deployments at Jogeshwari and Palghar in Bombay. The impacts on mental, psychological oneself. Second is socio-cultural. How a mother tells us that, you know, my son, when he does homework, looks at me differently. Earlier, he used to sort of think that she does not know anything, but now she knows something, and the way I engage with him is different. So, starting from respect from children, in fact, we have a large set of stories on how the socio-cultural impact has been captured and measured. The third one is economic. In fact, this district of Mewat in Haryana, where we did close to 1.4 lakh women beneficiaries. And all of them got into small groups as cooperatives, and then they have embarked on a phenomenal economic journey. I think those of you who are interested in this will be very happy to share much details on this. And economic empowerment actually goes along with foundational literacy skills. And then mobility, the ability of a lady who says, now, nobody need to tell me where this bus is going, right? In fact, as simple as I know that I can read the title of the movie on the poster that is there right now. And the last one is leadership. In fact, many of these men and women, in fact, many of them women, when they became literate, got together and worked on a number of social evils, starting from the ability of them to garner certain supports, like the street lights, right? In fact, spectacles, there are states in India where the government has published a number of schemes for kids with, who need these spectacles, and then they fought and got this. And on prohibition of liquor, in fact, across villages where we are deployed, this has been a phenomenal leadership initiative.
You know, when we look at some of these impacts, it gives us tremendous energy. And our discussion with Sandeep and the phenomenal ladies of the Bombay district, I hear their names whenever I get to understand how this program is going in Bombay district. It's a story to really listen to and see. I think that demonstration is easier. And so the call to action, friends, as we all meet like this, in your respective districts, we are there, right? It's our priority. We call it literacy as a service to the nation, and we are continuously investing our core competencies in building these products. Just to give a quick example, the financial literacy and the digital literacy products have been mentored by the financial inclusion software leader of TCS. So there is a very strong component of core competency that is coming in, and the impacts that we are seeing with partners like Rotary is what we are on a journey with. Thank you so much for these early shoots and the early experiences that we have with you. Looking forward to a great journey with you across districts of India, along with Rotary. Thank you once again, Shekhar, for your leadership. Good to see you today. We spoke a couple of times, nothing like meeting in person. All the very best for your leadership at the global level too. Thank you very much, friends.
So there are these wonderful people who have been beneficiaries of all our programs. You've heard from the speakers, you've heard from the visionaries, you've heard from people who have formulated this program. Let's hear it from the people who are the beneficiaries. Can I invite Radhika and along with the two beneficiaries of the adult literacy program to please come on the stage? Radhika.
Good morning to all of you all. We have with us two ladies, a pair, a mother-in-law, Tai, and daughter-in-law, Jyoti. They have successfully completed the adult literacy course. They are from the Vaidu community, who traditionally were Vaids, distributing Ayurvedic medicine. Over time, they have engaged in menial jobs like domestic work, sewage cleaning, construction workers, etc., just to make two ends meet. Let us understand their journey from the horse's mouth, figuratively speaking. We have also Durga, who's the leader of this community, a stalwart in her own right, who's broken the glass ceiling. बहुत धन्यवाद यहाँ आने के लिए. मैं आप दोनों को कुछ सवाल पूछूंगी ताकि जो उपस्थित लोग हैं उनको आपके सफर के बारे में कुछ जानकारी मिले. ताई, आपसे पहले पूछना चाहती हूँ कि आप कितने तक पढ़ी हुई है?
मैं तो अभी शुरुआत मतलब 6 महीना हुआ. 6 महीने से हम लोग सीख रहे, तो बच्चों लोग भी सीख रहे. ऐसा क्या किधर भी बैठो किधर भी उठो, तो पढ़ना नहीं आता था तो रिक्शा में बैठो, रिक्शा वाला क्या बोलता था, इतना तुम्हारा ये 100 रुपये हो गया, पैसा दो. उनका हो गया 30 रुपये और 1 रुपये हो गया. मैं बोला तुम इतना क्यों पैसा मांग रहे, ये तुम्हारा पैसा कितना हो गया, सच बताओ, हम लोग देगा. हम लोग को अनपढ़ है, तुम ज़्यादा पैसा मांग रहे. ये भी सवाल किया रिक्शा वाला से. वो बोला मौसी 100 रुपया हो गया तुम्हारा. मैं बोला तुम्हारा 31 रुपया हुआ, तुम 100 रुपये क्यों बताए, चलो पुलिस स्टेशन. हमको ये सब पढ़ना आता है, ये हमको पढ़ाया. रोटरी क्लब वाला हम लोग को पढ़ाया, मदद किया. उनको तो कितना धन्यवाद देगा तो पूरा बनता नहीं है हमारे से, हम तो दुआ ही देगा उनको।
थैंक यू मौसी। ज्योति को पूछती हूँ कि आपने क्यों अपने सास को प्रेरित किया पढ़ने के लिए?
सास को पढ़ना नहीं आता है, हमें भी पढ़ना नहीं आता था, क्योंकि अभी हम क्लास जा रहे हैं, पढ़ रहे हैं, हमें पढ़ना आता है थोड़ा थोड़ा, क्योंकि कुछ नहीं आते थे। हम पढ़ेंगे, हमारे बच्चों को भी पढ़ाएंगे, हमारा यही है।
मेरा तो तीन बहू मेरे साथ बैठते पढ़ते तो मेरे को बहुत आनंद हुआ। तो मैं बहू का साथ पढ़ रहे बोलेगा तो मैं बहुत खुश हुआ। मेरे को लॉटरी क्लब वाला ने मेरे को ताकत दिया पढ़ने के लिए। मैं बोलता हूँ कोटे ना कोटे उनको धन्यवाद देता हूँ। आज का बच्चे लोग करोटा कोबरा का वाटी रहते हैं ना, वो करोटा का साथ पत्ते खेलते थे, गोटी खेलता था। इन्हें दुर्गा ने बोला इनको पढ़ाएगा हम, तुम लोग पढ़ेगे क्या? हाँ हम लोग पढ़ेगा दीदी। तो अभी ये शुरुआत में बच्चे लोग क्या करते हैं, जो पढ़ाई का दिन आज का दिन आया, चलो दुर्गा दीदी आया, अपने को सर लोग आया, चलो पढ़ाने के लिए। तो
टाइम टेबल से
पूछता नहीं,
बच्चे लोग पढ़ते हैं। अभी
हम लोग भी नहीं पूछता, दादी तुम इधर बैठो हम पढ़ने के लिए जा रहे। हमारा सर लोग आया, दुर्गा दीदी ने आया, वो लोग का खुद दफ्तर लेके चले जाता था। हमको उनका बच्चा का टेंशन नहीं। दुर्गा का धन्यवाद देता हूँ, लॉटरी क्लब वालों को धन्यवाद देता हूँ मैं।
ज्योति, आपसे मैं एक और पूछना चाहती हूँ, आप अपने बच्चों को कितने तक पढ़ाओगी?
अभी तो फिलहाल सब बच्चे पढ़ रहे हैं, वो जितना पढ़ना चाहते हैं उतना पढ़ूंगी। मैं घर काम करके उसको पढ़ाई करूंगी, यही मेरा है।
और लड़की लोग को भी पढ़ाओगी?
लड़की को भी पढ़ाऊंगी, लड़का को भी पढ़ाऊंगी, दोनों को पढ़ाऊंगी।
और शिक्षित बहू को लाओगी?
हाँ।
अशिक्षित? आप क्या प्रेरणा देना चाहते हैं आप जैसी महिलाओं को कि आपकी जिंदगी कैसे बदली ये कॉज करने के बाद?
हम जिंदगी में ऐसी मंच नहीं देखा है, पहली बार हम इस मंच में बैठे, हमें बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है।
हमने पहली बार, अभी देखो मेरा पाँव भी तर तर कर रहा है, हिल रहा है पाँव, कभी बैठा ही नहीं है, हिलेगा मेरा पाँव। तो कभी जिंदगी में 60 मेरा उम्र हो गया, मैं कहीं बैठा नहीं, कहीं किसी से बात नहीं किया। तो आदमी बेवड़ा पीता था, उनके साथ बोलना बैठना होता था, ऐसा देखा ही नहीं। लॉटरी क्लब वालों को मैं बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ।
धन्यवाद लॉटरी क्लब।
कम मैं बहुत धन्यवाद देता
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया ताई और ज्योति, आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। Ladies and gentlemen, this is the power of Rotary, a journey that has transformed lives only because we believed in the cause and translated it to this community and to the underprivileged. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Radhika. And Mausi ji, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका. So now may I call upon Mahesh has something to say. Mahesh, Director Mahesh.
I think, ladies and gentlemen, one of the best speakers since yesterday, Maushi. And I would like to have a selfie with her.
Uday, could you please do the honors?
At TCS, we believe that everybody is born with equal potential but not equal opportunity. That is why it's really important to connect people to opportunities in the digital economy, and that's our vision at TCS. We are making that happen by creating equitable and inclusive pathways for women, youth and marginalized groups. If you look at rural India and the divide that exists between those who have access to opportunity and those who don't, often literacy and education is at the starting point of that journey, which is why I'm so excited of our partnership with the Rotary to create literacy as a service and help millions of people across India get access to financial literacy, functional literacy, digital literacy, and the kind of tools that can help them move towards creating a livelihood for themselves. I look forward to seeing the growth of this partnership and its impact in the coming years. Thank you.
So we are going to do a partnership with the Tata Consultancy Services, TCS, aptly known across India. To speak about this partnership, may I invite Governor-elect Sandeep Agarwala. Sandeep. Tata Consultancy Services. This MOU which we have just signed with the Tata Consultancy Services, which you know, all of you know, is probably the world's largest IT company, one of the largest. Hello, yeah. So this MOU which we have signed with Tata Consultancy Services, which is probably one of the top 5 IT companies across the world. This is why we have signed this MOU. What you saw, Mercy and the daughter-in-law, this MOU is all about that. We are going to convert so many Mercies into a literate person, so many daughter-in-laws, so many girl childs are going to be empowered by this MOU. And Tata Consultancy, in all its intelligence, you know, Tata Consultancy Services is one of the most intelligent companies across the world. They chose Rotary to do this. So give them a big hand. Can I ask Uday to please do the honors? Uday? May I call upon Tina Anthony, past President Tina Anthony, to do the expression of gratitude.
Good morning. After an invigorating laughter yoga led by Dr. Madan Kataria and a refreshing and jaw-dropping performance by Dharavi Reloaded, we had the third plenary session of RIPC, the first of the day. This plenary session puts into action our motto, Rotary, one profits most, who serves best. I would like to thank all the honorable delegates who have blessed us with your presence. Very grateful to all the Program Advisory Committee members and invited speakers. Words are not enough to thank you for your constant guidance and support to shape this plenary session. Deep regard and thanks to Sessions Chair, RI Director A.S. Venkatesh, and past RI Director Kamal Sangvi sir, who chaired part of the session. A big shout out to Ms. Pooja Marwa, CEO of CRY, who lives and breathes the initiative to improve the lives of girl children. Thank you for signing the MOU with RILM to put our children back to school. We extend our gratitude to Sri Veerbhadra Rao Dodi of Samhita whose work in the rural and tribal development is exemplary. Thank you for signing the MOU with Rotary. We are honored. A big thank you to Sri B. Kashinath and Global CEO of Operation Eyesight Universal, who have been working to prevent blindness and restore eyesight in India, where nearly 15 million people are blind or visually impaired. Thank you for signing the MOU with Rotary. We extend our hand in gratitude to Sri Baldev Arora and Sri K.K. Noria, trustees of D.L. Shah Trust, to continue the endeavor of the founder D.L. Shah to improve the quality of life of fellow humans in India. Thank you for signing the MOU with RILM for e-learning, the quality distance learning program which will benefit lakhs of students in the remotest part of India. Thank you also for your generosity and big heart. My sincere gratitude to Mr. Karthikeya Sharma, CEO of ITV Group, for signing an MOU on behalf of first-in-class EduTech with a cause. This MOU creates the largest free-of-cost EduTech initiative, perhaps even in the world. 1 lakh tablets fully loaded with fully functional e-learning platforms will be distributed to children of martyrs free of cost. Our special thanks to Mr. Sunil Joseph, head of CSR and TCS. Action speaks louder than words. A big thanks to TCS for signing the MOU with Rotary. A big thanks to Rotarian Radhika Mehta for throwing light on the humongous power of Rotary through its learning program, through its literacy program. And TCS Empowered Adult Literacy Program, we saw the beneficiaries. Thanks Mausi, thanks Durga and Savita for sharing your thoughts. An event of this dimension cannot happen overnight. The wheels start rolling months in advance.
Is going to take over, but we do have an ode to soldiers on the border. So, Director Mahesh, you can tell us if we have the V Company Act before the session.
A very, very good morning, friends. Before I begin the session, let me recognize the presence of Minister V.K. Singh Ji in this presidential summit. May I request everyone to give a round of applause to our Minister of State. And of course, our own MP Vivek Tankha Ji. And Kartiki, thanks for that nice gesture of 1 lakh tabs for the martyrs' children. Friends, I think after just finishing the first session on education and literacy and coming and talking about peace and conflict, my first thing which came up in my mind is education can be the best weapon for a peace program. And that is the only thing which I can link right now with these 2 sessions back to back. Fellow Rotarians, Rotary International has a long history of peace, building initiatives right from pre-World War I, resolutions calling for maintenance of peace, establishing peace centers, and now most important is also supporting the environment. Even in this era, in 2022, this subject always boils down to us. Rotarians are equipped themselves with all the required resources through the process and addresses conflicts in the modern human societies. Because violation of basic human rights is not accepted. We never believe in passive preaching of peace. Instead, we have always championed the peace process by involving and inspiring people to serve and for sustainable peace for all. Those days are not very long. You must be remembering that in spite of several wars, even at the LTT and Sri Lankan border, or to the recent in Afghan, Rotary was only the NGO which was allowed to carry on the immunization for polio program even at the war zones. However, in today's world, over 70 million people get affected because of conflict and violence. Neither peacekeeping forces nor states and international institutions could manage to reduce the widely spread human rights violation, including the recent, whether it's Ukraine or Afghan crisis, just to give you a few examples. Everyone talks about ceasefire. Everyone, even who were a part of these wars, today come together and talk about solutions. Remember, nearly half of the affected population today, the affected war children, and Rotary cannot accept that situation. We have all the tools and resources with us. We have a proven track record of building peace and bringing communities through our projects. In the past, several such projects imparted skills to people and societies were carried out by Rotary. I think the time has come to emphasize the process of investment in peace by investment in peace. Children make a 1/3 of the global population, and 1 in 6 children live in extreme poverty. 6 million children under the age of 5 die each year because of malnutrition. I always felt, in our school days, we used to see these pigeons and some stories like Mahatma Gandhi and Nelson Mandela, which gave us the importance of peace. But till now, after being in several NGOs and this NGO for quite a long time, I realized peace can never come up without giving the basic education, food, shelter, and most probably even the health in the recent times what we saw. I think together let's refuse to accept conflict as the way of life. Let's think, say and do peace. In order to preach and practice peace, we need to engage education and empower communities and people around us. This is an example on a very recent time. This child's name is Alan. And this was one of the biggest news in the world, global scenario. This Alan and his mother, along with Alan's brother, they wanted to be a refugee in Europe. So from Syria, they came to the European borders, and that time, the entire boat got, drowned because several people were boarding on the same boat. Alan's mother was sexually abused in the Syrian territory, and she wanted to go out and leave that place and come back. Alan knew nothing that his journey is going to be on a floating very soon, and the world will talk, the floating body which comes to the European borders, that which country he belongs in terms of funeral or in terms of visa. We cannot see such Allens every time when we see every day a new world. We are champions in peacemakers. Peace is possible, and only the outcome when Rotarians plan and execute projects in areas of disease prevention, clean water, saving mothers, and of course, empowering societies with economical help and support. Every corner of the world today, if you see, whether it's India and Pak, whether it's China and Tibet, whether it's Syria and Turkey, or whether it's Korea, South and North, I think full of Europe, today this is one of the grave problems. And I feel, we cannot have several examples if we all don't come together and work. We all learned about Hiroshima, and this is a girl named Sadako. This Sadako girl, she was one of the atomic victims when they wanted to close the World War. The Americans, they put the atomic bomb, and several children got affected. In a Japanese philosophy, it said somewhere that beautiful, colorful cranes, crane is like a bird, like a flamingo. If a girl makes a crane or a boy makes a crane with a hand paper, each one crane will save a life which has got affected through these atomic wars. Sadako, till she breath last, made 644 cranes. She thought, my one crane will save one of my colleagues in this world war and atomic situation. Ladies and gentlemen, I feel that we cannot wait for such Sadakos every now and then. And today's session is specifically designed getting some ambassadors of different countries. Not only that, getting one of the most master of this country, General V.K. Singh, who has been a 4-star as a general to serve the Indian Army. He's the man, a very, very rare commodity, that at his retirement, though he was in the government service, he filed a suit against Indian government to get the proper justice. So with this, having a great faculty today, may I invite General V.K. Singh on the stage and please address the august gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a great round of applause and honor V.K. Singh's presence.
Welcome to General V.K. Singh. We will have a short AV introduction of General V.K. Singh before he addresses us.
General Dr. Vijay Kumar Singh is currently the Honorable Union Minister of State for Civil Aviation and also for Road Transport and Highways. General Singh was previously the Union Minister of State for External Affairs. He also held independent charge of Ministry of Development of the Northeastern Region, Ministry of Planning and Statistics, and Ministry of Overseas Indian Affairs. He served as the 24th Chief of Staff in the Indian Army 2010 to 2012. In 2015, he spearheaded Operation Rahat for evacuation of Indian citizens and other foreign nationals from war-torn Yemen. In 2016, he led Operation Sankat Mochan to rescue Indians from South Sudan. In 2018, he led a mission to locate missing Indian workers in Iraq at a time when the country was fighting ISIS.
The present President and people are going to follow you, and all the Rotarians who are present here, a very good morning to all of you. And let me start by saying that it's always a pleasure to be amongst Rotarians because you people are actually involved in ensuring something that is good for the society and taking it right down to the last person who should benefit. I think you should all give yourselves a big hand. I've been called to a number of Rotarian change of presidents in the various districts. This is the first time that I've come to one which is international and a scale which is really large. all the people who are behind this need accolades for organizing an event which can house so many people and get people from all over the country. I would like to, after seeing the program that you did on education and the MOU with the TCS, there's one thing which I've always appreciated where the Rotarians are concerned. I don't know if you have noticed yourself or not. Whenever you are delivering projects or you are implementing projects, the trust that comes because you are absolutely transparent, impartial, and you ensure that the things are done properly, I don't think many other NGOs and organizations can claim that. It's something which is unique to the culture of Rotarians. Coming month, there are almost 2,000 plus bicycles that are being distributed by the Rotarians in Ghaziabad to girls who are going to government schools and are from poorer section of the society. And I was asking them, how have you identified? And they told me it has taken almost a month to identify, to make a database, and to carry out a check, just like what the audit people do or the income tax people do, to ensure that the right person has been chosen who should benefit. Now that is something unique which you all should be really proud of. There are many things that are said about how the militaries are. Militaries are meant for a particular task, and especially when Mahesh was talking about peace, militaries are also meant to enforce peace. Militaries are also meant to ensure that things are brought to a level where peace can prevail. And of course, militaries are involved in tremendous amount of violence when peace is disturbed. What is the expectation that you have from the militaries and what the expectations are from the militaries with you? That's something I think we need to ponder. What they would expect from you is that if it is a right cause, if it is a cause for ensuring the integrity, ensuring that things are kept to the level of progress that you are already making, then they require a wholehearted support from you. Similarly, what you expect from them is to give their utmost when the time comes. And let me, as somebody who spent 42 years in the army, say very proudly that your armed forces, and I'm purposely using the word your armed forces are trained, geared, and imbibed with the ethos that they will give their wholehearted sacrifice for anything that concerns the nation and the people of the nation. I really don't know if you are aware that the Indian Army has the highest rate of officer casualties all over the world. Pick up any military in the world and you will find that Indian Army has a ratio which is really high where officer to men casualties are concerned. And that is because officers of the Indian Army lead by example and are not scared to take on the bullets where the men are facing it. And it is, I was talking to Vivek, whom I know for a very long time, as a family. So when I came into or got pushed into politics, The first question, a lot of people like him who are friends asked me, how do you adjust? So I told him, we can adjust from the deserts of Rajasthan to Siachen. I'm sure we can adjust into this environment also. It's a different environment. It's a different sphere. And if you look at it from the point of view that you are here for service of the people, then adjusting is not difficult. But if you look at it in any other way, certainly, I think adjustment would be difficult from somebody who comes from a background like that of army. There are many things that are happening in the country today. The world is always churning many situations. We are witnessing something in the Europe. One thing which I would like to leave as a thought with you is, in the coming conflagrations that take place, truth is the first casualty. Nobody knows what is happening. There is so much of misinformation, so much of propaganda, so much of information war on which drowns the exact thing which is happening, and therefore it becomes very difficult to take a decision as to how things are. Nevertheless, as a country, we have been able to take out our students, and it goes to the credit of our Prime Minister that he was able to ensure that where people were in difficulty, especially in Kharkiv and Sumy, he was able to talk to both the leaders of Ukraine and Russia to ensure that we got time windows to take our people out. It's something unique. I witnessed this in Yemen also, where we were able to take time because he spoke to the King of Saudi Arabia to give us 2 to 3 hours every day when we started our evacuation exercise so that we could take out our people. It helps. And therefore, as a nation, if you maintain good relations with various countries, it can help in getting our people out. And let me tell you, our people are in all the 193 countries that exist in the world. Everywhere. And we also have a unique characteristic as Indians. We love to move out when the shell is actually falling on us. We don't move out earlier than that. We don't listen to advisories. We don't listen to any sane advice coming from parents or others. We just come at the last minute, and that throws up their own difficulties. But let me share with you that in all the evacuations I got sucked in, the last one was more interesting because I also had to evacuate pets. There were dogs, there were cats, there were rabbits, there were guinea pigs. And my first question to all these students used to be, did you come here to study medical science, or did you come here to keep pets with you? It was a very difficult thing, and you could see the attachment people had. We had to find ways how to send their dogs and cats and rabbits back home. And I hope they are surviving in this great heat of India, because those were meant for much cooler climates. On serious note, in a society, you need people who can lead the society in the right direction. As they say in the military forces, a pack of sheep led by a lion will act as lion, but a pack of lions led by a sheep will act as sheep. It is you who are in that segment of society where you can lead the society in the right direction. And I would like to emphasize this, that as you go back, please take this with you, that you are the ones who have had the fortune, who have had the good luck to be part of this organization called the Rotary, and you are a Rotarian who is not only working for the society, but is also there to lead the society in the right direction. And if you can do that, let me tell you, 3/4 of the problems of the country will be solved. Because you are the ones who will tell them the right thing to do. And you are the people who will steer them in the right direction, which will mean progress of the society, upliftment of the society, ensuring that poverty elevation actually takes place on the ground, and you will also ensure that with your expertise, you are able to create entrepreneurs at that level, which will add to the wealth of the society. There's tremendous amount you can do. And I have great faith in your organization to do this job so that it makes the task of people like us easier to see a society which is already thriving. I think the type of works that you do, if you can coordinate them in a manner in which you can pull in people who actually, without any interest for themselves, want to work with you, do pull them in. You will benefit. You have done a great MOU with TCS. TCS is a good organization. They have done a tremendous amount of work. While in Ministry of External Affairs, I saw the program that they implemented, and that's how your getting passports has become easier. They're doing many programs. And if you have given them a clear vision, things do become all right. Today's world offers many opportunities, not only for your individual growth, but also for this country to make a mark for itself. There are many opportunities. I think a lot of time is wasted in trying to pull each other down. It's high time that we combined our strength and moved as one. And let me tell you, the day we do that, we will be the ones who will be admired for taking the society in the right direction. With these words, I wish you the very best. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
With these words, I think we had such a lovely, calm, composed, and peaceful general who spoke and got so many claps from this audience. I think he deserves Star India Rotary Award. And on behalf of all of you, I think let us present General V.K. Singh, Star India Rotary Award. And may I request our RI President, Shekharda, to please come up on the stage and present the award. Just to highlight a few things, with Shekhar's vision, Rotary this year helped several armed forces hospitals to install the oxygen concentrators. And we are also now participating in building several thousand toilets on the border.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big thank you to our Minister of State, Road Transport and Highway of India, General V.K. Singh, for that wonderful Peace the Only solution. And as an ode to soldiers on the borders, we have a special act which is dedicated to the great work that our soldiers do, inviting on stage to perform and showcase the ode on behalf of RIPC 2022. Please welcome We Company.
से जुनू तक है जाना हर कतरा मोल रहा अल्लाह सिर ते बन के कफन जद तुरिया तन के मौत नू वाचा बारे थर थर कंबदे सारे अल्लाह सिर ते बन के कफन जद तुरिया तन के मौत नू वाचा बारे थर थर कंबदे सारे ये दिल की मशाले जोश से जला के जलती लपटों को हमने हाथों में है थाम लिया है वो कर जाना के सारा जमाना फिर देगा मिसाला यारों सबको अपने नाम दिया ओ मैं लड़ जाना है लहू में एक चिंगारी जिद से जुनू तक है जाना हर कतरा मोल रहा अल्लाह सिर ते बन के कफन जद तुरिया तन के मौत नू वाचा बारे थर थर कंबदे सारे ओ छल्ला सिर ते बन के कफन जद तुरिया तन के मौत नू वाचा बारे थर थर कंबदे सारे वंदे देखो सबसे बड़ी हम मुझसे बस दो कदम पे देखो जीत खड़ी हम मुझे कब से इंतजार था आज की शाम का अब देखो क्या करता है ये बंदा हिंदुस्तान का जो किसी के भी आगे झुका नहीं हाँ मैं हूँ उस देश का बैठ के ले नजारा इस ट्रैवल और बेस का सीधा चलूं या चलूं ढाई ढाई चाल मैं खेल मेरा होगा ये देख लंबी रेस का मिट्टी का कर्ज है मैं मर के भी चुकाऊंगा तुझे मिट्टी कर दूंगा या फिर मिट्टी में मिल जाऊंगा जो भी कहा था मैं वो करके दिखाऊंगा इंडिया से हूँ खाली हाथ नहीं जाऊंगा मैं जब के पकड़ झाड़ दूंगा तुझको मैं उखाड़ दूंगा जहाँ से तू आया है ना वहीं तुझे गाड़ दूंगा तेरी जमीन पे आज तुझे ही पछाड़ दूंगा झंडा इंडिया का बेटे गाड़ दूंगा
Ladies and gentlemen, We Company, an ode to soldiers on the borders. Thank you so much. Before we move ahead, the special announcements. As you heard yesterday, very few extra registrations for the Dawat-e-Khas with RI President at the presidential dinner tonight. Out of the 25 that we opened up, 16 were taken away. Only 9 remaining on first come, first served. Please go to the counter outside the entrance. PDG John Daniel is available till 12:30 p.m. only. The same way, there's a lunch with the directors today. Due to a huge demand, 25 registrations were opened up. So if you want to have lunch with the directors in the afternoon, please go and register for that. Past, current and future governors, the Visakha Vista registration for the Zone Institute in December 2022 is open at the counter outside. So those of you who have not registered, register now for Visakha Vista. And finally, for the biggest event, the Houston Rotary International Convention, the South Asia reception registrations are also open. Back to RI Director Dr. Mahesh Kodbagi to take us to the next part of this plenary. Thank you.
Friends, after seeing that lovely performance, I felt like saying that these border security forces and our soldiers who are there, that is the reason we are having such a peaceful life. Can you have one round of applause and say, Bharat Mata Ki? Bharat Mata Ki? And that's, thank you, thank you. So, let's move from the national border and national security and national armed forces to the international scenario. Friends, we have a session called Peace Beyond Borders, a panel discussion led by Rukmini Iyer, and we handpicked few ambassadors who are smart and along with their partner who are very beautiful. And they all are here to have a discussion, Peace Beyond Borders. So may I request Rukmini to escort the ambassador of Cuba, the ambassador of Egypt, and the ambassador of Paraguay, and please get them on the stage.
Rukmini Iyer, Rotary Peace Fellow. Over the last 21 years, she has worked across the globe with corporate organizations, the development sector, communities, and individuals through the modalities of consulting, facilitation, coaching, and dialogue. Her work spans the areas of leadership development, organization design and development, assessment centers, instructional design, diversity, equity and inclusion, peace education, interfaith dialogues, democracy and public leadership, etc. Ladies and gentlemen, Rukmini Iyer, Rotary Peace Fellow. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's our moderator, Rukmini Iyer. We also have, as Director Mahesh said, our 3 ambassadors as panelists. It's my pleasure to announce each one, and please welcome them as we play their AV intro. We have the Ambassador of Cuba to India, His Excellency Alejandro Simancas Marin. Can we have a look at His Excellency's intro video, please?
His Excellency Alejandro Simancas Marin is a law graduate from Moscow, Soviet Union, and a postgraduate in Foreign Commerce and Foreign Affairs. He has served as the official of the Chamber of Commerce of the Republic of Cuba, official of the Division of Trade Policy with Western Europe at the Ministry of Foreign Trade, official of the European Division at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the first secretary at the Embassy of Cuba to Turkey, Deputy Director of the European Division at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Counselor and second head of mission at the Embassy of Cuba to the Russian Federation, Deputy Director of the European and Canadian Divisions at the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and is the Ambassador of Cuba to St. Lucia. Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency Alejandro Simancas Marin.
Welcome, Ambassador. Our next panelist, Ambassador of Egypt to India, His Excellency Wael Mohammad Awad Hamed. Let's have a look at the intro.
Ambassador Wael Hamed has over the past 3 decades served in the Egyptian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, where he started his career working on Egypt's relations with the European Union and participating as a junior member in a number of working groups and the negotiation rounds over the association agreement between Egypt and the EU. During his mid-career years, he followed up on the implementation of the agreement and also served as an advisor to the Foreign Minister on European issues. This extensive knowledge and experience qualified him to serve as a senior negotiator on the association agreement between Egypt and the United Kingdom during the transition period to Brexit. Through his tenure in several key capitals, Berlin, Beijing, Moscow, Washington, D.C., Ambassador Hamid gained extensive knowledge and insights on global affairs and international issues, which qualified him to serve as foreign policy advisor to the National Defense Council of Egypt, before being nominated as Egypt's ambassador to India and Bhutan. He started his tenure in New Delhi in September 2021. Besides his professional career, Ambassador Hamid is also an avid reader on history and international issues, and is above all a loving husband and a caring father for 2 sons. Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency Ambassador Wael Hamid.
Welcome, Ambassador, and our panelist, Ambassador of Paraguay to India, His Excellency Fleming Raul Ramos.
His Excellency Fleming Raul Duarte Ramos has a unique combination of profound knowledge, wide-ranging expertise, and outstanding administrative experience. His comprehensive understanding of the geopolitical relationships and the vision for the future is commendable. His Excellency's steady and diverse growth as an envoy, a thinker, planner, and an administrator reflect in his skills and dynamism, which helped him to establish many landmarks in his life. Of special mention is his contribution as a President and CEO of the National Petroleum Corporation, as a Director of Central Bank, and as a Country Manager in Development International and Multilateral Organization. He was instrumental and played a key role in the creation of the first country development bank in Paraguay. His Excellency is held in high esteem and respect for his qualities of leadership and exceptional skills, versatility and pragmatic action. An economist, he has for more than 25 years participated in the several negotiations on trade facilitation, designed finance programs for value chains, including budgeting, program planning, project management, staff training and development. Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency Fleming Raul Duarte Ramos.
Welcome to all our panelists. Over to the moderator, Rukmani Iyer, for Peace Beyond Borders, a panel discussion.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon. Welcome, ambassadors. The context of this conversation is that we are in a world where people are fast losing hope in political processes as far as the conflict in the world goes. At the same time, given the recent events, including the pandemic, escalations in Afghanistan, in Ukraine, and in several other parts of the world, we are also seeing a very hopeful sign, which is that of civil society stepping up in a very big way to respond and not to disengage from situations that are otherwise labeled political. Dr. Kodbaki had earlier mentioned about conflict being a bit of a constant in our lives right now. As a peace builder, I would go so far as to say that when we speak about peace, peace is really about creating a safe space for conflict. Conflict is an evolutionary impulse. It is essential for our life. However, can we create space for conflict in a way that it is worked through with dialogue, with conversation, perhaps even with art and with culture, and not through violence? And that's the possibility we're looking to explore as we talk about and think about how can civil society step up as peace builders and as conscious citizens. And with that context in mind, ambassadors, I also want to let you know that one specific way in which Rotary and Rotarians have been engaging with peace building is with a partnership with the Institute for Economics and Peace, IEP. And several Rotarians present here may also be what is labeled as positive peace ambassadors. IEP has a framework which consists of 8 pillars of positive peace, which help in sustaining peace and creating systems which sustain peace around the world. And the 8 pillars that are worked on, and several Rotarians here would be familiar with, include well-functioning government, equitable distribution of resources, free flow of information, good relations with neighbors, neighboring countries, high levels of human capital, acceptance of the rights of others, low levels of corruption, and very importantly, sound business environment. And so in this conversation, we will navigate through stories, ideas, which will hopefully help us as civil society, particularly as Rotarians, to connect deeper with peace building and think about how do we engage more actively as peace builders. And we should hopefully have time for 2 rounds of questions if we keep our responses to under 5 minutes, so that's a request to each of you. Ambassador Hamid, if I may start with you. Both our contexts, Egypt and India, have had several historical references of both citizens and rulers stepping up as peace builders, having realized the futility of conflict. Emperor Ashoka comes to mind from here, President al-Sadat comes to mind from Egypt. Would you like to reflect on what is the role of Egypt and of India in the current context that we're living in?
Well, thank you very much, Rukmini, for this wonderful introduction we just seen on the screen, and also for giving me the chance to speak about Egypt and also about India. And I can't miss the opportunity without saying that ever since I came into this place, I've been feeling the positive vibes. You can hear me? Sure. Oh, this is better, I hope. Good. So I was saying that ever since I came into this place, I've been feeling the positive vibes and the dedication that was put into this event. And I really appreciate that it's something that immediately flows. And even though I'm not personally a Rotarian, but my wife is, and I came to understand what Rotary is all about. And I will take this opportunity also to say that even though I'm not part of Rotary, but we as diplomats, we are serving for peace. And as Egypt and as India, we are all nations that are striving for peace. And I'm glad that you mentioned stories. And here I would like to speak about very few personalities, 4 personalities in fact, that played a major role in this. First of all, we can think about Ramses II. Ramses II, he ruled in Egypt between 1279 and 1213 BC, and after a long battle of Kadesh against the Hittites, he decided that we should not do war anymore. We will go into a peace treaty that ever since then, that at that time was called the Eternal Peace Treaty. And it's very important to read how the preamble of this treaty started. It says that this treaty will bring brotherhood and eternal peace between Egypt and the Hittites, and it's concluded between the powerful Hattusili. These are the ones who actually lost the war of Kadesh, the Hittites, son of the great and powerful Mursilis, son of the great and powerful Suprilamus, even though they had lost the war. From one side. From the other side, the great and powerful Ramses II, son of the great and powerful Menratme, son of the great and powerful Menretre. These are the victors. Both of them were honored. This is very important to note. The second personality I would like to speak about is Ashoka the Great. We all know that Ashoka the Great, after having subjugated the most of the Indian subcontinent, and after the Battle of Kalinga in 261 BC, he decided that war is not the way, that we should be building the life of the ordinary people is more important, and therefore we should rule for peace and through peace for the lives, not for the continuous expansion of the empire, but for building up of the empire. This is a very important thing. The third personality I would like to speak about is Mahatma Gandhi. We all know about Mahatma Gandhi. What Mahatma Gandhi did was he decided that non-violence is the way. Non-violence is the way that we should strive for independence, strive for freedom. And this is the way that all nations should be taking. And at the end, the Indian nation came out victorious in 1947 when India regained its independence. So this is something that we have to remember. Unfortunately, he gave up his life for his ideals, but it's important to understand that he actually pursued his dream and he was successful in it. Now, the last one I would like to speak about is President Sadat. And we always sometimes remember of the 30-year war in Europe, but there was also a 30-year war between Egypt and Israel between the 40s and 1973 when we had the last war between them. Egypt came out victorious of the 1973 war, but President Sadat decided that he is going to go to Israel itself to speak in front of the Knesset, the parliament there, to advocate for peace and to say that no matter who is going to be killed in war, this is a human being that we all should respect, and to extend his hand to Israel and to make sure that peace will prevail. And peace since then, since the mid-70s until now, has prevailed between both countries. So I don't want to take long of this, but it is very important to, having spoken about these four personalities, great personalities, to come up with some takeaways. And I would like to read them out, if you allow me. First one, peace takes leadership from men who understand the sufferings caused by war, often after having won a war and using this victory to realize a vision. Not the vision of a victorious general, but the vision of a wise statesman. The second important takeaway is even if one party has suffered a humiliating defeat, he must be treated with dignity and respect by the victor. Because enmity turns into partnership, and thus enmity turns into partnership, and peace prevails. Humiliating the enemy is only a formula for sustained wars and sufferings. A third takeaway, peace often comes at a high cost. And in some cases, like in the case of Mahatma Gandhi and President Sadat, it comes at the cost of a man's life. But a peacemaker is willing to go all the way to realize his dream, sacrificing his most precious assets, even his life, for the pursuit of a higher principle. The fourth and final takeaway, peace is not the absence of war. Peace is not surrender. Peace is rather a strategy that requires deeper understanding of the trajectory of history and a deeper understanding of the place of man at one end, and the place of beasts at the other end. Let me say a final word here. India and Egypt are peace-loving countries, and just like we heard before, our militaries are not there to create war. Our militaries are there to preserve peace, as a matter of fact. And I think at this time of conflict in many places in the world, we have to remember this, that keeping military strength is extremely important, but in order to keep peace, not to make war. We all have to learn that, and I hope that humanity will learn from both countries and from the four leaderships that I have mentioned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. I think that's a lot of inspiration and a lot of reframing that's packed into those few minutes of what you shared. Ambassador Ramos, if I may come to you next. You're an economist, and you've had experience both in terms of business finance as well as development finance, and a lot of Rotarians here also work in the finance space. A lot of Rotary projects have to do with microfinancing as well. And I remember you mentioning when we connected earlier about your work in terms of using microfinance as a peacemaking tool, and also about bringing about gender parity when you look at supporting women with microfinance. So what would your thoughts be around what Rotarians could also look at in terms of peace building through economic systems?
Thank you very much. And I would like to thank the president of Rotary International and all his team for this tremendous meeting. Actually, I became Rotarian very recently, last year, from the hand of Mrs. Julia. I think as an ambassador, as a Rotarian, we have several activities that are in parallel. Peacemaking is one of them. We promote peace, but at the same time, we promote economic development. I was very lucky to have a good education. I was very lucky to be exposed in different grounds, in the field, and also right now as an ambassador. I think one of the most striking problems right now is poverty. The real enemy of the world is poverty. So we have to fight poverty and not fight ourselves. We need cooperation for this endeavor. There are organizations multilaterals working for this, but it's not enough. We have to join effort within the society, the community, also educate and also train the base of the pyramids. One of the challenges is actually to get a better quality of life, but it's not an easy task. Poverty is a complex phenomenon. I really believe in small projects. I believe also in larger projects. Just, I would like to mention also this large project that Paraguay took with Brazil and Argentina, our big neighbors. It's not easy to be a neighbor with big countries. But after big words, we joined effort and built a hydel plant in our borders. One with Brazil, the Itaipu plant, and the other one with Yacyretá, with Argentina. And now we are sharing same interests, although problems will continue, but we have a higher aspiration for our community, for our citizens. So, peace, stability is very important for economic growth. And economic growth also is very important for peace. They are, I think, a coin with two sides. One of the most important objectives of the development goals, sustainability development goal, actually is peace stability. So most of the objectives also go through that. I would like to just to convey some experience in the field with microfinance, financing the informal sector, the underprivileged, and especially women's. Women's in our society play a big role because they raise the country after ashes. So we respect very much women, and I think that one of the ways to empower women is to give them the skills, capacity building, vocationals, and of course, finance. But for that, we had to change the rules, the formal rules. Financial institution of financial development plays a big role in development, but as I say before, with all rules, it won't work. What are these rules? Actually, how to the banks, to the development organizations, go to the customers. Usually, in the past, customer goes and now they go to the bank. But this approach is to, for the banks to visit these small units. Since these small units doesn't have information, because the banks, in order to grant a loan, they need information about these small units. How they will do this? Training specialists, loan officers that goes and construct the balance in order for the bank to grant the loans. There are other organizations like NGOs or cooperatives credits also. They all play a very important role. As I say before, it's very important the cooperation, not only the institution in the country, but also internationally. Sometimes when we started this project, I took these loan officers and the managers for a work trip. So they went to another country to see how they were granting these small loans. And also I have to mention, thanks to technology. Before technology, in the past, millions and millions of small loans couldn't happen. I just heard that you have also signed an agreement with Tata Consulting That is also a very important agreement, I believe, because these solutions, especially for the banking system, for the small credit, is crucial. Otherwise, it's very difficult to manage million and million of loans. We started a small project with $10 million, and now it's about $400 million. The whole system has been involved, but not only the formal system, as I said before, also the cooperative loans system, the NGOs, and they learn each other. I think that is another aspect that has to be present. We have to be open to learn. Every day we open, with open mind, we learn. And that is our essence, to learn and to also apply what we have been doing in the past and to transfer that experience. I really believe in South-South cooperation because our economies are quite similar. And now, after the pandemic and all the conflicts in the world, I think we have to concentrate in South-South cooperation. That is my first message, and also I would like to thank my colleagues here. We are all here because we are working together in diplomacy, but at the same time we are also coinciding in other activities like the Rotary activities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. It's interesting how any system can be reimagined and re-engineered to become a peace-building system, should we have the will to do it. Thank you for naming that. Ambassador Marin, you've got a wide amount of experience, but I'm going to zone into something really specific, which is your connection with Russia. You've been a student in Russia. Later in life, you've also served at the embassy in Russia. And so given that background, I'm sure all of us here are certainly keen to hear your comments around the current Russia-Ukraine situation, particularly given that we are also beginning to experience a rather direct impact of it. India is already going into a coal energy crisis. The Sri Lankan economy was breaking down, but it was accelerated a lot by the Ukraine situation. So given this context, would you have any thoughts on how could, again, civil society step up in not quite avoiding the disaster, but really mitigating the situation and meeting it in a way that the damage is minimized?
So first, namaskar everybody. Please receive the message of friendship from Cuba. It's a pleasure, a honor, and a high commitment to be here. So, Cuba has advocated for a peaceful and negotiated and long-standing solution for the situation in Ukraine. A peaceful and negotiated solution that will guarantee the security, the sovereignty for all and the regional and the global stability and the peace, of course. We consider that the threats created by the expansion of NATO to the east should be observed in order to secure all the necessary peace on the region and, of course, globally. We, of course, share the concern about the unfavorable situation of the world market, both in fuels and commodities. This affects everybody, all the countries, and above all, affect all the more vulnerable countries and the more vulnerable people in the world. As my colleague from Paraguay refers, the poverty, and particularly the extreme poverty, is the biggest challenge for all of us, and we should work together in order to mitigate all this situation, based on the international law, based on the cooperation, based on the dialogue, based on the solidarity. and of course based on the multilateralism and the international organization, not based on the interests of political or military dominance and hegemony in the world. In that way, we are against the promulgation of unilateral economic coercive measures. We consider that this only affect the people and affect the development of the peoples and not the real, and they don't pursue a real interest for the solution of the different conflicts in the world, and particularly in this case in Ukraine. Cuba has been an object of maybe the longest economic, commercial, and financial blockade from the United States for more than 60 years. So we know very well what is being on the subject of coercive unilateral measures. Those measures, the United States blockade, has been and continues to be the main obstacle for the social and economic development of my country. So I use the opportunity here today to express the gratitude to India for being together with us in the demand to lift the blockade to my country. So that's why we really we are talking from the knowledge about the being an object of economic unilateral coercive measure. Regarding the civil society and the role that it can play, I would like to very briefly to refer the steps that has been undertaken in my country, in Cuba, particularly during the last year. In April 2019, we adopted a new constitution, and which is aimed to different aspects, particularly to different aspects of the society in order to expand the role of the civil society. Just for example, in the last 6 months, more than 3,000 new micro and small companies has been created. And with those companies have the objective not only has the business interest, they are very linked to the interests of the community, of the different communities, and very close to the social interests of the people in the community. We have been expanding the autonomy of the local powers in the provinces, in the municipality. We have been stimulating the microcredit, the micro-business, and we share the values of the representative democracy, but we do believe in the values of the participatory democracy of all society in the political power and in the decision-taking process at the national level, but also in the communities, in the provinces, in the municipalities. And all this system has been expanded, particularly in the last 2-3 years. This is a fundamental element of the society in order to continue improving what we consider our democratic structures, in order to continue reinforcing the national health system, in order to continue reinforcing the national educational system, which are a fundamental part of our society. Cuba, in a very humble way, but we have achieved a very important element of the Millennium Global objective, particularly in the field of education, in the field of health, creating a system of a universal and free education and health for all the Cubans, achieving the goals of providing the necessary food for all Cubans, and trying to reach a very important level of equity and equalitarian system in our society. So, in a very humble way, this is something that we can show in a positive way. And of course, it's not a perfect system, it's not a perfect democratic system, but it's something that we are proud of. And we are ready, of course, to share the experience with all the world, with different countries, with different communities and people. It's important to create a world system based on the dialogue and cooperation in order to learn from each other. I would like very briefly to refer, talking about peace beyond border, that a very important element to achieve that, as I said from the beginning, is the international collaboration, the international solidarity, the international dialogue. And in that sense, I would like to, very briefly, to show the Cuban Solidarity International activity, which is a very important part of our foreign policy. Right now, more than 50,000 Cuban doctors are working abroad in the most difficult places in Latin America and the Caribbean, in Africa, in Asia, and even in the Pacific Ocean. More than 50 Cuban brigades are working in different vaccines that we have developed, the technology with the underdeveloped world, with the people who really need it. The international medical cooperation is a fundamental part of our foreign policy, and we will continue reinforcing that. So, in a very humble way, this is something from which we are also proud of. So thank you very much. Once again, this is not only a pleasure and a honor, it's a commitment to be here to continue working for our bilateral relationship with India and for the peace for all of us beyond borders. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. We've got a few minutes, and each of you have decades of track one diplomacy experiences behind you, and here is a community, well, a macrocosm of a much larger community that's really well situated to take up track two processes, because it's an eclectic bunch of professionals, businessmen. Also, beyond the Rotarian community, we also have Rotractors, Rotary Peace Fellows, and therefore here's a community that can really make a difference in terms of peace building in the world. And so here's a common question to each of you, which is, what is perhaps one piece of wisdom that you might share from your track one experience, which could be transferred to this community as something that could be useful in creating track two processes? Ambassador Hamid, if you would like to start.
Thank you very much. I think one of the things that I have learned from throughout my career is that business is not necessarily mercenary, meaning that it's not necessarily driven only by profit. It is also driven by morals. It's also driven by an objective, a goal, something that the business wants to achieve for the betterment of humankind. And I have found throughout my career, I've been working for the bigger part of my career on international trade issues. And I found out that usually when you have enmity between countries, the countries tend to demonize each other and demonize the people of the other country. The fact is, this is absolutely not true. We are all human beings. We all share the same dreams, the same desires, the same aspirations of decent living, of peace, of prosperity, of giving our children a proper education, of giving our families a better life, a higher living standard. We are all the same kinds of human beings. And I found out that through trade, when countries trade with each other, they don't only trade in goods or commodities, they also trade in ideas, in values. And this eventually brings both people of these countries that used to have animosities together, trade brings them closer so that they can start developing their own shared values and their own shared perspectives and mutual admiration and understanding. This is something that was very important in the context of the Middle East in particular. We were part of the Barcelona process in the Middle East that was aiming at creating a comprehensive free trade area between the European Union and the southern Mediterranean countries. including a country like Israel that was for a very long time looked at as a hostile country. But lately we have been seeing that our countries and a country like Israel are starting to deal with each other, something that I think is extremely important. Trade does bring people together. Trade is not necessarily, and business in general, is not necessarily mercenary. This is something that we all have to keep in mind. Even if our main objective is to derive some kind of financial gain, this should not be our only goal, should not be our only objective. Something more human has to be behind it, has to drive us in order for us to be doing our share in service, in serving this, the world that we're living in. And I remember with great admiration the quote that we have seen yesterday, that service is the rent for the space that we are occupying in this world. So we have to service. We have to do something for humanity. Thank you very much for doing this.
Thank you. Ambassador Ramos, would you like to go next?
Yes, I think that also I was listening yesterday that all the periods of the history has been full of, say, very gloomy people that they want only to serve themselves. I think we have to think out of the box. That is the most important aspect that I can share with you, and also democratize capitals. The danger of the capital system is the concentration of wealth in very few hands. So these companies have more responsibility than governments. They have to take care of the society because the long-term license comes from the society. Maybe society is not very well educated yet, but in highly educated societies, they are deciding where to invest, what to buy. They want a story behind a product. What is that story behind the product? How they can commit and also contribute to fight poverty from the demand side. I think that's why corporate social responsibility, I have been also in that field before I joined the Foreign Service. I was working with the Global Compact in my country. We launched the Global Compact. Right now, there are about 150 companies working for these purposes. They don't know how to do projects with corporate social responsibility. But we Rotarians know how to do it, how to reach people. I think we are very important to fill those gaps, we can channel and how to teach the companies who are willing to also contribute, not only from the charity point of view. Maybe social responsibility or corporate responsibility start with charity. But the values system has to permeate, has to be in the core of the corporate growth. If I really want to become sustainable, I have to take care of the society. I have to contribute with education. Of course, they are contributing with taxes. Of course, that's the first corporate social responsibility, to earn money. But they have to go forward with other values. Climate change is another aspect. The company has to be responsible for the climate also, because they are using a lot of resources. I think that Rotarians, as I said before, as a bridge, as an ambassador for services, we can help a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Ambassador Murray?
So I think the Rotary Club has shown and can show great experience in order to fight the poverty, in order to create a world of social commitment and human solidarity. This has been very important, and we have to recognize highly. That's why I think, of course, business and economy is the base of any society, any country, but the economy growth itself is maybe useless without the human development, without the social development, without reaching that great economic, material wealth that we are creating, without reaching to each of all of us, to all the people in our countries, in the world. I think the only way to achieve that and to overcome the problems that we are facing in the world, and particularly, of course, the poverty, the extreme poverty, the lack of education, the lack of health, is rethinking our system, rethinking the way we distribute the world, rethinking the international commercial structure, and creating a better and fairer system of social justice for all of us. Of course, based on the respect, based on the cooperation, based on international solidarity, based on the multilateralism, based on the respect of the different countries to establish their political and social system according to their decision and according to the cultural, historical, and geopolitical situation they have, based on the respect of the diversity, and always coming from the idea that we have a lot of things to learn from each other, and based on the idea that we all are human beings and we deserve a better possible world. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And what each of you said had a lot of personal resonance for me as well, because most of my work is at the intersection of business and peace building. And one conversation that I often have with heads of organizations is that yes, profit is essential for sustainability, and at the same time saying that the purpose of business is profit would be like saying that the purpose of life is breathing, and that we know is not quite true. There is a larger purpose for business as a critical component of human existence on this planet. So thank you for underlining that message as well. And with that, we are, I think, running out of time. Thank you so much for your presence and for your wisdom. And I'm sure, I'm saying this on behalf of each one of us present here, we really appreciate the perspectives that come from each of you. Thank you very much. Back to you.
Thank you, Rukmini, for that session, very well moderated. And to all the three ambassadors, we wish we could have a lot of time to understand the more global perspective of each and every word what is said. Friends, you know that Rotary is absolutely on the same footprints what they're always saying. We are a non-political, but we are here to serve to change a life. We are here as humanity in action. Whether it's Ukraine, we raised $10 million in less than 30 days of time. So our priority is relief and rehabilitation rather than coming into the political or such country conflicts. So it was a lovely time, and I must thank Julia to coordinate all this entire program and request her to please come up on the stage and give a token of appreciation to all our ambassadors and moderator, and Alok to express his gratitude for this entire panel discussion.
Thank you, RA Director Mahesh.
Friends, with this inspiration of this summit, one of the ambassadors over here has shown his willingness to become a Rotarian. And may I request our President Shekhar to pin the ambassador from Cuba.
And ambassador is going to be the member of Rotary E-Club of Progressive Thinkers. May I request Rotarian Soha to come on the stage, please?
May I request the First Lady Rashi, please come up on the stage.
Good afternoon, all. Good afternoon, all. Thank you is a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It must be felt by heart. I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion. I would like to thank all the honorable delegates who blessed us with their presence. I am also very much thankful to all committee members and the invited speaker. Words are not enough to thank their constant guidance and support to shape the presidential conference. I, on behalf of the organizing committee, convey deep regards and hearty thanks to Honorable Minister, Retired General V.K. Singh ji. We are so fortunate that such a illustrious personality is amongst us today. You are one of the people who has walked the talk of peace with your contribution to the evacuation efforts in Ukraine. Listening to your pearls of wisdom has enlightened us about the contribution we can make towards furthering the cause of peace. Rotary has been working on peace for decades, but your thoughts today has given us a clear vision to work on. My sincere thanks to Ms. Rukmani Iyer for moderating such a meaningful panel discussion on peace beyond borders. It is a discussion very relevant in today's tough time that the entire world is facing. Today, my words are not enough to express the gratitude to His Excellency, Ambassador of Cuba, His Excellency Muhammad Awad Hamid, Ambassador of Egypt, and His Excellency Dimitova, Ambassador of Bulgaria to India, who grace us with a part of panel discussion, Peace Beyond Border. I would like to thank our beloved Rotary International President, Shekhar Mehta, for his constant support and guidance that ignited a source of energy within us. We will remain ever grateful to you, and we thank you for being with us today. In the end, I would like to thank to event convener Kamal Sangvi and Chairman Ravi Vadlamani for their untiring efforts to make this event a grand success. Lastly, but not the least, I want to thank all the Rotarians and Rotaractors who are sitting in the audience. In the end, I would like to leave everyone with a small couplet on peace, a food for thought, if you may. जंग तो कुछ रोज होती है, जंग तो कुछ रोज होती है, लेकिन जिंदगी बरसों तलक रोती है. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, past Governor Alok Gupta ji, for that expression of gratitude. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was our session on peace through service, our plenary 4. Well, you know, this presidential conference has been a great success because we have great sponsors. Let's have a round of applause and thanks to our title sponsor, Dreamscape. They're enriching lives and they're definitely enriching RIPC. We also have a session sponsor for the next one, but our convener would like to say something right now.
So are you all having a good time? Yes? Are you entering here to learn? And you're becoming more knowledgeable? So I ask each one of you for your kind consideration. We are running about 40 minutes late. I apologize for that, but we started about 30 minutes late today. Because you know why? I saw each one of you dance last night. So how many danced last night? All right, so I ask for your indulgence. Can we cut the lunch break by half an hour? Is that okay with all? So we will continue with the session and the lunch break will be half an hour delayed, okay? All right, can I have a hands up for everybody? Thank you.
Thank you, convener. Thank you, Rotarians. Your increased ability to adapt is always perfectly in line with our action plan. Well, as we said, let's have a look at the Dreamscape audiovisual, our title sponsor.
Namaste, this is Dr. Tejaswini Manogna, Miss India Earth 2019. All India's best curator of NCC, Bharatnatyam artist, yoga practitioner and eco-activist, a motivational speaker, and proud to be the brand ambassador of NNR Dreamscape.
Thank you very much, Dreamscape, and thank you, Miss Earth 2019, for being the brand ambassador. Well, we are moving to fighting disease, and we have a very apt session sponsor. A big thank you to our session sponsor, Ma ENT Hospital. Can we please have a look at their audiovisual? Thank you so much, our session sponsors, Ma ENT Hospitals, for being our sponsor here and for the wonderful work that we do. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Plenary 5, Reach Within to Embrace Humanity, is all about fighting disease. And if there's one man who knows how to serve and serve every area of focus of Rotary, it is our Rotary monk who's going to chair this session. Let's have an intro and welcome the session chair, the Rotary monk of our zone, Ravi Vadlamani. Can we have the session chair intro, please?
A monk who makes miracles. A monk who believes in scales, because scales satiates the cause. One man can make a difference, and everybody must definitely try. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you the one and only Rotary monk, Ravi Vadlamani.
Thank you friends and family of Rotary. Great honor and privilege to talk to you. And today I've been asked to talk to you about fighting disease by Rotary and all of us. I would first want to talk to you about what Rotary is doing all over the world, and especially in India, on fighting disease. But I do know that we have very interesting speakers today. And some of them were very famous celebrity speakers. So first, rule number 1, stay here. And we are also going to have some very large projects that are being inaugurated. Can I have the lights here, please? Kamal? Is Kamal around? I think Shekhar and others are not here. Kamal, Shekhar is here. Yeah, so we will, let me then make some introductory remarks, and I'll tell you some interesting things. The biggest fighting disease, of course, is Rotary's corporate project, which we are all aware, the polio eradication project. I'll tell you this, friends, no non-profit organization, no NGO in the world has ever dreamt to eradicate a disease in the world. Rotary International, your organization, our organization is the only organization who dreamt and is able to achieve that kind of a project. Somebody was talking about doing projects every 15 days. Do you know, friends, Rotary and Rotary International, Rotary India does a project every half a second on disease prevention across the globe. Rotary India alone has done 68,000 projects this Rotary year till now, which means we are doing a project every 7 minutes. We are also volunteers of 1.3 million, now 1.4 million of chartered accountants. Our world leader is a chartered accountant, a professional. We are all professionals and we work for the society and we work with the heart. So this session is all about working with heart. This session is all about working with the mind. This session is all about doing miracles. And this session is not about building temples, mosques, and masjids and churches. But this session is all about building temples of service. Friends, do you know what I call as the Erode syndrome? When the pandemic was there through the country and through the world, you know, one Rotary club led by past Governor Saga and the Erode Rotarians have decided to construct a 410-bed hospital with 70,000 square feet, with 20 crores outlay. But here, listen to this. They have built this hospital in 45 days. I call it the Erode syndrome. If Rotarians from Erode are there, take a bow and give them a big round of applause if they are here in the auditorium. We're really proud of you, fellow Rotarians. So let every club has this Erode syndrome. So friends, today we are going to digitally launch a few projects. We are, in this course of the session, we are going to do some miracles. I told you yesterday when I was welcoming you that this conference is all about people of action. I told you that this conference is all about the heart. I told you this conference is all about doing good in the world. So today morning, our president has launched a program of a mobile eye hospital. Yesterday, he's launched a mammography bus. And since Shekhar is not here, I will, can I ask Samir to, quickly do the mammography bus launch so that our fellow Rotarians can see. I know it's a shift in the program, but we'll wait for Shekhar when he digitally inaugurates the diagnostic lab. Can we have that?
We'll just have the video of the mammography bus launch, which happened yesterday.
Yes. Please show it.
Can you just...
Okay, family of Rotary, that have been inaugurated yesterday for reasons of, we could not take all of them there, so we thought we will show you what they call in movies, the after movie film, the after the project film. So I'll just tell you briefly what Shekhar has inaugurated. He's inaugurated a mammography bus which actually operates in the states of Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. We tied up with the Mallaridi group of institutions to do cancer detection camps and bring cancer awareness in the rural women fold. This bus, of course, has been funded by the Rotary Foundation, and the Rotary Club of Amirpet is the key club. God has enabled me to give about $40,000, and that bus has been put in the memory of my mother who died of cancer. The second bus is a blood donation van from Rotary Club of Puttur. If Rotarians from Puttur are here, take a bow. They have, done it in a very fast pace. And my very dear friend from Finland, past governor and current director, Rotary International, Virpi was the one who funded it. Thank you, Virpi, for your generosity as always, in her district, and Mati. Thank you very much. The third was a cardiotherapy screening bus, and I keep forgetting, you do so many projects, sometimes you forget. But the third one is a cardio screening bus funded by Rotary, actually implemented by District 3160. Rotary Club of Kadapa was the lead partner, and Rotary clubs in Atlanta from 6920 have funded. The fourth one again is a blood donation van, and the fifth one is an ambulance, and the sixth one is yet another cancer detection bus. So Rotary works for disease prevention day in and day out in every second. So that is what I wanted to show, and then I would now request our honored guest, Sangeeta Reddy Garu from the Apollo Hospitals, who are doing some human service to the poor and the needy in the healthcare segment. And I would request Samit to show her AV, and I would request her to step forward and make her speech. Thank you, Sangeeta Reddy Garu. Before you come, for your, I know she's very busy. Naturally, she runs so many Apollo hospitals. But Rotary is very close to her heart, and we thank you. And please give a big round of applause and welcome Srimati Sangeeta Reddy Garu.
Good afternoon and namaste. It's a great pleasure to be amongst you today, and let me begin by truly commending each one of you for this outstanding organization with a beautiful motto of service above self. It is truly inspirational. I would like to thank Dr. Subra not just for inviting me here so I can spend this time with all of you and get elevated in terms of the beautiful ideology that you share, but also for the great work that he does at the hospital. I am particularly impressed with your world president, Mr. Shekhar Mehta, and his dedication to health, to well-being, and making that one of the main themes of his president here, I think. I believe also he's only the fourth Indian to be the president, so congratulations. I also acknowledge and thank Mr. Kamal Sandvi. We've done some work together on a card, and you're putting together a great program. Of course, Mr. Vadlamani, it was inspiring to hear you. So a very, very good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity. I've been asked to speak about the democratization of healthcare. Can I have the pointer? I have a few slides. Thank you. So I'm going to use a few slides. I'm going to spend some time, and I'll go as quick as I can because I do realize that I'm standing between you and lunch. Forgive me if I'm going a little too fast, but I'd really like to cover the concept, because health is not an easy subject. It's complex, it's varied. But when you put the idea of democratization and say it's the power of the people, the right to choose, and juxtaposition that with the right to health, and say also that democracy, by the use of the word itself, means a universalization. It's an enablement for everybody to have healthcare. To give healthcare to the few, or to give healthcare to the rich, is possibly now possible in India. When my father, Dr. Reddy, came back to establish Apollo in 1983, most people went abroad for high-end surgery. In fact, that was the trigger for beginning Apollo. He lost a young man before he had enough time to raise $100,000 to go abroad to have heart surgery and to get his visa. And looking at his, 40-year-old wife and young children, he said, this should not happen. And when Indian doctors can cure and care for people all over the world, why don't we find a way to do it in India? So that was really the reason. So this is how do we bring health to this entire country of over 1.3 billion people. The Indian healthcare sector is estimated to be about 130 billion, and it's growing at about 15%, so faster than the growth rate of the GDP is the growth of the healthcare sector, not just because of the need, but many drivers. But among this, I think one of the most important aspects of healthcare is really that all of us over the last 2 years have been consumed by thoughts, by work, by service that all of you did of the pandemic or COVID. But the underlying pandemic in our country, the underlying epidemic, is really that of non-communicable disease. It is cardiac ailments, which is robbing us of our youth, and 71% of all deaths in India are due to non-communicable disease. 15 million people have premature deaths due to non-communicable disease, and 80% of all NCDs are really occurring in the low and the middle income people because they have not spent the money on screening and on prevention. And it is estimated that it will cost us $35 trillion. Besides this, I really want to talk very quickly about the changing face of healthcare, because within this changing face lies the solution to so much of what we can do, and also I think so much of what all of you are already doing. But really, the entire onus of the focus of care is shifting from not just being the responsibility of the doctor, but to an empowered healthcare team, which includes the well-informed individual as well as their family. So it's the wife who's taking her husband home after a bypass surgery and making sure that he's moved to a low-calorie or a low-fat diet. It's empowered teams who understand that diabetes is about control and that you can live a healthy life despite diabetes if you just manage the factors. So it's empowered teams which are changing. It's about the care setting moving from the hospital to the clinic, from the clinic to the home, and from the home to a ubiquitous 24/7 access to care, which is enabled by the mobile phone. The care is also moving in that large surgeries are moving to minimally invasive, and diagnostics is moving to point of care. And these technologies, the reason why they're so important is they will enable us to take healthcare to every corner of the country as well as to every part of the world. Also, three very important B's to remember in healthcare: biology, which is the deciphering of the genome; bytes, which is the processing capacity, which enables us to bring the CTs, the MRIs, the images, which can pick up an impending disorder at its early stage; and bandwidth, which is taking the power of doctors into rural India through telemedicine and telehealth. And the combination of these three B's is really helping us to build a new healthcare world where we can dream of health access to every single patient. This is also being driven by the patient, who's now empowered with knowledge, who understands that if he can do his banking from an ATM or a phone, why can't he have a teleconsult on the phone? He's asking for more, he's wanting to be healthy, and it is often being said that 60 is the new 40. So at 60, you want to be younger, fitter, do more. That's the time you're saying, I'll climb mountains. So there's no retirement. So all the youngsters in the audience, please note that the people who you so long thought older are no longer old, because it is this entitled and demanding patient who wants to stay healthier. The future model of healthcare, based on availability, accessibility, and quality of healthcare, is shifting, because no longer are we waiting for people to get sick and come in with a symptom and treat the symptom or the ailment. We're now doing proactive preventive screening of populations, like the mammography van that you just saw. If you don't do the mammography screening, you find the breast tumor at stage 3 and stage 4, where it costs more, where the mortality rate is higher, and the suffering to the patient and the family is far, far greater. So the whole aspect of care is shifting to become proactive and preventive, and that will enable a better quality healthcare. And it's in this setting that I'll share a few thoughts of what we are doing at Apollo towards this. Our mission, established in 1983, to bring healthcare of international standards within the reach of everybody, and to bring clinical care, education, and research. And everything we do should be for the benefit of humanity. It is in light of this that today, from starting with a 150-bed hospital in 1983, we today have more than 10,000 hospitals, 71 hospitals, 10,000 beds, and over multiple specialties. We have a large chain of clinics. We're looking at over 3,400 pharmacies, and now, very importantly, with 24/7, our digital app, with over 18 million people, we're in touch with them to build a new era of proactive preventive healthcare with access to medicine. And it is in this journey that we want to really turn this pyramid upside down and let's stay healthy. So I'm going to talk to you about some of these as well. And we're grateful to our country for trusting us, and to patients from over 140 countries for trusting us, and for all the awards that we have got over the years because of this commitment to quality and care. Today, over 150 million lives, the first multi-organ transplant, over 30,000 major transplant surgeries, over 150,000 bypass surgeries, which really was the reason we began, with a 99.3% success rate, which is on par with the best institutions anywhere in the world. These and many more milestones, but each one of these statistics is a story. Our first liver transplant surgeon, our first liver transplant patient is today a doctor who's working at Apollo Hospitals, Bangalore. And it is these things that we feel is truly, you know, Dr. Girinath gets invitation cards from the babies' parents that he's operated saying, my daughter's getting married, thank you for doing what you did. It is this human interest, and I think that's what drives all of you and drives all of us to keep working to make the world a better place and to enable access. But I think I want to share 1 minute about the most important. We can build hospitals, but we cannot bring affordability and sustainability of these unless we ensure universal health coverage. And insurance was something that in the year 2000, we started in our village in Aragonda, and I'm going to talk a bit more about total health later, but we started it there for 1 rupee a day. And we said, for the price of your coffee or the BD that you're smoking, please put 1 rupee aside so that you can enable care. So universal health access, and you may be hearing about it through the Pradhan Mantri Ayushman Bharat scheme. The beginnings of it started in that small village 20 years ago, but it's very important for us, as you aim for a polio-free country, please aim for universal access to health through insurance, because you cannot do everything free. Advanced healthcare needs sustainability. And while there's donations, the most powerful way is to take a small piece every year from individuals through insurance. We insure our car, but many people hesitate to insure their lives, so and their health. So this is about that. Because we're very short of time, I think we started late. I'm not going to go in through all the details. I will make sure that much of this is available with your health committee if you want to understand more about these. But just at the end of the day, we were on the steering committee of enabling this universal health insurance, and today 26,433 hospitals are empaneled, but more importantly, more than 7 crore cards have been issued. So that means that this many people who were below the poverty line, and health is the second largest reason for pushing people into indebtedness. We created fantastic hospitals, but it pained us every time to see somebody pawn their wife's jewelry or sell their land to be able to afford a surgery. And insurance is the single way to enable universal access to healthcare. So I'd request this, enlightened Rotary group to do whatever you can, whether it's the free insurance or subsidized insurance or paid insurance. Please let us together make sure that our country is universally covered. But insurance today is all about treating high-end disorders and disease, whereas we want to talk about health and not illness care. So I'm going to quickly talk about some concepts on innovative use of technology to enable this. Again, in that same village, Bill Clinton, in this same city, but in high-tech, the building in high-tech, pressed the button which connected Aragonda, our small village, with a large hospital. This was the first telemedicine program in the country. Today, I'm very, very happy to say that 22 years later, whether it's, the e-Sanjeevani scheme of the government or many, many private programs, the entire country is networked. So whether it's the common service centers or the PHCs, they have access to a medical opinion through the AIMS hospital, their district hospital, or through private hospitals. And this is transformational because through telemedicine, telehealth, connected mobile vans, connected common service centers and PHCs, we can focus on primary healthcare. and therefore ensure that we reduce the burden of disease. This is going to be one of the most powerful methodologies to transform the healthcare in our country. And here I talk about all the technologies possible, whether it's the chatbots, artificial intelligence, telehealth, to connect into every care environment in a single universal platform, which is truly what the National Digital Health Mission is trying to do. But moving forward, to enable this continuum of care so that a small GP, when he does a diagnosis, you don't repeat that diagnosis in the district hospital and repeat it once again if he comes to Apollo hospitals, because we have this continuum of care which is digitalized. This is the way that India is moving forward, and I think this is going to be transformational. The eSanjeevani program is currently operating in about 36 states. We at Apollo do about 10,000 teleconsults a day. But the power of this is about 2.6 crore teleconsults happening all over the country through the eSanjeevani program, and about 25 lakh app downloads. We also do a series of teleophthalmology, telecardiology, teleradiology, tele-ICU. And this again is part of the future of healthcare. Connected devices are going to bring that knowledge into these. This is one of my favorite examples of telehealth. 7 years ago, we started treating e-emergency in Kaza and Kailong, which are remote areas in the Himachal, in a government secondary care center, because 3 months of the year you can't even access this because of the snow. We have saved people with cardiac ailments. We have enabled them to move, given them the immediate resuscitation, defibrillated, all being monitored by Apollo Chennai's emergency center. And this is the power that we can make all centers of excellence connect into different centers all over the country, whether it's rural, it's remote, it's international. So the concept of a young India healing a graying world or taking care of a graying world, this remote care is possible across our country and across the world. So, we're doing it in the ICUs. So our e-ICUs connect with district headquarter hospitals, with small rural hospitals like the Argonda hospital that I spoke about, and also with super specialty hospitals in other parts of the world as well. The drone is another one which I think is very powerful. Imagine if you're transporting medicines to remote areas. Imagine if we could take a defib onto the highway and give a video instruct of how to save a cardiac heart. Or if you moved an organ from a district headquarter, flew it into the city hospital, you hear about the green channels of ambulance transfer. Those still take 2 to 3 hours. With a drone, we can get the organ within 2 hours. We are piloting the project with World Economic Forum and the Telangana government on the medical use of drones. So there is a huge opportunity to transform healthcare, and it is only through these technologies that we can dream of this democratized world. But this is another very important concept, and the concept of pro-health enables us to dream of a world where cancer is only a star sign, where strokes are only something that cricket players use, where sugar is just a jar in your kitchen. This reality can come together if we focus on prevention, and preventive healthcare is truly what pro-health is all about. It has a predict element, which is an artificial intelligence-enabled health risk assessment score, which we built based on the data of almost 450 billion data points of what is the precursor to who gets a disease. And we're trying to get better and better at predicting this. We then go into a moderated prevention checkup. A checkup is not just 5 tests or some standardized package. A prevention program is personalized to you, and after you've done that, you overcome that through your path to wellness, which is again connected to your mobile phone. I would urge all of you, we work to make the health checkup tax-free. So it is a tax write-off. Please spend the money to have your checkups, wherever you may have them, but have your checkup. Moving on, the future of medicine is precision medicine. Again, we don't have time, but I would just like to say that people today are dreaming of living to 100 years. I hope you Rotarians do so because you live such meaningful lives and live these lives full of energy, full of health, because you have used the power of prevention and the power of staying healthy. Moving on very quickly to this video, which kind of encapsulates everything that I've said, but I need to go back. Can I get that video to work, please? Yeah, and some audio on the video, please.
3 billion people, 4,000 cities and towns, over 6 lakh villages, have most doctors living in the cities. This leaves a huge population living in smaller towns and villages without access to quality health care. With the country within the grip of a pandemic, doctors and paramedics, even while working round the clock, could not meet the needs of the huge populace affected by the outbreak. Healthcare had to be taken to each and every home. But how? The answer was to transform access, experience and outcome through technology. Harnessing the powerful combination of technology and human ingenuity, we provided innovative care that was patient-centric. People needed access to care that was convenient, equitable and affordable when, where and how they demanded it. Whether it's one-to-one, virtually or at home. To support this, our Apollo 24/7 app with doctor on call, medicine on call, testing at home, all at a tap of a button became an instant hit. This step towards humanizing technology helped the clinicians to organize and coordinate virtual consultations and remote monitoring of patients involving the family members and caregivers. Our AI-enabled COVID risk assessment tool helped over 1.4 million people across 51 countries. Humanizing technology for the clinical staff was interesting in its own way. Our clinical dashboard helped clinicians work smarter and communicate better. Picture archiving and communication system helped our doctors to conduct a more accurate diagnosis with chronological view of their patient's medical history. Apollo e-Access, the modern and sophisticated critical care monitoring system for anytime, anywhere care, helped us reach out to the remotest places, providing quality critical care services round the clock. Similarly, teleradiology helped faster diagnostics, provided improved and affordable consultation for patients in rural areas, with expert physicians and radiologists sitting miles away. Humanizing technology means bringing the human connection back into the core of healthcare. In the midst of the pandemic, we at Apollo Hospitals ensure that millions of lives are improved across the country so that the land of festivals, culture and heritage continue to remain a healthy place.
So thank you. I'm going to skip this one and end with a project which I think Rotarians will connect with, and I hope that this is our CSR project. I hope that we can partner to do more and take this to other parts of the country. In the Total Health Project, I'm sorry if the font is small, but we began by ensuring clean drinking water and sanitation. We then moved to health screening. We have now expanded this from one village to a cluster of the entire mandal. So 68,000 people are cared for from birth through life. We have 11 mother and child centers. We have the lowest incidence of maternal and child mortality compared to any other of the PHCs in the country. We went on to really say, and our entire cluster is health insured, is preventively screened, the burden of disease is lower, but then life is more than health. So we now have women's employment. About 20% of all Apollo's scrub suits are stitched by the women of this village cluster. Each woman is earning about 15,000 rupees, and they now are saving 5,000 rupees of that so that they can build their own homes. This goes on to environment friendliness, to partnership. So I will be very happy to share this model of a rural, replicable, self-sustaining health system which includes allopathy, Ayurveda and yoga, but also the overall well-being of the community. Every alternate house has a papaya tree or a drumstick tree, and they share this so that the nutrition levels of the community goes up. So it would be really my greatest happiness to invite some of you to come and visit us in this village and to share this project and find ways that we can proliferate any aspects of this while we also commit to share other work that we're doing. I know that ophthalmology is a very passion area for all of you. We currently do eye screening and give out about 2,500 spectacles a day in partnership with the government. In 2 governments, because we're doing remote eye screening. So about 5,000 people get screened. Actually 27,000 of the ASHA workers, they screen them every day. 5,000 come into our centers which are connected, and then about 2,500 spectacles which are delivered within 24 to 48 hours to that person who needs the glasses. So we have models like this that I'm very happy to share. It's been a privilege to talk to all of you, and just look forward to a partnership. Dr. Subra will be on our CSR committee, and I'm sure he'd be very, this thing to kind of bridge this, but I'm also very happy to join in on any meetings. I truly respect your passion, your commitment, your vision, and it's only Rotary who says that no problem is too large for you. Only you could have said, let's democratize healthcare. So let's find a way to do it together. Thank you and namaste.
Thank you, madam. If I would request you to be on the dais for a minute and take a token of appreciation. Can I request Ruby? Thank you very much.
Dr. Sangeeta Reddy is Joint Managing Director of Apollo Hospitals Enterprises and the President of Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry, FICCI. She was elected as a member of the Steering Committee on Health for the 12th Five-Year Plan by the Planning Commission, Government of India. She successfully spearheaded many of the sectoral and industrial initiatives of the FICCI State Council from 2010 to 2016. She was formerly the chairperson for the FICCI Healthcare Committee, New Delhi, and a member of the Rockefeller Working Group, where she was responsible for private healthcare development. She is the board member of several organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Sangeeta Reddy, Joint Managing Director of Apollo Hospitals.
Thank you, Samir. So now we'll move forward. I would request our world leader, Shekhar Mehta, to digitally launch a diagnostic laboratory which has been built by Rotary Club of Deccan and District 3150. So as I request Shekhar to come forward, we'll also request the District Governor Prabhakar and the team Rotary Club of Hyderabad Deccan onto the dais with a rousing applause. We would have very much wanted to take Shekhar and all of you to inaugurate that, but because of the constraints of time in the program, we're doing digital launches. So can I request Prabhakar and the team Rotary Club of Hyderabad Deccan, and can I request Shekhar to come forward and digitally launch? And Samir, can you do the needful? So these are the members of the Rotary Club of Hyderabad Deccan and Governor Prabhakar. We're going to launch a 2 crore diagnostic laboratory.
So may I request the monk to present the remote for the launch to RI President Shekhar Mehta?
Acha. Can I request Dr. Virpi and Mati if they are here? Oh, okay. All right.
Okay. RI President Shekhar Mehta is going to click on the remote towards the screen, and we're going to digitally launch
Diagnostic services at 1/4 the cost and the cheapest dental treatments in the Twin Cities are all offered at the newly launched Guru Nanak Medical Center in Secunderabad in association with the Rotary Club. Its mission is to assist the underprivileged and serve all the communities. The Rotary Club has built the infrastructure and provided high-tech medical equipment.
Rotary Club Hyderabad Deccan has taken up the renovation and refurbishment of Guru Nanak Medical Center under a global grant project of 1.5 crore rupees with the support of Rotary Club of Naperville. We are very proud of our association with Secunderabad Gurdwara, Guru Nanak Charitable Trust and Bhagwan Mahavir Dialysis Center, with the help of whom we are able to provide such excellent medical and diagnostic facilities at a very reasonable price to the needy in the Twin Cities and outside.
It has a diagnostics lab, X-ray, ultrasound, physiotherapy, ophthalmology, consulting, dentistry, a dialysis center and daycare services, and the infrastructures on par with the top corporate hospitals in the city.
All right, fellow Rotarians, please give a big rousing applause to Rotary Club of Hyderabad Deccan and the power of Rotary. The magic of Rotary at work. I must tell you this, most of these projects have been conceived, completed for this conference. That is the magic of Rotary. That is the power of Rotary. That is the organization which you and me belong to, and that is an organization which believes in diversity, equity, and inclusiveness. We have a woman president coming in next year. Friends, now I would like to briefly tell you Shekhar Das program of RICH. A lovely program. You know, Shekhar Das went to this inauguration of an oxygen generator in Raipur. And when Shekhar goes there, one man goes there, as I told you, one man can make a difference and every man should try. A man who believes in big dreams, he went to the Raipur Medical Hospital and said, let's do heart surgeries. And we will collaborate with the Raipur Hospital. And Mahesh was also there, and he was impressed with their slogan, no bill, only dil, which means all the surgeries, the entire cost is free. So Rotarians, fellow Rotarians, please put your hands together to see what the Raipur Hospital is doing. And last month, we have done 63 surgeries. Why 63? Because Shekhar Das is entering 62 years. So to honor him, we have completed 62 surgeries. And today, Shekhar Das is digitally launching 76 heart surgeries. We also have Vivek Garg, who is the trustee of the hospital. May I request Vivek to step forward as we show the hospital.
Let's have a look at the wonderful heart surgery project at the hospital.
Shekhar Das, can I request you to be on the dais?
Congenital heart disease, one of the major causes of child mortality in India. Almost 1 in 100 children are born every year with this critical defect, most of whom require urgent surgery or intervention. Lack of affordable care is one of the biggest barriers of accessibility for the poor of the country. In an answer to the call of a crying mother for her ailing child, Sri Sathya Sai Sanjeevani Centers located in the states of Chhattisgarh, Haryana, and Maharashtra, provide child heart care totally free of cost, covering the entire spectrum of congenital heart disease. The Rotary family have been very gracious supporters of these centers, aiding them in providing much-needed life-giving surgeries for thousands of children across the country.
Over the last 7 years, the Rotary family has championed the cause of child heart care through their national and international grants, close to 7 grants for our centers. Now, these grants are valued at close to $2.5 million. What has these grants done? These grants have helped us establish operation theatres, cardiac catheterization laboratories, state-of-art equipment across all 3 centers of Sri Satya Sai Sanjeevani. Now, the hospital, with the help of these grants, have given a new lease of life to more than 3,000 children over the last 7 years.
जब बाबू 2.5 महीने का था तो तब पता चला कि ऐसा ऐसा प्रॉब्लम है बाबू को, तो हम लोग 2-3 हॉस्पिटल लेके गए बाबू को, तो वहाँ पे बहुत ज़्यादा बता रहा था कि ये 3-4 लाख रुपए ऑपरेशन का लगेगा। तो हम लोग रोने लगे, फिर लगा कि कैसे हम लोग दे पाएंगे, उतना पैसा हम लोग के पास था नहीं। तो फिर हम लोग के बारे में हम लोग को कोई बोला कि ऐसा हॉस्पिटल है एक साई संजीवनी हॉस्पिटल रायपुर में, कि वहाँ पे आप ले जाइए। सो हॉस्पिटल तो ये बहुत अच्छा है, इसमें साफ़ सफाई भी बहुत अच्छा है, बच्चे लोग को भी बहुत अच्छे से ध्यान दिया जा रहा है, और हम लोग अभी बहुत खुश हैं यही हॉस्पिटल देख के कि हम लोग थैंक यू संजीवनी, अब बहुत खुश हैं हम लोग कि मेरा बच्चा ठीक हो गया।
So friends, that was a child from Nigeria working across boundaries is the magic of Rotary. We don't believe in boundaries. Boundaries are only for hierarchical reasons. We believe in crossing boundaries to support. So may I request our world leader to launch formally the 76 heart surgeries program at Raipur. Today, we are going to launch the 76 heart surgery programs. One small step to reach our milestone of 2025 by 2025, an outlay of 30 crores, and that is our pledge for the children of the world.
So once more, a digital click, and we will have a launch of the heart surgeries.
Hello. Friends, sometime back I was in Delhi, and somebody named Vivek Garg wanted to meet me. I didn't know the gentleman. But I said, ठीक है चलो आज जरा सा free में मिल लेते हैं. And that's when I met Vivek Gaur, sorry. So, मैंने इनको गर्ग बोलते सुन लिया तो मैंने भी गलत बोल दिया. So, Vivek came and met, and we discussed about heart surgeries. Our plan was to do 5,000 heart surgeries each year. He said, add 3,000 from our side. 4,000 tha hamara goal. He said, add 3,000 from our side. 7,000 each year is what we will do. In 5 years, we need to do 35,000 heart surgeries. It is possible, friends, when all of us come together. Long time back, 10 years back, yesterday I told in my speech, my dream was that we will do 5,000 heart surgeries. Little did I know the power of Rotary. We've done more than 20,000 heart surgeries at a cost of more than 500 crore rupees. And here is launching another 76. And this morning I took a commitment from Vivek कि one African country से 100 children जो आएंगे, they will all be taken care of by them. Thank you so much for that gesture. And with this, it's my privilege, absolutely humbly, that I will be able to launch this program for another 76 heart surgeries.
Thank you, Shekhada. Vivek, would you want to, brother, say a few words?
Thank you so much, Monk, my brother. Many saints have said that the hands that help are holier than the lips that pray. Rotary has 1 million hands, and as a beneficiary of Rotary, my organization can honestly say that Rotary has helped us with 1,000 hands every year, every month of our 10 years of existence. In fact, if I were to count the number of children whose lives have been saved because of Rotary, either because of sponsorship or because of the equipment you have donated, then that number will run into thousands. My deepest gratitude to my dear friend Shekhar Mehta, Rotary President, my beloved friend Ravi Madlamani, who is a partner in crime, a brother in arms, Dr. Mahesh Kotbagi, and Mr. Kamal Sangvi for their consistent support to the Sai Sanjeevani family. I will end with a small anecdote. Rotary helped us so much in the 20,000 surgeries we have done free of cost and the 1,65,000 children we have treated, that at about 1.5 years ago, a little after meeting Shekhar Bhai, I decided to become a Rotarian too. I said, if you can't beat them, then join them. So, mere saath kahiyega, Jai Hind, Jai Rotary. Dhanyavad.
Thank you, Brother Vivek. So we move on quickly. Thank you, Shekhada, for that lovely inauguration, and you always inspire us into action. What a lovely name he's put us, Rich. You know, we'll all be rich, friends, if we continue to do the program under the Rotary International Hearts for Children. Kamal Bhaiya, we move on next, and we have some lovely speakers coming up. We have Nick from the Chandigarh Rehabilitation Center. Can we have the audio presentation, please?
जियूं ऐसे मुझे देख के दुनिया कहे कि मुझे भी जीना है ऐसे, कुछ ऐसा कर जाऊं कि खुद पे नाज कर बैठूं.
Nikki P. Kaur, founder and CEO at Chandigarh Spinal Rehab, a visionary with a driving force to empower and enhance the quality of life of persons with disabilities, primarily persons with spinal cord injury and traumatic brain injury. Nikki P. Kaur embarked on a journey to set up Chandigarh Spinal Rehab. This was a journey of faith. Ladies and gentlemen, the founder and CEO at Chandigarh Spinal Rehab, Nikki P. Kaur.
Do we also have Ajay Raj with us, Monk?
Yes, but we may request, Nikki, please, can you address the gathering? Please give a rousing applause.
Good afternoon, friends. This is a great privilege and an honor to be here in front of this August gathering, and my deep gratitude to Mr. and Mrs. Kamal Sangvi for having me here. Thank you so much. It is also a little overwhelming to be speaking just after Sangeeta Reddy spoken so vibrantly and with so much to their credit. We, in comparison, are a very small organization from Chandigarh, but an organization which is in keeping with the Rotary spirit, an organization which is working with the heart for the empowerment and transformation of lives of our persons post an accident, post spinal cord injury or brain injury. So this is about quality of lives after an accident. So we are a tertiary healthcare center, and I will just have my friends, teammates here, Ajay, Raj and Kushalya. But before we speak, I would like to show a small AV which will speak about our work. And it is only when you get a glimpse of our work that it will make any sense for you to understand the sector in which we are working. Because our endeavor is to transform, empower, and add dignity to people who are called disabled, and they are called handicapped. And what we are trying to show is that with some love, some care, some effort, lives can be transformed, and disability can be transformed into abilities. So a small glimpse of our work. Can I request for the AV, please?
जीऊं ऐसे मुझे देख के दुनिया कहे कि मुझे भी जीना है ऐसे, कुछ ऐसा कर जाऊं कि खुद पे नाज कर बैठूं, खुशियां बांटूं ऐसे कि बस हर जगह खुशी की महक बिखर जाए, उजालों से वो जगह भर जाए और मोतियों से हंसी बिखर जाए। मुसीबत कोई पहाड़ जैसी आए तो मानूं जैसे राई का तिनका, और जो खुशी आए राई जितनी तो नाचूं ऐसे जैसे पहाड़ हिलाया हो कोई। मुड़कर कभी किसी मोड़ पर अपनी जिंदगी को देखूं तो लगे कुछ किया है, अपना हुनर जिया है।
When Chandigarh Spinal Rehab was inaugurated in 2016, we lit the flame of hope. With commitment to care and intent to transform, we healed with skill and empowered with love.
I'm Dr. Reni Mashke. I have been traveling around the world in different spinal centers. I was very happy to see that the quality of rehabilitation at Chandigarh Spinal Rehab corresponded to international standards. And I must say, when I arrived here, I really found a very high level of quality of rehabilitation.
So what sets us apart? We have infused our center with a spirit of care and camaraderie, with picnics and outings to encourage social integration, and emphasis on all kinds of sports and adventure sports. What is more, post-rehabilitation, we have included 6 persons with spinal cord injury into the Chandigarh Spinal Rehab workforce, giving them dignified employment. Thank you. So basically, what is the need for rehabilitation and what is the role we play is something I want to bring to your attention. After an accident, be it a road traffic accident or a fall from a height or a bullet injury, if a person gets a spinal cord injury, what does that mean? He has to be rushed to a hospital, and after a surgery, the person comes into his senses and he is told ki ab tum chal nahi sakte. But that is only the smallest of his woes, because after that he loses completely skin control, muscle control, which means that now he has no control of his bowel and bladder and no skin sensation, which means that even if his skin gets burnt due to a hot water bottle, he doesn't come to know. And life becomes very devastating at many levels. Then starts the journey of treatments, one after another, running after an unsuccessful stem cells operation, and a lot of financial loss, emotional loss, broken relationships, and everything that comes after realizing that the person is now paralyzed for life. And this is where rehabilitation plays a major role, because it is here that they learn to relive lives again, and that life, which is a life of hopelessness, can be transformed into a life of joy and dignity, as you have seen from our video. And मैं क्या बोलूँ, जिनके लिए काम करते हैं, जिनके साथ काम करते हैं, it is better that they speak their journey and their story themselves. Because today at Chandigarh Spinal Rehab, these two members in front of you are very important members of our workforce. And this is Ajay Raj, I would like to introduce to you. He is from Jharkhand, and जब इनका एक्सीडेंट हुआ था 16 साल पहले, तो he was declared 95 to 98% paralyzed, क्योंकि neck के नीचे कुछ भी नहीं चलता था. And now Ajay Raj is the kitchen contractor at Chandigarh Spinal Rehab. He has represented India in 2 sporting championships in Dubai last year and the year before last, and this year he's representing our country in a sporting championship in the Asian Cup in China. Ajay Raj, for you. His mic needs help.
Hello. Okay, hello. Good afternoon to all. So, firstly, I would like to say thank you so much to Kamal Shaini sir to inviting here, and thank you so much to Rotary, जिन्होंने दोबारा हमें एक मौका दिया है आप सबों के सामने रूबरू होने को. So, thank you so much. तहे दिल से आप लोगों का शुक्रिया. तहे दिल से रोटरी का शुक्रिया. सो कहते हैं, कौन कहता है कि आसमां में सुराग नहीं हो सकता है? कौन कहता है कि आसमां में सुराग नहीं हो सकता है? पत्थर से तबीयत तो उछालो, कुछ भी हो सकता है. सो इस पत्थर उछालने का काम जो है हमारे लाइफ में चंडीगढ़ स्पाइनल रिहैब ने किया है. आज अगर मैं आपके सामने बोल रहा हूँ, आपके सामने रूबरू हो रहा हूँ, इस काबिल करने के लिए चंडीगढ़ स्पाइनल रिहैब एक ऐसा ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है जो एक पहचान दिलाई है. कहते हैं कि ज़िंदगी लंबी नहीं बड़ी होनी चाहिए, तो वो ज़िंदगी जो बड़ी हो रही है और जो ज़िंदगी बड़ी है वो सिर्फ चंडीगढ़ स्पाइनल रिहैब की बदौलत है. एक समय था कि घर वालों को एक्सीडेंट के बाद पापा को लोग ताने मारते थे कि आपका बेटा तो कुछ भी नहीं है, डेड बॉडी है. तो क्या आपको मैं एक डेड बॉडी लग रहा हूँ क्या? नहीं. तो एक समय था कि लोग कहते थे कि हाँ सच में एक डेड बॉडी हो, लेकिन आज उसी डेड बॉडी को एक एबल बॉडी, इवन एबल बॉडी से 100% एबल में, एबिलिटी में जो डिसेबिलिटी है उसको, डिस को हटा के एबिलिटी को पहचाना और एक मौका दिया मुझे एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे आने के लिए, और आज मैं आप सबके सामने रूबरू हो रहा हूँ। सो ये है हमारा चंडीगढ़ स्पाइनल रिहैब। तो हमें सिखाया गया, हमें बताया गया चंडीगढ़ स्पाइनल रिहैब में कि आपके पास हाथ नहीं है, पैर नहीं है, आप चल नहीं सकते हो, लेकिन आप भाग सकते हो। सो यू कैन सी कि मैं आपसे सिर्फ बातें कर सकता हूँ, नेक मूवमेंट कर सकता हूँ, लेकिन इसके बाद भी मैं दुनिया हिला सकता हूँ। और आज मैं अपने लाइफ में बहुत खुश हूँ। मैंने कभी ये नहीं सोचा कि मेरी व्हीलचेयर लाइफ हो गई या मैं डिसेबल्ड हो गया, मैं 98% पैरालाइज्ड हो गया, तो मैं ये नहीं कर सकता हूँ, मैं वो नहीं कर सकता हूँ। मैं दावे के साथ कर सकता हूँ कि मैं वो हर चीज़ कर सकता हूँ जो आप कर सकते हो। सो मैं बेखौफी अपनी ज़िंदगी जी रहा हूँ और अपने लाइफ को बहुत आगे बढ़ाऊँगा। आप सबों का सपोर्ट और आप सबों का सहयोग के लिए हम आपके इस प्लेटफॉर्म पे आए हैं। मैं ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं कहना चाहूँगा। लास्ट में मैं 2 लाइन कहना चाहता हूँ। दिव्यांग नहीं, समाज का दिव्य अंग हूँ मैं। दिव्यांग नहीं, समाज का दिव्य अंग हूँ मैं। अपने माँ बाप के बुझी आशाओं में छुपी एक उमंग हूँ मैं। अपने और समाज में अपनी जगह पाने को कर रहा जंग हूँ मैं। अपने माध्यम से भारत को विश्व स्तर पर पहचान दिलाने के लिए उमंग हूँ मैं। अपने इस डिसेबिलिटी के थ्रू आप सबों को कर रहा नमन हूँ मैं। अपने इस डिसेबिलिटी के थ्रू आप सबों को कर रहा नमन हूँ मैं। दिव्यांग नहीं, समाज का दिव्य अंग हूँ मैं। थैंक यू सो मच।
I'd like to introduce you to Kaushalya. She comes from a small village in Himachal. And इनके accident के बाद में 16-17 years ago, she had this accident which rendered her with spinal cord injury. So while Ajay has 95 to 98% paralysis, Kaushalya is about 70% paralyzed because chest down, nothing works. And but she has active hand movement, so she's a very enterprising young lady. And what happens in our country very often is that when somebody has spinal cord injury and the spouse realizes कि अब तो life में the caregiver, the roles have changed. And somewhere where your spouse was the caregiver earlier, now becomes a care seeker. तो वो roles समझ में नहीं आती कई बारी, और कई बारी some spouses realize कि this was not what I had bargained for, and then they desert the partner. So broken marriages, broken families are something we are coping with every day. So ये हमारी कौशल्या की भी story है. The husband had deserted her after her accident 16 years ago. But ये आज she's still working in Chandigarh Spinal Rehab now. And I must share one very small thing with you. Although the husband has left, अपने इसके बेटे को भी लेके चला गया, ये लड़की आज तक सिंदूर लगाती है और कहती है कि वो अभी तक जिंदा है तो मेरा सिंदूर भी जिंदा है. And ये हमारा देश है. And she still, whatever salary she earns, she doesn't spend a rupee. She puts it all into the bank कि कभी अगर कल को मेरे बेटे को ज़रूरत पड़ेगी तो उसको पता है माँ disabled नहीं है, उसके लायक है. This is the spirit of this woman. So please hear her small story.
गुड इवनिंग एवरीवन. मेरा नाम कौशल्या है. मैं हिमाचल से रहने वाली हूँ. हिमाचल एक मान लो पहाड़ी एरिया है, वहाँ पर हमारा जीना बिल्कुल इम्पॉसिबल है. जब से 2016 में चंडीगढ़ आई हूँ और चंडीगढ़ आके मैं इतनी इंडिपेंडेंट हुई, ढंग से ज़िंदगी जी है. 12 साल मतलब एक छोटे से घर में 4 दीवारी के अंदर, सिर्फ मैं बाहर आती थी, खिड़की में बैठी रहती थी. और जब से लेकर मैं चंडीगढ़ स्पाइनल रिहैब सेंटर में आई हूँ, तब से लेकर मैंने ज़िंदगी नए सिरे से स्टार्ट की है. चंडीगढ़ स्पाइनल रिहैब थेरेपी करके मैं धरती से आसमान तक पहुँच गई हूँ. और मैंने चंडीगढ़ स्पाइनल रिहैब सेंटर से सबसे पहले पैरा मोटरिंग, 2 बार फैशन शो करके, और आज स्विमिंग करके, मैं बोटिंग करके और फेंसिंग और आर्चरी करके मैं आर्चरी में नंबर 1। और मैं आज आपको अपने आप को छोटा नहीं मानती। पहले मैं बिल्कुल दर की मतलब से सोची कि मेरी ज़िंदगी गई, बहुत दर्द भरी ज़िंदगी। और चंडीगढ़ स्पाइनल रिहैब सेंटर ने मुझे धरती से आसमान, और पहली बार मैंने पिछले कल एरोप्लेन का सफ़र किया, और मैं आज इतनी फ़ख्र से जी रही हूँ। देखा जाए हम किसी से कम नहीं, जैसा जितना आप कर सकते हैं उससे ज़्यादा हम भी कर सकते हैं। पीछे नहीं हटेंगे, आगे बढ़ेंगे और भी बहुत कुछ करेंगे। और इतना विश्वास है मुझे चंडीगढ़ स्पाइनल रिहैब सेंटर और अपने ऊपर कि हमने आज आर्चरी की है। आर्चरी में नेशनल तक जाना चाहती हूँ और जाऊँगी, इतनी हिम्मत है।
Thank you, Kushalya. Thank you so much. Thank you. We're running short on time, but you can see her excitement is on another level. So this is the journey of rehabilitation that we are trying to bring before you. We are a small center in Chandigarh, only 30 beds, but today our waiting list is very long. We have 8-9 months of waiting list, and that is why today we are on the threshold of expansion to create a new center where we can embrace all those who want to come, and whether they can afford their payment or not, but they have an entitlement to live their best life. And that's our agenda, and that's our focus. So we are here before you with an appeal for support and help. Thank you so very much.
So may I ask Ruby to please do the honor. In the meantime that the honors are being done, we have the next speaker, an absolute firebrand, a woman who is absolutely dedicated to the cause of fighting cancer. We have with us Dr. Anand Shankar Jayant, a TED speaker and a Padam Shri. So may I have the video of Anand Shankar Jayant before I call her onto the stage, please.
Anand Shankar Jayant is an Indian classical dancer, choreographer, scholar and bureaucrat, known for her proficiency in the classical dance forms of Bharatnatyam and Kuchipudi. She is the first woman officer in Indian Railway Traffic Service. She is a recipient of Sangeet Natak Academy Award, Kalaimamani Award of Government of Tamil Nadu and Kala Ratna Award of the Government of Andhra Pradesh. The Government of India awarded her the 4th highest civilian honor of the Padma Shri in 2007 for her contribution to arts. Ladies and gentlemen, Anand Shankar Jayant.
Good afternoon. After that inspirational 2 stories, I will keep my stories really short because I know you're all hungry as I am. It all happened on the 1st of July, 2008. My husband, Jayant, surprised me and received me at the international airport in Mumbai when I was returning from a flight from US at 4 a.m. And I looked at myself very happy and I said, wow, 17 years after marriage and this kind of romance, well, I'm in a good place. Well, he actually looked at me rather woefully and we walked from the international, we took the bus from the international to the domestic airport. And then he shared with me something. Before I had left to a 2-week conference on the west coast of America, I had given a sample for testing. And that result was what he was sharing with me, wanting to share with me that day at Mumbai, telling me that I couldn't get myself from the international to the domestic airport by myself. That very evening, on the 1st of July, 2008, in this very city of Hyderabad, at 5 p.m., I was walked into my doctor's chambers, Dr. Raghuram, who's also a Rotarian. And looking at my tests, he declared what I was afraid of. He told me that the tumor that I had sent for testing was malignant. And I was very angry. I was angry, irritated, frustrated, and almost popping. And I told him, but I don't have time for this. I have a lot of festivals and programs coming up. I really don't have time for this. Well, just hold on to that story. Let me rewind a bit. I'm Ananda Shankar Jayant, who was introduced to Bharatanatyam at the age of 4 at a small temple here in Secunderabad, where a senior lady looked at me and told my mother that I had large eyes and I should be taught classical dance. And she offered to teach. And that's how my journey and my tryst with classical dance began at that age of 4. From then on, I moved through scholarships and medals and went to Kalakshetra, Chennai to study a 6-year course as an 11-year-old to do Bharatanatyam, to simultaneously do private education, to do my graduation and the usual formal education. I was back in Hyderabad, went on to do a master's, an MPhil, went on to also join the civil services because friends were taking the exam. Civil services, that exam which selects the administrators of the country. And I was selected to join the Indian Railway Traffic Service, becoming the first woman officer of South Central Railway. And they said sir to me for a whole month. But through it all, through this whole process of being a professional in the very, very macho male world of the railways, I continued to dance, balancing literally 2 tracks. Sorry for the railway metaphor, but balancing the 2 tracks of a passion and a pension that the railways was going to give me and a passion that was sustaining me. So here I was in the doctor's chambers, extremely worried because I had a show coming up in 3 weeks. And I was shushed down, and Dr. Raghuram shared with me some words. The words that he was throwing at me was carcinoma, was stage, cancer, grade. Now, for someone like me, cancer was Padma's zodiac sign, right? Stage was what I danced on, and grades were what I didn't get in school. And today, on that day, they took another meaning. They took a meaning that was way beyond what I was understanding, a far more different connotation. And I was angry, as I said. As a dancer, I have taught the Navarasas, the 9 emotions of life. Shringara hasya karuna raudra veera bhayanakaha bhibatsa adbhuta shantascha rasa purvai rudahrita, said Bharata in the Natya Shastra. Shringara, love. Hasya, humor, and so on and so forth. Raudra, anger. Bibhatsa, disgust. I had learnt what Bhayanaka was. Bhayanaka was fear. But that day, I understood what fear was. Fear not so much as in what would happen to me or to my life. Fear was as in what would happen to my dance. By now you know that is really who I am. So I was telling doctor, I said, look, I don't have time, but he said, no, you have to take this through, you have to get your treatment going. And so it happened that I was driving back with my husband, crying copious tears, and he, being the very, very positive person he is, he said, just take the break, take the hiatus, and you will be out of this before you know it. So taking confidence and strength from his positivity, I declared that very evening 3 very large affirmations. Loudly, I told myself and the world at large, I said, cancer is one page in my life. It's not the book of my life. The second thing I said is, I will not say, why me? Because in 2007, when I got Padma Shri, I most definitely didn't say, why me? I said, thank you. So I said, I'm not going to say, why me? Because that is something we are trained to do. Are Bhagwan, ye mere saath hi kyun hua? I said, I'm not going to do that. The third thing I said is, I will ride it out. I will not allow cancer to ride me. And remember, this is 2008, when cancer was still hush, hush, shush, hush. I said, I'll talk about it. With those affirmations behind me, I went into surgery, radiation, chemotherapy, the works, you know how it goes. And I decided then and there that I would dance through it, because dance is who I am. I said, I will dance through it. And the path to overcome cancer and the goal, both were dance. So this decision of mine helped me transit from cancer to dancer. One alphabet made all the difference. And for me, it wasn't easy, believe me. It wasn't easy because you know how it is. Chemotherapy, radiation, they all take a huge toll on you. But every time I would step into my dance studio, every time I would be enveloped by the prana of dance, the prana, the poetry, the rhythm, the whole philosophy, the scriptures, everything would completely envelop me to such an extent that cancer truly became just a page in my life, and I completely zoned out of cancer and zoned into my dance, bringing laser-sharp focus to dance even while I went through my treatment. But beyond this, I still needed something else. While I was dancing, I was even featured in some international, on some Google saying bald beauties when I lost my hair to chemo. I mean, I laughed at it. I was amused that look at what the world is throwing at you. But beyond the dance itself, I needed one more metaphor, one more image, something that would anchor me and take me forward. And that image I found in the image of Mahishasuramardhini, the goddess Durga. Why Durga? Because if you remember what you learned in your childhood or what you see around you every year, who is his Durga? She's all of 18 years old, beautiful, bejeweled, bedecked, all her 18 arms armed as she walks into the battlefield to destroy Mahisha, the evil Asura. Each of her arms is empowered with arms, with real arms. And I told myself, so am I, Mahishasuramardhini. I am someone who has those 18 arms. Doctors, nurses, chemotherapy, radiation, family, husband, even my dog, Justin. All these became my 18 arms so that I could then ride out this evil asura called cancer. What happens is that through this whole path, what I realized is, what came to me is I was able to pull back and come from the space of my core strength. And therein lies the difference from core competency. My strength came from my power of dance. The trick is, as I did, to catch it early. The trick is to find the right doctors who will counsel you, as did my Rotary friend, Dr. Raghuram. Rotary supports treatment in so many ways. Early diagnosis, treatment, and more importantly, counseling. Because therein lies the difference between succeeding and going out of cancer as not a survivor, but a conqueror. The trick is to cut the clamor and clutter and melodrama that cancer throws at you. Like every other disease, we wear a heart attack or diabetes like a badge. But cancer, we're all still very uncomfortable about that word. Maybe it's media that's throwing it at us. And so I would appeal to Rotary to make that change, to make that mind shift in people's minds while you're doing the treatment, to make cancer also something that is dealable, something that you can ride out. And for me, only you can do it, because only someone, an organization like Rotary, can change that narrative of this booth called cancer into something that you can deal with. To me, it's been almost 11 years now since I've been through that journey called cancer. I have danced through it. I have performed, traveled, spoken about it at many places. Cancer truly is just a page in my life. Cancer truly is something that I've just been there, dealt with it, put it behind me, and I'm right here in front of you. Because I made that choice here. I made that choice in the mind to treat cancer as one page. I decided to be a dancer, not a cancer survivor, but a cancer conqueror. Because I truly believe, like my favorite writer, Wayne Dyer says, heaven on earth is not a place you must find, but a choice you must make. Thank you for making the choice to support health. Thank you, Rotary. I'm also a Rotarian, by the way. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Anand Shankar. What you said is what the next MOU is with the Indian Cancer Society to make cancer more fightable and probably make it more approachable by people. So thank you very much for your such warm words and inspirational words. We now have, and I would like Ruby to please do the honors. In the meantime, we're going to have an MOU with Indian Cancer Society, and for that, may I invite Dr. Anita Borges and Naveen Gupta. Could you please lead them in? And I would like, can you just give the mic to Dr. Anita, and may I invite Shekhar? Shekhar would like to come on stage for this. Huh? Okay. All right. Anita ji, would you like to just give a brief comment as to what the MO is all about, please?
Thank you very much, Kamal. Before I say anything, let me just say that I was completely blown away when I entered this, whole complex this morning to see all these people sitting here, and I understand that there are 3,000 delegates to this convention. I'm used to going to very large conventions as a doctor and making conference, presentations, etc. But I think that what I experienced today is absolutely awesome. And to see all the, men and women in blue, and just a spirit of camaraderie that was very evident throughout this whole auditorium. So thank you very much, Kamal, for having us over here. And just to tell you in brief, the Indian Cancer Society is one of these societies, I would say it's an NGO, that runs, the whole gamut of services that help cancer patients. And today we are going to sign an MOU with Rotary in the spirit of service that, Rotary and the Indian Cancer Society are dedicated to. And this is to promote awareness of cancer. You just heard a very emotional talk by the previous speaker, Ananda, and I think if we knew more about this disease, I'm talking about we not as doctors, but we as part of the general population, I think we would be much better able not just to deal with cancers when they occur, but to prevent cancers from happening by awareness, screening, etc. So today, I think with Rotary, that's what Indian Cancer Society is going to do.
So this is something extremely kind. The Indian Cancer Society has been extremely kind to us. They will allow us to utilize each and every cancer hospital, allow Rotary to partner with them to advocate, probably use their facilities and to conduct cancer detection camps all across India and use all their expertise to help us there. So if any club, any district wants to do that, this MOU will allow us to use and associate with the Indian Cancer Society. So let's give them a big warm applause, and may I ask Naveen, could you do the honors, and Anita ji, please do the honors. I ask Ruby to please do the honors of honoring our esteemed guests.
Let me just introduce Dr. Vandana, who's standing right here. Dr. Vandana is the Deputy Director of the Indian Cancer Society for Medical Affairs. And I think Vandana has done all the hard work that has resulted in this MOU being signed. She has worked with Dr. Bal Inamdar, who is a Rotarian in Mumbai.
Yes.
I think you all already know Kamal Sanghvi, who's been the convener, so I thank him as well. I thank Biswajit for all the backroom work that you do, and of course, Naveen. And I have kept Naveen for the last because he's not just a Rotarian, he's also a member of the Indian Cancer Society and an office bearer of the Patna branch. So thank you very much. Naveen, it's a great honor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anita ji. I'm also a member of Indian Cancer Society from last 32 years in Bihar and handling the Bihar branch as Vice President. And one day when CEO told me that we want to go to the districts where we want to create awareness and deductions and we don't have the hand. Then I said, why don't you join with the Rotary? So after discussions, they agree immediately, yes, we want to join Rotary, but how and to whom we contact? I said, that I will take care. And after that, we had a 1.5 hour meeting with Kamal Inamdar and other PDGs and virtually. And this started in somewhere in the month of October. And now today, the date has come, we have signed the agreement. And members, we have to work hard because 10% average in the cancers are spreading all over India. So we have to give hard about the awareness, about the early detection, and after that, treatment. Thank you. I will work hard, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, Naveen. Thank you, Anita ji. Ruby, can you please do the honors? So now we'll have the next MOU. This is with the, for TB eradication with the National Health Mission and the Union Southeast Asia. We have along with us Dr. K. Sachdeva, the Regional Director of Union, the Southeast Asia. So before that, we'll have the MOU signing with the National Health Mission Gujarat project. Mr. Vishmay Bhairai is here, and past Governor Ashish Desai. Can I have them on the stage, please? So this is a mission which is very close to the Prime Minister of India, and when Shekhar had gone to meet the Prime Minister of India, this is something he wanted him to be associated with. So can we have them on the stage, please? Ashish? May I ask Shekhar, would you like to be here? Yeah. So can you, Ashish, can you do the honors?
So friends, when yesterday I mentioned, जब मैं Prime Minister से मिला था, तो the last thing he told me was कि शेखर जी अगर हो सके तो Rotary को बोलिएगा to work on the nutrition of women, पोषण अभियान पे काम करने के लिए. So this MOU is with the Gujarat National Health Mission to do the work on nutrition. I would unfortunately, there are not so many people here right now, but if any of your districts is wanting to work on nutrition issues, just come and see me or meet Ashish Desai. Find him. He's the person who's going to take care of the nutrition program. It's not a difficult program. There's not too much of money involved in it, but sustained work needs to be done. And it is an excellent program where we are taking care of not only the young girls, the mothers, but the children who are born. हमको समझ ही नहीं आता है, they are stunted. उनके minds उतने नहीं develop हो रहे हैं जितना होना चाहिए. And all of this can be taken care if we can work for the nutrition of the girls.
Now may I call upon, we are doing a MOU with the Government of India and the Union, Southeast Asia Union, for eradicating TB and coordinating and working with them throughout India for eradication of TB. Can I ask Dr. Sachdeva to be on the stage? Along with them, Dr. Saga will represent the Rotary for signing this MOU. And Dr. Grover has been part of this team all throughout for the eradication of TB. May I ask Ruby to please do the honors of honoring our esteemed guests? So the next MOU we are doing is a very unique project. A project because it's called the Renal Project. They were shortly on the Shark Tank. This is one group which was on the Shark Tank called the Renal Project, and the 3 sharks on that Shark Tank picked up this project. What are we going to do is something which is going to be outstanding. Rotary is tying up with this Renal Project to make available dialysis extremely cheap. So may I now call upon, from the Renal Project, Dr. Shashank Modia and Dr. Bal Inamdar. Bal, would you like to say a few minutes about the project, please?
Hi, thank you, Kamal. RI President Shekhar, Convener Kamal, and Chair Ravi. Why dialysis centers? I'm going to quickly give you 5 very important points, very shortly. The first one is that every year India has new chronic renal failures, kidney failure cases of 210,000. So that's the first one. Just keep on calculating, the first one. The second one is that 2/3 of them do not reach the dialysis center. 2/3 of them. You know, the kidney fails, you have a death on your plate. The third one, the burden of the kidney failures and kidney dialysis is greater in India compared to similar countries, socio-economic countries, and a similar socio-demographic outlook. Meaning thereby, we still have a lot of chance to improve our performance in dialysis. The fourth one, the number of dialysis centers in India, 12,000 odd, and we are in need of at least 100,000. So you can imagine the way that we have to go forward. So that's the fourth one. And many of them have to be dialyzed twice, but for want of money and for want of distance, only half of them really reach the dialysis center, and they do only once a week. Fifth one, 50,000 new patients require, but they don't get dialysis because of distance. Remember, because of distance. And finally, the OPEX, operative cost of dialysis centers is something which is troublesome. That's why many dialysis centers, they fail. So why this MOU? So this MOU envisages 3 important things. One, we are going to have a micro dialysis centers of 3 machines each in tier 2, tier 3 cities. Why? Because they're nearer the villages, the distance is much less, dialysis patients the renal failure patients can reach these centers. The second one, we are offering this, and hold your breath, we are offering this dialysis at 499 rupees per dialysis. This is a Rotary dialysis center, 499 for orange and yellow cards. But all others, 999, still cheaper than so many that we have in our cities. So the second very important point. And finally, the OPEX, the operational cost, which is so very difficult for many of us to manage, will be handled by one of the outstanding companies, the Renal Project, headed by its CEO, Shashank Modia. So this is the reason we are going to do this MOU. Believe me, this is a path breaker, change maker, and all of you and all of us, if you continue to do this, and we are going to do 100 dialysis centers. If we do it, lot of community which in need of support, we will prevent them from dying, we will prevent them from a lot of complications that they will have. This is You and Me, Rotary 499 project. Thank you.
Hello everyone, this is Shashank Modia. I'm the founder of the Renal Project. And yeah, I'm not a doctor, I'm an engineer, biomedical engineer. And I think that's really great to be sharing the stage with the kind of giants we have over here. And we talked about microfinance and penetration and all that. Philosophically, that's exactly where we are also when it comes to dialysis. When I came back from the US, one thing I observed was that people built 20-bed dialysis centers, 50-bed dialysis centers, 100-bed dialysis centers in the cities. But what happens is, in the peripheries, in the districts, and the talukas, and the outskirts, still people are having to travel 80 kilometers, 100 kilometers to get to this dialysis center, and that's to every 2 to 3 days. That's a burden. Plus, they have to get one of the able family members to take them over there. So it's a double whammy. It's a financial stress, it's a geographical stress, and also the earning capacity of the home goes down, and they're not being able to get dialysis. So if there are 15 patients, 20 patients, 25, 30 patients in different districts and taluka, the key is not to open a big dialysis center in the city, but actually penetrate and open a 2 to 3 bed small dialysis centers right in their neighborhood, in their districts and the taluka, so that they don't have to hunt for a dialysis center elsewhere and travel so much. That's our startup, and that's what the Renal Project is. It's a chain of dialysis micro centers. And I think it's a very swell, proud moment for us that Rotary is signing MOUs with the Indian Cancer Society and Tata and all that, and we are just a startup. So I think the bandwidth, I really applaud Rotary for picking it up and encouraging a young startup and a young team like us to do this. It wouldn't be possible to manage all these little centers in all the corners, right, properly, and manage them effectively and also economically. So we've built a technology platform which is a hub and spoke model software which will enable me and my team to manage all these centers in all different locations, right from one spot. What are the dialysis happening? Where are they? Which are the patients? Even the nephrologist can view their patients' progression of treatment. So this platform is really the enabler, and that's the technology solution that we have so that we can actually make it happen. So we offer this solution, and it took us 3 years to get here. And it's a very important milestone for us that Rotary is collaborating with us. And I just have to mention this, that people express their interest, and they also applaud us for what we are doing and what we have achieved so far. We have 26 dialysis centers in Maharashtra and Gujarat already, but not at this cheap rate. So Rotary has just brought down the rate with their support, and through some financial innovation we are having between us, that we will be able to give it at $499. Now that is a breakthrough. This is going to be big, and this is going to be pan-India. And Kamalji, Dr. Inamdar, Mr. Gutstad, these are big names. I mean, they get invited as chief guests all over the place and things like that. And imagine they actually came, visited one of our dialysis centers in one of the really slummest area of Mumbai, Kurla. They actually came down and saw our work, and we are like, my staff is like, no, this is getting serious. They are like, they are not just talking. Because these people coming in and seeing and spending the time with us was amazing. And Kamalji is amazing. He was so friendly. He actually gave me a shoulder bump, not shaking hands and all that. So it was very encouraging for us. And here we are trying to sign an MOU. I did not know it was such a big stage, honestly. Just like one of the speakers earlier said, I actually brought my own pen and my own, even the stamp pad, because I thought there will be some table and we'll sign an MOU and I'll go back to Mumbai. But this is a huge stage and I'm just blown away. And thank you very much for patiently hearing me out, and please participate in this effort in whichever way possible. Thank you very much. We need this support. Thank you.
So that is Dialysis Center across India, branded Rotary and Renal Project. Dialysis at 499 rupees. The capex we give, the operating expense they look after, and they have a uniform software which can manage all the dialysis centers centrally. So if anyone wants to set up a dialysis center, this is the opportunity which we have. Can we sign the agreement, please?
I must say very clearly that the inspiration for this project has been none other than past Art Director Kamal. Kamal, my heart goes out to you. Wonderful. This is a project which is going to save a number of lives. And Vishwajit has been the backbone of all the MOUs. And along with us, Gustad and Rakesh, past Governor Gustad and past President Rakesh have been instrumental in forging this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruby. And we are going to have an announcement by Vision Spring, which has been doing eyeglasses, 1 lakh eyeglasses. So I would want Anshu Taneja ji and PDG Rajendra Rai. Anshu Taneja ji, would you like to make the announcement? Yeah. So I would invite Jeelam, the program director for this project, along from RILM, and then of course would have Anshu Taneja ji to make the announcements which we have.
Thank you, Mr. Sanghvi. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, it's a great privilege to be here, to be in the room full of people who care about our country, about the world. It's just a wonderful audience to be a part of. I would like to, before we go to the announcement, thank the Rotary leadership team, particularly people who have been closely involved in making this happen. We as Vision Spring work with the mission of taking eye screenings and eyeglasses to low-income adults and children across the country. It's the biggest disability that we always take for granted, lack of clear vision. If you correct someone's vision, you can earn and learn better and be safer on driving on our roads. 55 crore people, which is 40% of India's population, needs a pair of eyeglasses, and it's a 700-year-old technology. So there is something that we're not doing well. And if you're able to correct this issue, which is due to a variety of factors, then we can add more than 5% to India's GDP. So imagine the economic impact that such a simple intervention can create. And as a result, we launched the Clear Vision India mission, the Ujjwal Drishti Abhiyan, to correct this issue for our population. And Rotary came as a partner in this mission to catalyze us and to provide us the platform to take this simple pair of eyeglasses to people. So I'm really happy and delighted to announce our current partnership with Rotary, where we would be touching 10,000 children in schools in Karnataka with a pair of eyeglasses. Government of Karnataka would be partnering us on this very exciting and high-impact project. Also in the last few months, we've screened more than 50,000 children with Rotary, provided glasses to more than 10,000 children. And we've been also been historically associated with Rotary eye hospitals across the country, providing glasses and building a supply chain of glasses for them. So I'm really glad to take this partnership forward, the Ujjwal Drishti Abhiyan with Rotary, and touch the children of Karnataka. And 10,000 glasses would really mean more than 120,000 children being screened for vision. So that's the kind of impact that we would be making, and getting these children early in life into glasses and having clear vision would have a tremendous lifetime impact on them. So I'm really happy that we are starting this project soon, and again, big thanks to the entire Rotary leadership team, Dr. Inamdar, Mr. Rai, Mr. Ghosh, for helping us started on this mission, and
there should be a quantum jump from now onwards. I'm also happy to inform you that Government of Karnataka has come forward to commit a number of 10,000 children's prescriptions for this particular program, and I'm very sure in the next 1 month we'll be able to provide that. We seek your support in this to make this a grand success. Thank you very much, friends.
Thank you. Ruby, can you do the honors, please? We have one more announcement, which is RSSDI. We have got Dr. Amit Gupta here. Dr. Amit Gupta, would you please come on the stage, please? And we'd like to hear from you, Dr. Amit Gupta.
A very warm good afternoon to all of you. And I know I am standing in between the lunch and you. I am from RSSDI, and at the outset, I would like to greet all of you on behalf of RSSDI. At the same time, I would like to apologize from our president, Dr. Vasant Kumar, who happens to be a proud Rotarian. He himself couldn't be here in person, but he met our RI president, Mr. Shekhar Mehta ji, just day before yesterday, and our secretary, Dr. Sanjay Agarwal from Pune, who couldn't be here. So RSSDI stands for the Research Society for the Study of Diabetes in India. This is the largest organization of the healthcare professionals who are dealing with diabetes in India, and we are the affiliate member of the International Diabetes Federation also. RSSDI has some similarity with the Rotary in the sense that we are also celebrating 50 years of our existence this year. At the same time, we have more than 21 state chapters and 2 UT chapters. And our structure is just like that. We have a doctor which is appointed at district level as a district coordinator. So we have more than 700 doctors who are dealing with diabetes as a district coordinator from the RSSDI. The RSSDI must be a very familiar name to most of the Rotarians, because I would like you to recall that last year we did a program called Defeat Diabetes. Defeat Diabetes was a program in which we partnered with Rotary, and we tried to reach 100 million people in 100 days. And let me just tell you that we could reach 100 million people in less than 100 days, and we made them aware about non-communicable diseases, especially the diabetes. And 29th of September 2021 was a historical day. On that day, with the help of all the Rotary members, all the Rotary districts, more than 2,000 Rotary clubs, we could set up more than 10,000 sites all across the India, and we tested 10,70,000 people in a single day for the blood sugar. You will ask, how did it matter? So in that particular day, we could identify 1 lakh new people who were not aware of the fact that they were having diabetes. So such is the burden of the non-communicable disease. So just a few words about the non-communicable disease and our project. Non-communicable disease, as you all know, are the diseases which do not spread from person to person. Most of the time, they will be of silent nature. You may not experience any kind of symptom at all, but when you, or the symptoms may be very subtle to be noticed. But they are the biggest killer of the mankind. More than 70% of the deaths globally, they are accounted by the non-communicable diseases. At the same time, the non-communicable diseases affect a person in the lifespan which are the most productive years of somebody's life. So they are striking at a younger age. If we take that, just because of non-communicable disease, 1 out of every 4 Indian is not going to live up to the age of 70 years. So such is the burden of the non-communicable disease. If you talk about the diabetes, then diabetes is the leading cause of heart attack, stroke. It is also the leading cause of foot amputations and the preventable cause of the blindness. Diabetes is also linked to cancer also, because diabetes can be a cause for many cancers. So we thought of striking a partnership with the Rotary, and we are very grateful to our Rotary India that they actually gelled with us, and we are going to launch a 100-village NCD project this year. So this RSSDI Rotary 100-village NCD project, what we are going to do is that we are going to adopt 100 villages in India, and these 100 villages, what we will do is that we will screen those people who are at risk of having non-communicable diseases. Then we will conduct medical camps to identify and actually diagnose the hidden burden of the non-communicable disease. We will also try to address those people who are already having NCDs and they need some kind of treatment, referral, and follow-ups. At the same time, we are going to build up a structure where we can actually educate the people who are in the village itself, so that we can empower the local people, educate them, and increase the health literacy about the non-communicable diseases. If we can do that, I think we will be able to achieve a lot. I would like to thank RI President Shri Shekhar Mehta ji, the RI directors, Mr. A.S. Venkatesh, Dr. Mahesh Kotbagi, Dr. Bal Inamdar, and last but not the least, Mr. Vishwajit Ghosh, who has been of great help to us in conceiving the project, but not only just conceiving the project, but implementing the project. So we will seek your help when it comes to adopting the 100 villages with the help of the Rotary. Thank you very much.
Can I ask Ruby to please do the honors of our... And may I now call upon Dr. Sharad Babu to do the formal vote of thanks, please.
Yeah, good afternoon. Dr. Sharad, past governor from 3150. And I thank Dr. Sangeeta Reddy, the joint managing director of Apollo Hospitals Group, for taking these health services to every nook and corner of this country. Not only with the brand, but also standardizing the protocols of diagnostics and the treatment protocols. And I thanks for her inputs on telemedicine and insurance and popularizing them. And yes, we are there with you in self-sustaining rural healthcare projects. And thank you very much, President Shekhar, for inaugurating the RC Deccan Guru Nanak Medical Center and the education, and Dr. Ashish on nutrition for women for Gujarat, and Dr. Shashank on renal project dialysis centers. And here I am seeing these guys whom I have been working from the past few years, Mr. Anshu Taneja in prescribing these school children glasses and then supplying glasses from past 6 months. And here is Dr. Amit Gupta on RSSDI we are there again screening, eye screening on diabetic patients. Thank you all very much, and thanks to Ravi Vadlamani, Chair, and Kamal Sanghvi, Convener, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sharad Babu. You know, दुनिया में बहुत चीजें होती हैं, and some things are absolutely fantastic. We are having a fabulous project this time, whereby we are going to distribute 10,000 wheelchairs in the next 1 year free of cost. So all you governors, the schemes will come to you. It will be told to you how to do that. But 10,000 wheelchairs, and ये सब चीज करने के लिए there is one man responsible. These are the type of wheelchairs which we have, which will distribute over a period of 1 year, courtesy Rotary India Humanity Foundation. और इसके लिए there is one person responsible, is Kiran Lal Shrestha. Kiran, can you just quickly come and tell us about that and the people involved in this? This is a grant which we are getting from the from the country of Japan. Taiwan is involved in it. The Taiwanese Rotarians are sending this to us. So let's give a big hand to Kiran Lal, is a past governor from Nepal. And I just hear quickly 2 minutes, Kiran, you want to talk about?
Thank you, P.R. Adi Kamal. My mentor and guru in Rotary, Shekhar Da, and Convener Kamal, and Chairman Ravi Vadlamani, and all the friends. I brought the greetings from Nepal, from the land of Pasupatinath and Muktinath. Same as greeting from Taiwan. This is a wheelchair. This is not a wheelchair. This is a love from Taiwan to the people of India. You know, the Taiwanese people so feel friendly with the Indian people. And I'm happy to announce that as a RI president, Shekhar Da was well known. He was respected all over world. But the Japanese and Taiwanese have a lot of regards for him. So I just got a call from Taiwan. They have declared, they have announced Taiwan Rotary will contribute 50,000 chairs. Every year, 10,000 chairs to Rotary India Humanity Foundation. And similarly, project, this 10,000 wheelchair costs 14 crore IC. So 70 crore वो 5 साल में दे रहा है. इसके बाद जापान का भी शेखर दा को बहुत प्यार करते हैं और इंडिया का बहुत प्यार करते हैं. लास्ट टाइम 10 दिन पहले हम एक मैनग्रोव ट्री प्लांटेशन का बात किया था. शेखर दा इज वेरी कीन इन एनवायरनमेंट. सो जापान डिस्ट्रिक्ट 2820 District Governor Kazuo Arai has announced he is contributing $30,000 as a DDF for 3 projects in India for a plantation of mangrove tree in India. This is a big contribution from Japan, and thank you all for over here. Thank you, J Rotary.
Thank you, Kiran Lal. Let's give Kiran Lal a big hand for stitching it up. 70 crore rupiya ka project over 5 years, wheelchairs coming into India from Taiwan. Let's hear it from the person who's doing it.
Today, we launched the Rotary theme, Serve to Change Lives, which is urged by President Shekhar Mehta and sponsored by Rotary Indian Humanity Foundation and the Cha Zhuangji Foundation of Taiwan. First of all, I would like to thank PDG Joy of District 3523 in Taipei and the PDG Kiran of District 3292
to please do the honors
for initiating this charity program. And RI 2022 President Shekhar Mehta and Rotary Indian Humanity Foundation Chairman Kamal Sanghvi for their support. We will finally make this meaningful project come true. that more underprivileged disabled people regain their mobility with wheelchairs. We hope our matching donation effort will inspire more donors to participate and contribute for similar social welfare, responding to the good deeds and spreading the charitable behaviors to enhance the charitable power in assisting the disabled. The Chazhongji Foundation sponsor and donate 10,000 wheelchairs is just the beginning. It is a great opportunity for us to cooperate with Rotary Indian Community Foundations to do this humanitarian work. We are sure that we will donate wheelchair with other entities or organizations to assist the underprivileged disabled of India in the near future. Congratulations.
Thank you. So the Fighting Disease plenary comes to adjourned. So we'll give a big clap to all the people involved with that. And I call to order the plenary 6. And may I invite Verpi Honkala, the RI director on the board today, as the session chair. May I ask Verpi to please come in? And before Verpi comes in, could we have the introduction, please? Let's give Verpi a big hand. She currently serves as the director on our Rotary International Board, a person who's absolutely erudite, someone we all look upon to, and an absolutely dedicated soldier of Rotary. Verpi. Before that, can we have the
Virpi Honkola worked as head of surgery at Rahe Hospital until her retirement in 2014 and was the hospital's medical director from 1989 to 2010. A founding member of the Finnish network with the World Health Organization's international network of health promoting hospitals and health services, she served as the group's chair and national coordinator and as an international board member. For her service as a doctor, she was conferred an honorary title by the President of Finland in 2015. Honkola joined Rotary in 2001. One of her proudest achievements as a Rotarian occurred during a return visit to a community near Pune, India that uses rainwater harvesting systems made possible by a long-term multi-district global grant. She has served as a Council on Legislation representative, RI President's representative, RI training leader, Regional Rotary Foundation coordinator, and Leadership Development and Training Committee member. She has received the Rotary Foundation Citation for Meritorious Service and the Rotary Foundation Distinguished Service Award. Ladies and gentlemen, Virpi Honkola, Rotary International Director and Treasurer, 2021 to 22.
Thank you and good afternoon, all of you. And I do thank you that you wanted to join us for this session after having a great lunch. I'm sure that you did. And I hope that you will enjoy this topic, which is environment. Now we have within the Rotary Foundation, we have now 7 areas of focus, and the protection of the environment is the newest one, the 7th one. However, we have done quite many projects where environmental aspects have been taken into consideration already for several years before this 7th area of focus was adopted. Now, what does it mean, environmental protection? Environmental protection is the practice of protecting the natural environment by individuals, organizations, and governments. Its objectives are to conserve natural resources and the existing natural environment, and, when possible, to repair damage and reverse trends. My friends, we have all been born. And that means that the second we have been born, we take a breath of air. And air is something that we are dependent on ever since, till the last breath we take after our journey is done. So what kind of air do we breathe? There's one question about the environmental issues. Another thing that we are very dependent on is water. Our body is very much composed of water, believe it or not. And we are very dependent on clean water. And then we know that there are millions and millions of people in this world who have not access to clean water. And so they are prone for diseases that are waterborne. And we lose a lot of human beings because of that. And also, even before we were born, so as we were developing into the human being that we are now, so many kinds of adverse effects might have encountered the mother that was carrying each one of us. We human beings are quite innovative in many respects, but we have also been innovative in producing, for instance, drugs that were then later found harmful for the fetus and for the child. And so part of this environmental protection is also to take into consideration drugs and chemical agents that we may use for various procedures. So we talk about climate change, we talk about air pollution, we talk about various wastes in waters, we talk about plastic waste, among others. We talk about the forests, conserving the forests, and today we will talk about mangroves especially. But these are the remarks that I wanted to make for you. And there was just one more thing. On October 8th last year, United Nations Human Rights Council passed a resolution recognizing access to a healthy and sustainable environment as a universal right. So this is the base for today's session. And I would now like to call to the stage a renowned and extremely highly appreciated environmentalist, Vandana Shiva, who will talk about environment, a collective responsibility. Vandana Shiva, please. Yeah. We just became friends over the lunch, and so I am also very curious to know what she's going to tell us about. Please, Vandana, welcome.
Thank you so much.
Please.
Thank you.
Environmental activist, food sovereignty advocate, eco-feminist, and anti-globalization author. Based in Delhi, Shiva has written more than 20 books. She's often referred to as Gandhi of Grain for her activism associated with the anti-GMO movement. In 1982, she created the Foundation for Science, Technology and Ecology, and in 1987, she founded Navdanya, a movement in defense of food sovereignty, seeds, biodiversity, and the rights of small farmers, which promote organic agriculture and fair trade. Ladies and gentlemen, Vandana Shiva, Indian physicist and social activist.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the Rotarians for being in the world. You know, I was just thinking, you are about the most organized network whose dedication is to service. Now that's become very rare. Service is a disappearing quality, and you have kept it alive, so thank you. My own life has been dedicated to the first knowledge of the earth, that's why I did physics, but service to the earth when I realized we were messing things up. I became aware that we had the power to destroy when I saw forests disappear. And I became, even while studying in Canada, I became a volunteer for the Chipko movement, about which I'm sure you have all heard. The movement where women came out and said, we're going to hug the trees. These are not timber mines. These are sources of our soil, our water, our breath. You talked about air. And here are the women, 50 years ago, telling the world about the ecological functions of nature. And I'm very fortunate that I learned so much of my ecology from women who'd never been to school, but lived the life in service of nature. We are meeting in a time where there's a horrendous heat wave going through India. And I remember about, I think it must 10 years, 15 years ago, there was another heat wave and thousands died in Andhra Pradesh. Between 1998 to 2012, we've lost 1,300 people. So these are not issues of the future. These are issues where there's life and death today. In my region in the Himalaya, we've had the Kedarnath disaster of 2013, which washed away villages, bridges, and it was a combination of the fact that climate change is making the Chorbari glacier melt, so there was a lake, the lake burst because of the heavy rains, and then because of heavy, uncontrolled dam building, the mountain just slipped, and the levels of the rivers went 40 feet as high as that curtain. No wonder every road, every bridge, every village got washed away. That's where the damage. And this year, last year, tragically, we had the Rishiganga disaster. Double tragedy because it's destroyed the village where the Chipko movement started. A village called Raini, where Gaura Devi was the first woman who came out and said, we will protect these forests. But we have not just the climate disaster, which I define as the health disaster for the planet as a whole, because science is increasingly recognizing, our philosophy has always recognized that the earth is a living system. She's Gaia, she's Pachamama, she's Vasundhara, you can call her what you want to. But this denial that the earth is living is very recent. In the Oxford Dictionary, it says nature is that which we can use as raw material. But nature is what gives us oxygen to breathe. Without the trees, we would have no breath. Without the watersheds that protected our rivers, we would have no water. That's why the women said we are protecting these forests for water. And of course, without fertile soil, we would have no food. So I see three interrelated hazards impacting our very possibility to exist on this planet. Before, as I was entering, they were talking about health and the chronic diseases, the highest reason for death. But if you look at COVID also, the highest mortality was among those who had comorbidities, who had diabetes, who had cancer. So the virus wasn't killing people, chronic diseases were. And where were the chronic diseases coming from? They were coming from a system of producing with huge toxic chemicals that are carcinogenic. The WHO recognized Roundup, glyphosate as a carcinogen. It has been illegally used in India. It's never had approval for agriculture. But it's being illegally used and spread, and you're killing all the biodiversity in the field and turning the land into a desert. The health of the planet and our health is not separate, because we are not separate from the planet. We are made of the same Panch Mahabhutas that this body is made of. And every harm done to the planet is a harm we do to ourselves. The last time I was in this building, exactly the same conference hall, was when the Convention on Biological Diversity, COP, was organized in India. And the Ministry of Environment, which was the host, you know, all the pamphlets and posters had this beautiful logo and slogan, Prakriti Rakshite Rakshita. When you protect the earth, she protects you. When you protect nature, nature protects you. Now we know this through wisdom, we know this through contemporary science, but we are in constant denial of it. We have a hunger epidemic. The Secretary General of the UN has called it a hurricane of hunger. Approximately 1 billion are affected. The COVID pushed an additional 130 million into hunger, and even in the richest countries, in Milan, in London, in New York, you see people in queues. Even middle-class families have been reduced to going to soup kitchens and food stamps. Ukraine war has added an additional 13 million. So we have the health crisis, we have the hunger crisis, and we have this year the heat crisis. But it's just an aspect of climate change. And all of the three are deeply interrelated. And all three are related to the fact that we no more see the ecological processes that sustain our lives. We do not see the amazing miracle that we as a species were evolved by this earth. And of course you can have your own theories about creation, but at the end of it, the creation is the fact that we only arrived on this planet 200,000 years ago. Only in the life of 4 billion. What was the earth like 4 billion years ago? Like other planets, a dead planet. No soil, no plants, no photosynthesis. And slowly the microbes, the plants that do photosynthesis evolved. Over billions of years, the miracle of turning carbon dioxide into carbohydrates and oxygen with the gift of the sun through photosynthesis, in my view, the most sophisticated technology that nature can create. You get food from the same process, you get your breath from the same process, and because you're creating photosynthesis, which are green leaves, which are going back to the soil, you're creating water through the same process. So the three basic needs of breath, of water, of food are linked to this miracle of a biophotonic process every day. Let me give you some figures. The temperature of the earth without life, without biodiversity, used to be 290 degrees. Photosynthesis reduced it to 13 degrees. The carbon dioxide content was 4,000 parts per million. Photosynthesis reduced it to 270 parts per million. The concentration of carbon dioxide was 98%. The biosphere and photosynthesis and biodiversity reduced it to a 0.03%. And meantime, oxygen, which was only 0%, was increased to 21% so we could breathe. And if we don't learn from the earth how to live in the appropriate way, we will never be able to fulfill our common responsibility to take care of this common home, this common Mother Earth. Oikos is the word in Greek, which is the root for economy as the management of the house and ecology as the knowledge of how the household works. Ecological laws are what guide life, and every time we violate them, we have less of life. Every one of the emergencies I mentioned come from this system. Now this year, Punjab, which the Green Revolution was introduced, which was basically introducing dwarf plants for huge amounts of chemical use and lots of irrigation. Well, those plants this year have done very badly. You know, it's 5 quintals of loss per hectare. Some people say about 50% of the crop is gone. My colleagues are right now in the part of India where we save and conserve old varieties of wheat. Now, these old varieties of wheat are not just drought tolerant. They're not just heat tolerant. They're doing fine. There has been no impact of the heat wave on the old varieties. Punjab has been destroyed. But another issue relating to health is that the new varieties and industrial farming and the chemicals that go into industrial farming are leading to gluten allergies. But our ancient varieties do not cause gluten allergies. In fact, I had to fight a case against Monsanto, which took a patent on our old wheats. And we said this is biopiracy, like the case of the biopiracy of neem, the biopiracy of the famous basmati from my valley. We have been saving seeds. I've been saving seeds since 1987 because I do not accept the myth that seeds are an invention of a chemical company. Seeds are the story of evolution. Seeds are the innovation of our ancestors. 200,000 rice varieties this land created. We saved every rice we could find. We have 4,000 rice varieties in the community seed banks that Navdanya started. And what we found is in those rices were salt-tolerant rices. We found in those rices were flood-tolerant rices. We distributed them after the super cyclone of Orissa, of Phelan, Fani, Yas, Amphan. As climate change intensified, the cyclones in the Bay of Bengal and now even the Arabian Sea are increasing. We need to distribute these salt-tolerant seeds along all the affected areas. And I do look forward to a partnership of Rotary equipping farming communities, you know, because the beauty of the seed is from one seed you get hundreds. So multiplication and renewal is in its nature. Scarcity is not the way nature works. Scarcity is a manufacture of the human mind. Abundance is the nature of the world we live in. And sharing abundance and creating abundance is our duty, our collective responsibility. I was so grateful that when I arrived, I was gifted a packet of millet cookies. Now, I started saving millets, and I call them forgotten foods. They were treated like orphans. Primitive grains, kala hai, black. So we started celebrating festivals. Black is beautiful. We started to do research on how much more nutrition is in the ragi and the jangora and the mandua and the Rajasthani crops, the bajra, the jwari. Well, people are now waking up to the fact that not only are millets the answer to climate change, They're the answer to the health crisis. I have so many people who come to us in Navdanya. I used to have diabetes, it's been sorted out with your Jangora. I used to have this problem, and now it's been sorted out. Allergies to gluten. You eat the millets. But it's not just solving the problem of health and nutrition, it's solving the problem of climate change, because it is creating more nutrition for the soil, which is where climate change will be addressed. I wrote a book called Soil Not Oil in the lead up to the Copenhagen summit. Everything we do that is good for our body is the same things we have to do that's good for the body of the earth. And that connection makes our work easier, actually, not more difficult, because we don't have to duplicate. Yeah? We have to take care of the health of this beautiful Mother Earth, and then Mother Earth will take care. We've seen, our work has shown that in 20 years, the soil organic matter, the nitrogen, the magnesium, the zinc, all the micronutrient deficiencies can be addressed by giving organic matter back. But that's not all. You're adding organic matter to the soil and creating humus, which holds the water. 1% organic matter, 160,000 liters of water per hectare. That's the difference between having a desert and having a dust bowl and having a fertile land. We are facing 97% of the soils of this world are on the verge of desertification. And we shouldn't forget the 1930s Dust Bowl of America. We cannot have the country that messed up its own soil telling us how to manage our soil. We are the ones for whom the Vedas said, in this handful of soil is your future. Take care of it. It will take care of you. And because plants in the field and plants in the mangroves do the same work of photosynthesis, what we have to do is work with the laws of the earth to regreen the earth, to maximize biodiversity, maximize photosynthesis, maximize our service and love for the earth, and the earth will perform miracles with us. 1 tree replaces 5 air conditioners. If we keep chopping down trees, we will never have enough air conditioners to cool. We'll never have enough coal to run the plants to supply the electricity. You can see the coal crisis that we are facing. But if 1 tree can do the job, shouldn't we be planting more cooling trees? In the shade of 1 tree, the temperature difference is 25% less. And again, the gratitude we should have for being part of an ecological civilization. I was doing research the other day, what are the trees that produce the most oxygen? It's every tree that this civilization decided was sacred. The peepal, the bar, the neem, the bale. Let us use the wisdom of our ancestors, the brilliance of the earth, the service of the Rotarians to create a world that is livable for all future generations of all species. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Vandana Shiva, what a great inspiration. I should call you now probably Madame Mangrove, among other things. But this is only, because we had lunch, and so Trustee Geeta Manik and myself, Geeta said to me, you see this lady over there? And I said, yes. Do you know her? I said, no. Well, let's go to her and let's have a picture together. And she was there, and she was discussing how to pick up the mangrove seeds and how to plant them and how to cultivate them and how to then, the ladies of the poor ladies of the villages who cultivate them, they sell the plants, and we were there in the middle of discussion of mangroves. I mean, I come in from Finland. I mean, I know what mangroves are, but they definitely don't grow anywhere nearby.
With your permission, can I just say one sentence?
Yes.
When the British came, they declared the mangroves as wasteland because they did not get revenue out of it.
Right.
So I think part of what our work is to decolonize our thinking and become truly free. Become truly free. 75th year of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav should be decolonization. Lovely meeting you.
Lovely meeting you too. And I call Rotarian Ron Agarwal to do the felicitations.
Oh, I get something?
For you.
I get
Yes,
some
you will. It's a little bit memento.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would also like to inform you that this session on supporting the environment is sponsored by Kalika Steel. Thank you very much to our session sponsor, Kalika Steel. Let's have a look at their AV.
So we are giving
the purity of liquid metal, casting high-strength steel, multiple-stage hot rolling, and controlled quenching for unmatched strength and durability. Kalika TMT Steel, the strength of technology. Kalika Steel Alloys Private Limited is a prominent producer of superior quality TMT steel bars. Dual streams of high-efficiency induction furnaces for continuous melting of sponge iron. Fume extraction systems make the operations pollution-free. A state-of-the-art continuous casting machine transforms the liquid metal into high-grade billets. The red-hot billets travel through an efficient billet handling system that transfers them to the rolling mill. On the way, the billets pass through an online heating system, which maintains them at the required temperature. Kalika Steel has installed a world-class hot rolling mill, incorporating Siemens Tri-Metals technology. This 300,000 metric ton per annum capacity mill produces FE 500 grade TMT bars in sizes ranging from 8mm to 40mm.
Thank you. This session was sponsored by Kalika Steel, Arun Agarwal's company. But you know what? Today we have the honor. It's an extreme honor, ma'am, that Vannaji, you're with us, and you always, whenever I ask you to address, you are extremely kind to do that. But you know what's great about this lady? Her dedication to the cause of the environment. She believes in one thing, which I said in the morning last day, that if you, the environment is the echo, depends on the noise which we make, and that's what exactly she said. To honor her work which she is for the environment, this conference honors her with the title of Star of India, Rotary Star of India, and that's the title.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the program will proceed, and we will have a panel now, a panel on climate change mitigation. And I would like to call District Governor-elect Sandeep Agarwala, who is also the program chair of this conference, to be the moderator for the panel.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the AV introduction of DGE Sandeep Agarwala. Rotarian Sandeep Agarwala is a third-generation Rotarian and a member of the Rotary Club of Bombay. He is the District Governor for District 3141 for the Rotary year 2022-23. He has participated in many discussions on environment and is fully committed to Rotary's latest area of focus, supporting environment. Ladies and gentlemen, District Governor-elect Sandeep Agarwala.
And as panelists, we will have first Lysipriya Kangujam, who is a climate activist.
Can we have a look at the AV introduction of Lissipriya Kangujam, please?
Lissipriya Kangujam is a child environmental activist from India. She's one of the youngest climate activists globally and has addressed world leaders at the United Nations Climate Change Conference 2019 in Madrid, Spain. Lissipriya has been campaigning for climate action in India since 2018 to pass new laws to curb India's high population levels and to make climate change literacy mandatory in schools. Ladies and gentlemen, Lissipriya Kangujam, climate activist.
Very warm welcome to you, Lissipriya Kangujam. And our next panelist will be representing Mumbai Mangrove Conservation Unit, Adarsh Reddy.
Mr. M. Adarsh Reddy, the probationer at the Indian Forest Services, the District Forest Officer, Mumbai Mangrove Construction Unit.
Welcome, Adarsh Reddy. And the next panelist is author and editor at CNN IBN, Bahar Dutt.
Actually, Bahar Dutt couldn't make it, so we will move to the next one, Director Virpi.
Bahar is not well, so she's excused herself.
Doing probably the important news that we always see. So I will ask to the panel to join Sunil Kumar, who is Head of Sustainable Banking at NatWest Group and NatWest Foundation.
Sunil Kumar Nandamudi is the Head Sustainable Banking, Performance and Development at NatWest Group India Head and NatWest India Foundation. Has more than 2 decades of diverse experience in business strategy, public affairs, sustainability and communications with a specialization on climate change of the forest sector and environment. Has worked with government institutions, international organizations and the corporate sector. Is successfully engaged with stakeholders and contributed towards strengthening the brand reputation. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sunil Kumar Nandamudi.
Okay, please, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Virpi. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, fellow Rotarians. It's my pleasure to moderate this panel discussion on climate change mitigation. We have some very eminent guests. We had a 4th panelist, Bahar Dutt, but unfortunately one of her very close associates tested positive for COVID, and out of abundant precaution and also for our benefit, it was best advised that she did not travel to Hyderabad today. Now, climate change has aggravated extreme disasters over the last decade. We are all familiar with that. Scientific studies have conclusively proven that these droughts, flooding, and climate change-induced famines will not only impact the natural world and its resources, but human health, well-being, and mortality. The Rotary Foundation has been at the forefront of protecting communities, having pledged more than $18 million towards environmental sustainability projects in the last 5 years alone. To further strengthen its commitment to the cause, environment, as you all know, has been identified as the 7th area of focus for Rotary from 1st July 2020. Rotary stands committed to supporting activities that strengthen the conservation and protection of natural resources, advanced ecological sustainability, and foster harmony between communities and the environment. At COP26 in Glasgow, Scotland, our own Rotary International President, Shekhar Mehta, co-led a roundtable discussion on the critical role mangroves play in mitigating and adapting to climate change. Climate and environmental representatives and experts from more than 20 countries attended the roundtable and pledged to act alongside Rotary to help save and restore mangroves all over the world. As a longtime friend of the United Nations, Shekhar Mehta said, Rotary supports the UN Framework Convention for Climate Change and supports the goals of the Action for Climate Empowerment. Rotary fully supports efforts to enhance education, training, public awareness, participation, public access to information, and international cooperation regarding climate change. Today, resonating with the vision and roadmap set by our RI President, we are here with eminent panelists from the conservation world to deliberate, exchange, and explore the climate crisis and its possible mitigation. So Sunil, I would address the first question to you, which says, Rotary worldwide focuses on providing sustainable solutions to poor and vulnerable communities. Climate change and poverty are inseparably linked, and we cannot resolve one issue without addressing the other. You have worked extensively with forest-dwelling communities in the interiors of India and transformed the lives of thousands. How important do you think it is to integrate climate change adaptation into the development planning for such communities?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Is it audible?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A pleasure to be here. And after the very eloquent message that was given by the predecessor, Vandana ji, who literally has taken all of us into nature, we felt like we were actually being in the nature. I think there's very little for us to say that now, but let me share a little experience that I have. I'm primarily a banker. And since I look after sustainable banking for the group, the NatWest group, which primarily means that when we do our large project financing, we take into account risk factors that come for the environment and to the community. And in addition to that, we have very clearly committed ourselves to act on climate change. And when I say the NatWest group, I can also say that, look, the entire business community across the world has committed itself to act on climate change. It's a business that we do. So we roll out products that are green, significant focus on renewables, helping transition the global economies towards a zero carbon or less carbon. But let me respond to Mr. Sandeep's question. When you talk about climate change, it's one phenomenon which is completely global in nature. It does not differentiate between human beings anywhere. It does not differentiate between an emitter or a clean person or a clean nation. It becomes truly planetary. It looks at human being as one. Having said that, there are some regions, some communities which are more vulnerable. And India, in terms of vulnerability index, is actually 5th among the 190 odd countries. It's that vulnerable that we are. And the last report of the UN, the IPCC, what it calls the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which is the official report of the UN comprising studies carried out by scientists from all over the world and peer-reviewed and using the state-of-the-art science that we have. Among the many things that it says about India is that very soon we shall have at least 250 days of climate-stressed days, which means that any work outdoors is going to become difficult, impossible, or even fatal. And for a country where more than 50% of a labor force is actually a farm labor, and in addition to that, a lot of factory workers, especially the SMEs and so on, you can imagine the kind of vulnerability that we suffer from. Okay. You spoke specifically about forest community. Now, the World Bank report says at least 300 million in India are in a way, directly or indirectly, are directly in association, and I would not use the word conflict, but in association with forests. Over the years, on account of changing policies and changing economic factors, the relationship between the communities and the ecosystem has got a little strain. It's not as conducive as it used to be. But India as a country has a huge potential to contribute to the global actions on climate change, especially through forest carbon. As a nation that hosts very tiny extent of land, which is a little more than 2% of the geographical land, but we host 8% of the global biodiversity. Among the things that India had committed at the UN is to make an additional forest carbon sink of 2.5 to 3 billion tons by 2030. And that is because we still hold more than 20% of our land under forests. And that is where this community, which lives in close proximity to such forest areas, can make a significant contribution. And there can be no plans for livelihoods or poverty alleviation or climate change without taking into account the role of the community there.
Thanks, Sunil. May I request the sound control panel to put on the sound monitors, because we are finding it difficult to hear what the panelists are saying, and they are finding it difficult to understand the questions I'm asking. The sound monitors, please. Thanks, Sunil. The next question is to Lissy Priya, our youngest member, and with very mature shoulders and a passion for environment. Lissy, how are you today?
I'm fine. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for joining us today.
Welcome, sir. It's my honor to be here with you all today.
So can you share with us how climate change impacted your life, and what do you want our leaders to do to solve the crisis?
First of all, thank you so much, sir, and Rotary for having me here today in this wonderful program. And hi, everyone. I'm Lissy Priya, and I'm an Indian climate activist and the founder of the Child Movement. Well, climate change is not only for me or for you or for someone else. Climate change problem is for every single person living in this world. Each and every child living in this country, living in this world, are already the victims of climate change. That's why I'm fighting to save our planet and our future. I was born in Manipur, which is a small, beautiful northeastern state of India, border with Myanmar. And it is full of lush green mountains and alluring atmosphere. It is full of rich biodiversity, but many biodiversity hotspots are becoming climate hotspots now. But I have grown up in Beneficiary, Odisha for my schooling. My home in Odisha was hit by Cyclone Titli in 2019 and Cyclone Fani in 2019, and Cyclone Titli was in 2018, sorry. And because of that such incidents, I have went to Delhi, and again, my life became very messy due to the high air pollution level there. So all such incidents I met in my young life turns me into a child climate activist. Our country, India, is facing lots of environmental issues like floods, droughts, heat waves, cyclones, locusts, forest fire, etc. at the same time. So these are all the impact of climate change. Our leaders need to take urgent climate action now to save our planet and our future. We want clean air to breathe, clean water to drink, and clean planet to live. That's all I want to tell to our leaders.
Thank you, Lissy. We all know that March recorded amongst the highest temperatures in the last century for India, I think, at the average temperatures. And of course, you've been reading about the declaration of heat waves across India week after week, which is so unusual, so early on in the summer. But that's where we are. And Lissy expounded that and elucidated on that beautifully. Thanks, Lissy.
Welcome.
Adarsh, blue carbon ecosystems like mangroves are more effective in fighting climate change than terrestrial ecosystems. Can you explain this for our audience?
The thing is, first of all, thank you for having me here. I'm basically from Hyderabad, and then any chance to visit my hometown is always welcome. So I'm based in Bombay, but hello?
Yeah.
Thank you for having me here. The thing is, it is said like mangrove ecosystems, these have the highest potential for carbon sequestration. Like, research is being done, but one attribute could be that these come up in swampy areas. And then there's a general shortfall of oxygen in these systems. So what happens is, because the carbon decay rate is less and therefore the holding potential is more, be it wetlands or be it mangroves. So that way definitely the potential for sequestration, mitigating climate change are higher compared to the terrestrial systems.
Thank you, Sunil. Thank you, Adarsh. Also, the fact that mangroves attract natural beauty, flamingos and other wildlife and birds. I think it's so important that we keep on restoring it and preserving it as we do, because that's the thing which the common people understand more than the other aspects which you
That's
explained.
definitely a yes. In the sense, see, we have natural calamities where mangroves act as the first barrier or defense. Then you have these areas which prevent erosion due to heavy winds or due to seawater. Then these are nurseries for various species of fishes or crabs and then other microorganisms. Then many coastal communities depend on mangroves for their livelihood activities. So definitely.
So
and then the beauty part, as you said, yes, many mangroves and then the creek areas support a wide variety of birds. Like I'll just give an example of the Thane Creek in Bombay. It is now a sanctuary where every year we get about 1.5 to 2 lakh flamingos.
Wow.
And then it's just a sight of pink where you see these feeding, then the flamingo dance, etc. It is a sight to behold.
Yes, I can well imagine. So what, according to you, are the biggest challenges in mangrove conservation today? And what do you think is the roadmap ahead?
See, the biggest problem I would say would be the encroachments as well as the debris dumping. See, in an urban setup, at least the coastal community areas where cities have come up, land is a scarce commodity. The thing is, you can't spread on one side, so basically any small patch of land, it is always liable for encroachments. Secondly, a lot of development is going on, then a lot of waste is generated. And one convenient way, they just dump it into the little creeks and rivulets. Then this creates a twofold problem. What happens is, first, it cuts off the seawater to the subsequent mangroves. Secondly, then they die. And then secondly, gradually that area is reclaimed and then they scope for new encroachments as such. That is one issue. But then there are solutions to that also. Like because I'll give you the Maharashtra context, like encroachments. Last 7 to 8 years, we have removed over 8,000 hutments from the mangrove areas. Then the debris dumping, fine, our staff are there. We have hiring Maharashtra Security Corporation staff, and then we place them at locations so that to prevent this, we levy fines, we seize vehicles. On top of that, where we feel are sensitive, then we go for wall constructions basically, so that the encroachments stop over there. One issue I said, the debris dumping. So we are in talks with the municipal corporations to see if we can remove this and then how do we reclaim that area. Maybe if the water ingress comes back, go for mangrove plantations, or if not, then at least for mangrove associates. Then second issue which comes up is basically in coastal areas, many people are dependent on mangroves for livelihood. So how do you enhance that livelihood? How do you give them suitable livelihood linked to these mangrove ecosystems? Thirdly, awareness generation. Any government organization, yes, we do our job, but at the end of the day, unless people come forward, and that is when it becomes truly successful. So how do we encourage people to participate, be it in protection, be it in cleanups? That is one challenge which we are facing. Fourthly, in Maharashtra context, what happened? We have about 32,000 hectares of forest, or mangrove forest in Maharashtra, entire 7 districts on the coast. Out of this, about 19,000 hectares is the government on government land, and another 13,000 is on private. So out of this 19,000, today about 15,000 hectares is what is with the forest department. So in the next 1 year or 1.5 years, our objective is to take over the rest, around 3,000 to 4,000 hectares, and then just start protecting it. And second thing is, we don't know where these 13,000 hectares on private lands are there. So try to identify them, then how do you integrate those lands for protection, because being private and then in Bombay and the coastal areas, they have a monetary value. So the people also expect that my land, so how do we integrate them with protection and also get benefits for them? These are challenges and what we plan to do.
Thanks so much, Adarsh. Sunil, human civilization is thousands of years old and has thrived on our intelligence, technology, and innovation. Is there a science which is emerging to deal with the climate crisis?
Sandeep, before I respond to that question, just allow me to continue a little bit with what others spoke ahead of me. Others spoke about the communities which live in close proximity to mangroves, and so also to the other forest ecosystems. I spoke about 300 million who are in direct proximity. The big challenge is forests actually generate services which are global in nature. Oxygen, for example, a carbon sink, a catchment for water. And the market, free market that we have, has really still not learned to put a price on that because we take it for granted. We take oxygen for granted. We're not willing to pay for a bottle of water, for water that we use. These are things which are taken for granted. Now for the community which is living there in close proximity, it's a question of livelihood. So the biggest challenge that we have is how do we get this community which is in close proximity and directly dependent upon, how do we get them to, or maybe to compensate them for those services in which the rest of us are dependent upon. That's something I would like everyone to ponder over. Okay, I wanted to add, thank you. But now let me answer the question that you asked. Yes, human civilization has actually been backed and powered by science and technology. And science and technology has given us things which are good, which are bad. For example, penicillin saved millions of lives. Silicon chip has changed the way that we communicate and do commerce. Gunpowder has changed the way that we kill each other. Splitting the atom has magnified it several folds. So today we sit on a nuclear brink, we do not know when it would. So I would say science and technology is something that we need to deploy with a sense of wisdom in order to make a difference to us. That's number one. Number two is, at the moment, when it comes to climate, science tells us that there are only two ways of dealing with it. Number one, please cut down your emissions drastically. At present, we have another 10 years before we breach, at present levels of emissions, we have another 10 years before we breach the 1.5 degrees centigrade, making things difficult for us. The pandemic has also taught us that we cannot say that science will give us a time-bound results. We have been struggling, and probably nothing attracted the kind of investments as COVID has. We still don't know how to cure it. We still do not know a very foolproof vaccination for that. To say that tomorrow science is going to give us a solution that will deal with climate change is going to be foolish. At the moment, it has given us certain options, and in that I said cutting emissions by switching over to alternatives, removing carbon dioxide by protecting and retaining your forests, by bringing the degraded land that Vandanaji spoke about. The UN also had said, Hyderabad had hosted, I think, the UN Convention on Combating Desertification. A third of India's landmass is prone to desertification. Much of it can be brought under tree cover with a little bit of investment. So these are solutions that science is telling us. So I would rest it there. Thank you.
Lissy, we've seen you protesting in front of the parliament a number of times. Why do you protest there, and have you achieved anything from the government as a result of these protests?
When I was just around 6 years old, I got a chance to attend one United Nations disaster conference in Mongolia. And I met many world leaders, great scientists, experts, policymakers, and many climate activists there. It was a life-changing event for me. And after returning back from Mongolia in July 2018, I have started my own organization called the Child Movement to call the world leaders to take immediate climate action as soon as possible to save our planet and our future. In the Parliament House of India, I'm standing and I'm telling to our Honorable Prime Minister of India, Mr. Narendra Modi ji, and all the MPs there to pass the climate change law as soon as possible from the paper to become action. And also, I have three main demands to our leaders. First, to pass the climate change law as soon as possible at the Parliament. If they pass this climate change law, then it would help to control the carbon emissions and also the greenhouse gases. Second, to include climate education mandatory in every school education curriculum. If they include climate education mandatory in every school curriculum, then it would help to fight the climate change from the grassroots, and it would also help to teach our world leaders by their own children and grandchildren, because they can't believe in science and climate change is real. Third is to plant minimum 10 trees by each student in India and also in the world. In India, there are 350 million students. If 350 million students plant minimum 10 trees every year, then we would plant minimum 3.5 billion trees. So trust me, India will be green in after 5 to 10 years.
What a noble thought.
Yeah, and you see, I have been requesting many governments of the world, even governments of many states of India, to include climate education compulsory in every school education curriculum for the last 4 years. And I took many risks by protesting uncountable times in various places of the world, including the Parliament House of India, and I'm now very happy to see that Italy, USA, UK, and many European countries have started teaching climate education in their school education curriculum, and even in many states of India. Secondly, I have protested in the midnight in front of the President's House of India to make a new law to curb the Delhi's high air pollution level. And finally, President of India has made a new law to curb the Delhi's high air pollution level by signing an ordinance. Lastly, I would like to tell you all that Delhi University has made every student there plant minimum 1 tree to pass the final examinations. That's all.
Thank you. So Adarsh, do you think the devastation caused by cyclones like Amphan, Tokte, Yas and Nisarg in recent years has awakened people to the importance of mangroves?
Definitely. The thing is, see, people earlier also they were aware, but no, these cyclones, but the number then was less. These cyclones or calamities, definitely they have sensitized people about the need for conserving, be it our natural resources, mangroves, forests. And then it is happening also. Like if in Maharashtra, the journey for mangrove conservation started in 2004 when one individual or an NGO went to court asking for protection of mangroves. The High Court had then taken a judgment or a decision where they said there should be a complete ban on mangrove cutting. There must be 50-meter buffer where there should be no construction activities. All mangroves have to be protected basically. Since then, today there are a lot of people who are involved in conservation who are active in protection. Like one individual goes into mangroves, we immediately get a call, we can see some person in so and so sector. Then we have n number of complaints on Twitter, right from the tag, right from the CM to Environment Minister to us. And then we have a lot of calls, we have a lot of complaints regarding where we inquire. Apart from that, this regards the protection. Then what is there? The conservation of that, there also people are involved. We have many organizations who come up basically asking for taking up workshops on mangrove conservation, wildlife conservation. We have many volunteers, NGOs who actively participate in the mangrove cleanup drives. What happens is during high tide, a lot of debris comes into these mangroves, be it plastic, be it some dead materials like wood, etc., and then plastic cups, bottles, and then maybe syringes, all these. So we have many NGOs who have come forward who voluntarily take up these cleaning programs. We have kids as young as 7th, 8th class, basically kids, who wear these gum boots and then they are walking in these swampy areas contributing. So this is one change which has come up recently. Now, after this, there are also organizations who are themselves trying to educate people. We have certain organizations like Inner Wheel who are conducting mangroves, marathon. We recently had a women marathon. We named it as Mangrove-thon. Even the Mumbai sector Rotary, these individuals have also come to us. It's in the initial phase, but they also want to contribute. One is awareness, and then you have several ecotourism centers where they want to contribute for the welfare of the people. So yes, I would definitely say all these cyclones had a definite role in increasing the awareness as well as sensitizing the people and making them realize the need for conserving them.
Thanks, Adarsh. So we have about 5 or 6 minutes. We'll do the last 3 rounds, 3 questions, and I'll go straight to Lissy. You're very young in age.
Yeah, right.
What, 10 years old?
Mm-hmm.
And what gives you hope to fight against climate change?
Well, I have a dream where there are more bicycles on roads instead of more motor vehicles. I have a dream where there are no coal power plants and thermal power plants and replace it by clean solar energy. I have a dream where all the children living in this world have the clean air to breathe, clean water to drink, and the clean planet to live. Asking clean air to breathe, clean water to drink, and clean planet to live is all our basic rights. Many people told me that you are too young to get involved in such activism. But I proved them that age doesn't matter to make a difference.
Yes. So what do you think? Do you have a special message to our Rotarians here?
Yes, of course. First of all, let me finish those sentences.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you so much. Many people told me that you are too young to get involved in such activism, but I proved them that age doesn't matter to make a difference. Big or small, it doesn't matter. I'm a girl child who strongly believes that all the children can lead the change. So this all gives me hope to fight for our planet and for our future. And also, I have a small message to all the children of the world. Children must tell the parents that they should walk if it's nearby, or they can use the bicycle for short distances, or they can use the public transport like buses and metros for long distances. And please don't use single-use plastic at your homes, and please don't throw plastic or garbage at streets, oceans, rivers, seas, or any other places. And also, our little things can make a huge difference.
Give it up for her.
And we all know that we are facing a pandemic on one side and floods, droughts, heat waves, cyclone, locusts, forest fires, etc. on the another side. So now, this is the time to wake up. This is the time to open up our eyes. This is the time to send your children and grandchildren to fight for their own survival and for their own future. The best gift parents can give to their children is not a beautiful house, expensive cars, or a lot of money. The best gift parents can give to their children is a beautiful green planet.
Thank you, Lissy. Okay, so we'll have 2 more questions, and I'd request Sunil to try and answer this in 2 minutes if you can. UN has declared 2021 to 2030 as the decade of ecosystem restoration. Could you, in this context, summarize the role of the industry sector, especially in India, in contributing towards mitigating climate risks?
Sure, Sandeep, I'll try to keep it short, but before that, let me say, Lucy, thank you so much. Wonderful sharing the platform with you. It is said that we have not inherited the planet, but we hold it in trust for the next generation. Our generation has a lot of lessons that we have learned. We have done some good things, we have done many bad things. And I wish that every child in this world is like a Lucy. There are in fact many.
No, I'm normal as every child living in this world.
Well said.
Yes. Yes, absolutely yes. So thank you. Because like I often say, that while the UN Secretary General has been calling that the IPCC report is a ear-splitting wake-up call, but we, I think, are conditioned more to give more attention to celebrities. I mean, I have no quarrel with celebrities at all, rather than to the issues that we need to deal with. So communication is extremely important, and yes, Lucy, you are doing a wonderful job there. Thank you very much. The industry, yes. Now, the source of greenhouse gas emissions is on account of industrial activity, the production that we do, and of course as consumers. So while the governments take decisions and roll out enabling policies that includes incentives and taxation and so on, it's for the industry and it's for the consumer to really act there. Okay, industry have a big role to ensure that while they continue to create wealth for the society, providing the goods and services that they generate, it is done in a manner that's clean. For example, in India, if you see 68 to 69% of our greenhouse gas emissions are on account of energy, thermal significantly. Lucy made a reference to that. And yes, the government of India has committed to significantly switching over to renewables. We have said that by 2030, 50% of our energy capacity will come from renewables. So the industry is actually encouraged to shift towards that. There are several other mitigation and adaptation initiatives on which the UN is actually dependent upon a nice collaboration between the government funding or public funding and private investments. The UN Green Climate Fund, for example, which was created with a lot of expectation in Paris and wanted to have an annual budget of $100 billion in order to support adaptation activities, is hardly worth $10 billion right now. Hardly any business has responded, hardly any government has responded. These two need to work together. And then, of course, business always is known for bringing in those creativity in terms of technology, in terms of ideas that bring in efficiency. And I think there is room for governments and businesses to collaborate there, not only with financial resources, but in terms of capabilities and creativity to respond to the climate crisis that we have to deal with. And while I spoke about the UN Green Climate Fund, I was a little skeptical about it because the fund is still very small. But yet I would say that these days, every investor who invests in a large business, on every consumer, more so in Europe and the US, India is still catching up. India is a price-sensitive economy. They are only looking for clean businesses and clean products. And that is what has actually tempted every business across the globe to come out very clearly how they're going to act on climate change. So that is sounding quite optimistic. I hope I'm not exceeded the 2 minutes.
No. Well, Suri, thank you. So to sum up, I must say, since you all have expressed concern, that we in Rotary, in District 3141, which is Mumbai, we're designing a special curriculum for children in environmental science. It's being written by a team of environmental scientists who are PhDs. The chapters of each of these 3 volumes have been selected by Oxford University. We've approached them. It's going to be peer-reviewed by BNHS. And of course, we're going to give this free of charge. We're also rolling out a pilot in Palghar for 13,000 students in the private charitable schools as a co-curriculum. We are hoping to start a Rotary Environment Endowment Fund for matching funds for education of this when the other Rotary clubs across India roll it out. So we are doing a bit, we are doing a lot. I'll talk to you separately about this, but I'm afraid for today, we have run out of time, and I want to thank all of our panelists, Sunil, Adarsh, and Lissy Priya, for being here with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a big round of applause for their really participative discussion today. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much. District Governor-elect Sandeep, and thank you all your distinguished panelists. Now, we got some really, really deep thoughts, and Lysipria wasn't certainly the only one who made us thinking, or what do you think over there? She's a very smart young lady, and I think we should learn from her and do what she says. Give the education on environmental issues to all children of the world. So that's a great thing, and this is something that Rotarians can do, because Rotarians are advocates for literacy, both in India and in many other countries, all countries, I should say, all over the world. So I think this was a very interesting session so far. We heard that we need to look upon our ancestors, to remember what their wisdom was. And then we have on the other end, I should say, this young lady who told us that there are ways of stopping the climate change and hopefully even reversing the climate change. And of course, we need the governments, and she's there in front of the governments. But we will continue with this program, and I would now like to call to the stage Mr. Nagraju. And if I pronounce his name wrong, so I apologize for that. Mr. Nagraju is chairman of NNR Dreamscape. Hello, and most welcome. Actually, we became friends yesterday as I was listening to all the magnificent things he has accomplished already. I would say, as a Rotarian, not still being a Rotarian, because he will be a Rotarian tomorrow. Yeah. Come on, people. I wonder if we will have a nice introduction of you coming up. But I'm so happy you are here. So most welcome.
కాంక్రీట్ జంగల్లో ప్లాస్టిక్ పువ్వుల్లా ఎన్నాళ్ళీ కృత్రిమ జీవితం రండి డ్రీమ్స్కేప్ మీకు అందిస్తుంది. ప్రకృతికి దగ్గరగా జీవించే అవకాశం, ఆహ్లాదాన్ని ఆస్వాదిస్తూ పంచుకున్నంత ఆనందం, పెంచుకునేంత ఆరోగ్యం. ప్రకృతిని మనం ప్రేమిస్తే ప్రకృతి మనల్ని దీవిస్తుంది. మీ పెట్టుబడికి మరింత విలువను పెంచే డ్రీమ్స్కేప్ లో మీ కలలను నిజం చేసుకోండి. డ్రీమ్స్కేప్, ఆనందం, ఆరోగ్యం, ఐశ్వర్యం.
So I will give the floor to you now about the holistic life.
Yeah, holistic life.
Yes, please.
Good evening, Rotary. And thanks for this great opportunity. I will start my speech with my one of favorite quote, which is, some people look for a beautiful places and other makes places beautiful. That is what I believe. So that is where the dreamscape comes into picture. And one more a coincidence happened today. Let me start with that. I belong to Hyderabad, local Hyderabad, and a city with a full of tombs, no greenery at all. And I'm very fortunate that today when I see the board, I can see my Charminar where I bought in. And one more interesting thing is, if you can see upwards, there is my company logo, which is in green color, which is what our dream is. We are going to bring a change in reality industry by constructing eco-reality projects. And by conserving all the natural resources, we are making ready properties for our upcoming generations. So I'm here to share few words about who we are, why we are here, and what we are trying to do. I came into this reality industry in 2017. Prior, I was a IT employee, and almost 2 decades of a service I had in IT. Basically, my job profile was designing a user experience for all our applications. So with that experience, and I have mastered in psychology, with that experience, understanding the customers, understanding the needs, and advocating the customer habits, I came into a reality industry pursuing my passion. As I came from a Hyderabad background, greenery was my passion. So living amidst the nature was my dream. So I turned my dream into a business. In 2017, we have started a company with the concept of enriching lives. Not only human lives, the entire lives on the earth, by conserving all the natural resources. The way we have started our reality company, whatever project that we take up, predominantly in Hyderabad, people, when we talk about reality, one thing came into their mind is reality is an investment tool, and people consider all the natural resources as an investment tool. So I just wanted to remove that idea, because when you are dealing with natural resources, it is not a material, right? It is a life. So I want to bring a change in that. So whatever projects that we are doing, I am paying utmost conscious efforts in improvising, enriching natural resources. We are trying to conserve water through rainwater injection wells, and in all constructions, we are trying to bring natural, environment-friendly materials in constructions, and we are trying to plant as many as possible urban forestry plantations in our projects so that it helps in biodiversity. And one more important thing is, when we do this kind of projects, the main crux of the problem is maintainability. So very difficult to maintain. So we have taken challenge offering 10 years of a free maintenance to all our projects customers. And one more good thing that we are going to do is, we are going to construct one of best green resorts in our project's proximity. So these are the things that we are doing, and I'm representing NNR Dreamscape. And I believe in 3 sutras. One is, Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. We have to do ethical business. Vriksho Rakshati Rakshitaha, which is we are safeguarding nature and trees. And the third very important thing, everyone understand this, is Dhanam Moolam Idam Jagat. So we are doing business. Along with the business, we are trying to take care of nature. So we are trying to build amidst the nature environmental projects. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe you could stay here for a while.
One more time. Whatever effort so far I did, all credit goes to my team, Dreamscape team. Let's Dreamscape team show our voice. And one more important announcement is, I was new to Rotary, recently got introduced to Rotary. The moment I spoke to Mr. Kamalji and team, without thinking a second thought, I've signed a contract like sponsoring this event, knowing the value of Rotary. And the platform, what we got now is, we can expand our horizons in doing good to the society, and we can work for a better cause now, bigger causes.
So, you know, there are very few people I meet in the world. This young man at such a young age is just building up his career. But something which struck me with him is that as I build my career, I will look after Mother Earth. This is the man who, Nagaraju, has done that, and all his businesses are all about protecting Mother Earth, and that's it. So let's give him a big hand. Nagaraju has sponsored the entire event. He's the main sponsor of the event. and such an inspiring man.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes, she's coming. Tejaswini. Thank you all.
Such magic, I would say, such magic today. Now I call upon Rotarian Neeraj Bhatnagar. Bhatnagar? Oh, excuse me, I'm too hasty. I will call upon Dr. Tejaswini Manogna, who is Miss Earth India 2019. Please, Dr. Tejaswini Manogna. And excuse my pronunciation, welcome here. Thank you. The floor is yours, please.
Namaste, this is Dr. Tejaswini. Prithvi Rakshati Rakshitaha. Mother Earth protects us if she is protected. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Dr. Tejaswini Manogna, a pediatrician to be, Miss India Earth 2019, All India's Best Cadet of NCC, honored by the Prime Minister and President of India. A professional Bharatanatyam artist who's given over 2,500 performances, a certified yoga practitioner and trainer, and a motivational speaker and eco-activist, and of course the proud brand ambassador of NNR Dreamscape, who are the title sponsors of the event. Well, let me tell you this. I am a proud Rotarian too, because I was given an honorary Rotarian membership just last year. So my pranams to all the August gathering of you Rotarians gathered here from different parts of the world on this single platform of Presidential Conference of 2022. With a lot of energy and enthusiasm and ideas and networking happening here, and I see absolutely no boundaries between, even the president of Rotary International and the directors and the people from here, from different clubs and districts. All of you all together are organizing this. So can we have a huge round of applause for all of you all, please? What a lovely sight this is. My uncle once told me, greatest people are those who can keep themselves happy, but wisest people are those who can make others happy. I see a house full of wise people with a lot of enthusiasm and, who finds joy in losing yourself into the service of others and expecting nothing in return except for the satisfaction that you've drawn a smile on a face. I've seen all the campaigns that you have been doing: peace building, conflict resolution, disease prevention and treatment, girl-child education, community economic development, maternal and child health care, water sanitization, environment protection of the mangroves and whatnot. Hats off to all your Rotarians. Well, talking of environment, I just want you all to visualize the concrete jungles that we are living in, and the destructions that we have already created in the nature. Due to our ever-growing population, we have been exploiting all our natural resources, cleaning up our forests and agricultural land, and expanding our cities and industries for the sake of livelihood, exhausting our groundwaters and polluting our land, water, and air, and with absolutely no proper waste management. And it is indeed we who have created the man-made disasters like floods and landslides and loss of biodiversity, species endangerment, soil erosions, ocean acidifications, global warming, climate change, and whatnot, the spread of diseases and whatnot. What have we done to ourselves? I'm afraid of the plight of our future generations who would be facing the consequences of the disasters that we have created and the destructions that we have created. Mahatma Gandhi ji once said, air, water, natural resources are not the inherited properties from our ancestors. They are the loans we have taken from our future generations, and we have an obligation to repay those loans with the same pristine purity. We know the causes, what caused this environmental degradation. We know the effects that this environmental degradation has been creating, and we know who is responsible for all of that. We know the solutions for all of that, but it's time that we start implementing those solutions. A solution towards a sustainable living. I'll give you an imaginary situation. Imagine I give you a lot of papers, a white paper, and I give you paints and colors. And I ask you to draw something that makes you happy, a happy place where you can live in. And I ask you to draw something, that is an antidote to your exhaustion. What would you draw? And I am more than 100% sure that 99 out of 100 people will draw a beautiful scenery. Am I right? A beautiful scenery where a small house amidst the woods and surrounded by lots of greenery everywhere, and with birds chirping and beautiful sunrises and sunsets and blossoming flowers and rhythm of water streams and rhythm of nature ringing in your ears. A lifestyle where you can coexist with nature and our loved ones. A lifestyle where the 5 elements of nature come in combination with architecture and go hand in hand. Isn't that mesmerizing? Yes, right? So this is exactly actually the motto of NNR Dreamscape, for which I am the brand ambassador. And this is exactly what inspired me to accept to be the brand ambassador of this company. NNR Dreamscape is a pioneer in wellness reality industry committed towards nature with a strong belief on their concept and work, actively working towards not just guaranteeing a financial gain, but also promising a healthy, happy, and a sustainable lifestyle. Being a doctor, I cannot emphasize more on this point that, the pain that COVID-19 has created us, all of us humans are just so grateful to be breathing and existing on this earth. So me as an individual and Dreamscape as a company, we believe in sustainable living, and hence the concept of ecological community building has evolved. With use of sustainable materials such as for mud brick construction, natural stone usage, and 10 varieties of wildlife plants, that are planted in your plots, and 10 years of free maintenance, and 10 lakhs of trees that they have committed to plant. Drip irrigation and rainwater conservation and rooftop gardening and kitchen gardening, and of course the world-class green resort. Doesn't that sound like a celebration of life? For me, it definitely does. So this is a journey that reunites us with nature and will continue and help us continue towards building our path towards development. Not just that, our MD, Nagaraju Garu, has also committed to contribute towards heart surgeries from the money that he receives from the plots that have been sold. And of course, yesterday he just spontaneously volunteered to become the AKS member, and by contributing towards the causes of Rotary. So I'm sure Dreamscape and Rotary together are on a beautiful journey towards service of the nation, and I'm very sure that Dreamscape, in association with Rotary International, shall continue their journey together and serve the nation and be one of those invisible hands and become the reason for the smile of millions of children around and a lot of causes that Rotary is associated with. Thank you, Rotary International, for giving us this opportunity, and thank you so much, all of y'all, for giving me this opportunity to stand in front of y'all and address such an amazing audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Tejaswini. It was such a delight to have you here, and if you stay for a little while, somebody turns always the lights off. Indeed, my friends, there's not much left to say after these fantastic talks and presentations. I would like now to call Rotarian Neeraj Bhatnagar to give her expression of gratitude. The floor is yours.
Thank you, please. Thank you, Vapi. Thank you, all of you. And I'm pleasure being here with all of you. And a very warm, lovely afternoon to all of you. Hello, my dearest Rotary family. My heart is full amidst all of you. In the middle of the day, I took a moment of quiet just to look around and absorb the spirit of this room and all my speakers over here, and what they spoke about the environment that we live in. I'm truly honored and grateful to be a part of this incredible work of human beings who have come together for a purpose so important here. Each one of us here, away from a daily swing of life, to contribute and learn and make the world a better place. Like President Obama said recently, we are the first generation to witness the climate change and the last generation who can do something about it. I would really request all of you here to promise and pledge that we shall be the savior of the earth. If we don't save every bit of water, every bit of energy around us, switching off the lights, not consuming less food, traveling less every day, trust me, we have saved the planet. I'm certain that our collective determination and efforts combined with the individual environment responsibility, we can bring a series of change. We must begin now. It's very, very important. Let me give you a small example. You see, we know about Paul Harris. We are grateful to that person who brought us, all of us here together on this platform today here. Paul and his wife, Jean, were nature lovers and planted trees wherever they could. And in fact, in 1931 to 32, Paul Harris went across the world and planted trees in almost 10 countries. He was out on a 5-week trip doing this job. So let's follow his tradition, his footsteps, and keeping the nature intact and for our next generation. Thank you very much, and God bless everybody here, and please pledge to save water and the environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Rotary and Neeraj. My dear friends, it's time to close this session. And I think that all that has been said during this session is like small seeds that have been given to you. So please do implant these seeds in your mind and let them grow. And once they've grown and you've got the ideas, take action. Thank you so very much. This session is adjourned.
Thank you, Director Virpi. Thank you, Convener PRID Kamal Sangvi.
All right, we come to the last session of the evening and the favorite session of our President, Shekhar Mehta. The session is, of course, titled Women Empowerment. So before we do that, let's have Nadia Gurukul perform a dance.
To tell you about the performance from Nadia Gurukul, as you heard, this is women empowerment, so the performance is of Devi. Women are the purest form of divine, who are worshipped in the form of goddess Shakti. Even Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh bow down in front of their immense power. Birth, destruction, gaiety, joy, everything is manifested in the divine personality of the woman. When she kills, her graceful eyes turns into hell and ball of fire, destructing all evil. If she assumes a formidable form in the entire creation, then natural calamities have the destructive power which can destroy the entire universe. So while worshipping the goddess form of women, we present before you Devi, Ek Anokhi Gatha.
तू खुद की खोज में निकल तो किस लिए हताश है तो चल तेरे वजूद की समय को भी तलाश है समय को भी तलाश है जो तुझसे लिपटी बेड़ियां समझना इनको वस्त्र तू जो तुझसे लिपटी बेड़ियां समझना इनको वस्त्र तू ये बेड़ियां पिघाल के बना ले इनको शस्त्र तू बना ले इनको शस्त्र तू तो खुद की खोज में निकल तो किस लिए हताश है तो चल तेरे वजूद की समय को भी तलाश है समय को भी तलाश है
गन गगन गन 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 हाथों में पिघलता है लोहा गगन गन ना उम्मीद न कोई लकीर मेरा सब कुछ मेरा हौसला गगन गन हिम्मत है मेरी
देवी 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 जगत जननी है माता सी बेटी ये धरती पे जन्मी है देवी नन्हे से पैरों की आहट है चौखट पे लक्ष्मी सी खनखन देवी 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 चंदन सी ठंडक है अग्नि सी दहकी तपस्वी का तप है देवी
जन्म लाखों चकरम फिर लेती है जन्म देवी
To them. There are many who are converting and helping these bediyas to become ashtra. And one of these women who is enabling other women to build and convert these bediyas into ashtra is Chetna Gala Sinha, Chairperson Mandeshi Bank. I would like to invite her onto the stage. Chetna ma'am, could you please come onto the stage, and can we have the AV before she comes in, please?
Chetna Gala Sinha, founder and chair, Mandeshi Foundation. Chetna started India's first rural women's bank. Chetna also started India's first business school for rural women entrepreneurs. Chetna has been recognized with many awards. She was one of the 6 co-chairs of World Economic Forum Davos 2018. Along with that, Chetna has been awarded Nari Shakti Puraskar. Ladies and gentlemen, Chetna Gala Sinha, founder and chair, Mandeshi Foundation.
Namaskar. I am Chetna Gala Sinha, and today I am going to share with you not just my stories, but stories of incredible women who have no degrees, no travel, no education, but these women actually have taught me the lessons of my lives. I've been to Harvard, I've been to Yale, but I always feel that whatever lessons and wisdom what I've learned from these women. But before I come to their story, let me share with you about myself. I was born and raised in Mumbai, but when I was a young student studying my undergraduate program at the university, I met Jayaprakash Narayan, a Gandhian leader, who came to university and he was appealing all the students that why don't you work in the villages of India? And with that, I got very much attracted towards it, and I said, why don't I work in the village? I would also request the organizers that we have some slides where you can see the pictures which has already been sent. So if you can play those slides simultaneously. So when I started going to the villages and I met my husband Vijay Sinha, who is a farmer leader, and I fell in love with him, married him. I was teaching economics in Mumbai, and I decided that I will leave Mumbai and shift to the village. And I left Mumbai. My family was devastated. They thought I won't be able to survive. Bombay girl going to a very small village in Maswad in Maharashtra. When I went there, I met Kantabai, a woman who does a business of blacksmith. She came to me and she said, I want to open a saving account. Kantabai was doing a business on the road, on the street. And I asked her that, do you even have a money to save? You know what she said? I want to open a saving account because I want to I need a shelter for my family. And I want to buy a tarpaulin sheet, so I want to open a saving account. And banks are not opening the account. So then my obvious answer was that if banks are not opening the account, why not start the bank for women like Kantabai? And we applied for the banking license. But you know what? The license was denied by the Reserve Bank of India. Why? Because our women could not read and write. So I was upset, I came back, I was crying. I told our women that we couldn't get the license because our women cannot read and write. They had a thumb impression on the application. You know what our women said? We couldn't get the license because we cannot read and write. Why are you crying? We will learn to read and write from today itself. And our literacy classes started. We went again to Reserve Bank of India. At that time, I didn't go alone. With me, 15 women accompanied. And you know what they said to officers? That we cannot read and write, but we can count. And they challenged, our women challenged the officer. Ask us to calculate the interest of any principal amount. If we fail, don't issue the license. But tell your officers to do it without calculator and see who can calculate faster. We got the banking license. And I'm so proud to share with you that today more than 800,000 women are impacted by Mandeshi Bank and Mandeshi Foundation. In 2024, we will be celebrating 1 million women entrepreneurs. And when I say this, I also would like to say that I learned so many things from women that when we were running bank, you know what our women said? That we want not only access to finance, but control on finance. How do we do that? And they were so ready to even use electronic passbook, digital wallet, post-pandemic, they are doing digital transaction. So many women, one of the lady, Rupali Shinde, she actually is the head of our digital banking. She has not gone to high school. She's doing a business of musical instrument, but she leads our digital banking, and I'll give you her example. She was cheated in the banking, and that's how she started doing digital banking. And when we did the digital wallet and mobile banking in our bank, Rupali said that, you know what? We want, instead of PIN number, we want a biometric. And I said, we'll do financial literacy. Why biometric? We'll teach our women to remember the PIN number. They said, no, why don't we have a biometric? And so then we actually got the biometric. And when Rupali used it, you know what she said? Never give poor solutions to poor people. I repeat again, never give poor solutions to poor people. And I'm so proud that since last 3 years, every day, 20,000 digital transactions are done by our rural women every single day. And these women are not only doing that, but they are also running radio. You just check on YouTube, Mandeshi Radio, and you will find a radio jockey, Kerabai. Kerabai has never gone to this school, but she's a good singer. She makes the poem. She came to our radio and she said, I want to do poems. And our radio manager asked that, Kerabai, how would you do the poems because you do not know to read and write? You know what Kerabai said? I think here I don't need to read and write. I sing, I make my own poems. And so Kerabai became a radio jockey. You would be surprised, many of us know Rakesh Anand Bakshi. We know Anand Bakshi, songwriter. And Kerabai was interviewed and a book was written on her, Radio Jockey Kerabai. And she was invited to inaugurate this book in Mumbai with Amin Sayani. When Amin Sayani interviewed her and asked her, from where did you learn to sing? You know what Kerabai said? Kerabai said that I got married at the age of 13 and I got pregnant at the age of 14 and I used to feel hungry. And to forget hunger, I started singing. These are the lessons I have learned from Kerabai. And another thing she taught me, when I was going to Davos to co-chair World Economic Forum, I said Davos is the place in Switzerland where World Economic Forum happens. People talk about billions and trillions there. I asked our village women, what am I going to talk to them? What should I tell them? You know what our women said? Go and tell them that 25 years we set up the bank with no outside support. It was all women saving, women capital, women credit. We have lended more than 400 crore to street vendors. You go and tell in Davos. Our women told me that go and tell in Davos that you may talk of billions and trillions, but for us, our courage is our capital. And why are we saying that? You know what our women said? That today we have capital, we have reserves. How did we create? We have our own building of bank. We have our own radio. How did we create that? For first 5 years when our bank was setting up, we sacrificed our dividend. We sacrificed our dividend and created this strong institution. We are celebrating 25 years of bank. We are the bank which has started the pension product, and National Pension Scheme of India is designed on Mandeshi pension product. So with this, all the courage of these rural women, I'm just sharing 2 important lessons which I have learned from these women. Number 1, never think poor solutions for poor people. They are smart and always provide the dignity to them, and they will teach you a lot. And another lesson I want to talk about, the inclusion. This is that in 2018, after getting Nari Shakti Puraskar, I was doing a marathon in Mumbai for inclusion. And I was going to run with the specially abled person who couldn't see. And so I thought that I will guide him, Vivek. And so we ran together. And I was telling Vivek that, Vivek, this is Marine Drive, this is C, where we are running. And Vivek kept on saying me, ma'am, you run, we need to get the award. For me, this is the first award. And so Vivek, who couldn't, it was his first race marathon with whom I ran. And I learned from Vivek, who couldn't see the world, but he had seen the dream of getting the award. And when we did the marathon, after marathon, Vivek got an award, and he was asking me, what is the award looks like? And he was feeling with his hand. And then after marathon, Vivek gave a speech. And he said, you know what? I always used to get a dream. I grew up in a village. I couldn't see. And everybody will throw stones on me and all that. But now, my dream has changed. Now I will dream of marathon. Vivek, who is a visually impaired person, who could dream of award, who could dream of marathon, he taught me so many lessons, which I shared with you, that inclusion gives you a very different idea. They will teach you more than what you teach them. So I have learned that universities does not teach, but the wisdom of these humble people teach you a lot, and I have learned from them that courage is the capital, and it can be yours also. There are many courageous people around you. It's a matter of looking at them and getting the courage and capital from them. Thank you so much.
Can we have Janardhan Rao to please do the honors, please? Janardhan? So, converting courage into capital, that calls for a Star of India award for this grand lady. So let's give it up to this grand lady for converting courage into capital and inspiring other women to convert courage into capital.
Thank you so much. But while I'm there, I should say that I'm here today because of Shanta Valluri Gandhi. She motivated me that I should come here because I stay very far, not near any airport. It will take me from airport also 7 hours drive to go to my village. So I'm really, I would just like to thank Shanta for getting me here. Thank you so much.
So, she spoke about a poetess. So let's have the poetess. We have Priya Malik here, and let's welcome Priya Malik.
Priya Malik is a TEDx speaker, an actress, a columnist, a TV personality of Big Brother Australia and Big Boss India, a teacher, a spoken word poet, a storyteller, but most importantly, a writer or performer whose recent works include Right to Pleasure and Dear Mr. Player, which plays a testimony to her distinct voice. In terms of her poetry experience, she has written and performed for various brands, including Malala Education Fund, Tinder, Alt Balaji, and Hindustan Unilever Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, Priya Malik.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me here today. I would also like you to give a huge round of applause to my accompanying musician, Abhinandan Joshi. So Abhinandan and I have created something special for you, and we really do hope that you like it. The performance today is divided into 2 parts, and you will get an idea of it as we go along with it. How many mothers in the crowd? Raise your hand if you're a mother. Beautiful, beautiful, absolutely lovely. So Mother's Day is around the corner. We are here to honor women, and this first part of my performance is all about my mother. Brigham Young once remarked, "You educate a man, you educate a man. You educate a woman, and you educate an entire generation." Education, as we know, is the most empowering tool that there is. In August of 2009, the Indian Parliament passed the Right to Education Act, according to which education became compulsory for Indian children between the age of 6 and 14. However, due to systemic inequalities, a lot of children were not able to afford private education, went to government schools, and faced a lot of problems due to the lack of infrastructure and the lack of facilities. Today's poem is about my mother's battle, about making my education a right, when it had actually become a privilege. Education should always be a right, but the way the machinery functions, the way the economy functions, it ends up being a privilege, which it shouldn't be. and we have Abhinandan.
Imagine there's no heaven. It's easier you try. No hell below us. Above us only sky. Imagine all the people living life in peace.
Growing up, we never had enough money, but my mother insisted that we get a good education. She said that she wanted her daughters to create their own destiny. She believed that we needed a solid educational foundation. So she sent us to the best school in the city that she could afford and worked all day long to pay for it. I could sometimes hear my mother silently speaking to God, hoping and praying that she could save for it. My mother, on one hand, tried to make two ends meet, but on the other hand, she taught me how to stand up on my own 2 feet. At school, they taught us the periodic table, but at home, my mother taught me how not to label. At school, they taught me that the earth is not flat but round, but at home, my mother taught me that what goes around always, always comes around. In physics, I learned that matter is anything that has mass and takes up space. But at home, my mother taught me that what really matters is how I deal with failure when it is looking directly at my face. In chemistry, we learned that 2 hydrogen and 1 oxygen atoms make up water. But at home, my mother taught me all the lessons that her hardships taught her. You see, growing up, we never had enough money. But my mother insisted that we get a good education. She wanted her daughters to create their own destiny. She believed that we needed a solid educational foundation. Now, our foundation I got, the strongest load-bearing part of a building, but a battle she fought to make sure that private education was responsible for my learning. My education had become a privilege when it should have been a right. And I'm sure that my mother wasn't the only mother with her fangs out in this fight. Now, you see, this was the 1990s. We are now in 2022 in our developing nation, with our most prominent slogan being, save your daughters, educate your daughters. Because only by educating, you will actually be saving your daughters for the entire generation. Just like my mother, I know that as a growing economy, we may not have enough money, but we must all insist that our daughters get a good education. We must want India's daughters to create their own destiny and not feel like the last brick in a weak, not so equal, unstable foundation.
You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us when the world will be as one.
Thank you. Now we come to the powerhouse part of this performance. How many of you are ready for this? Raise your hand if you're ready to hear something really rock and roll, powerful, but still meaningful, huh? Yeah? Okay, let's do this. So we are here talking about women empowerment. And it will be tough to talk about women empowerment if I don't talk about the challenges that women face in their everyday lives. As an artist, I believe that art has no gender. As a scientist, you would believe science has no gender, technology has no gender. But unfortunately, as women, we do get quantified and qualified based on the gender, when other things take more precedence, how we look, what we are wearing, where we are going, what our family is like, do we have children, do we not have children, are we married, do we look married? And this poem is a fun piece, but at the same time a very important piece about all the women, 100 years ago, 100 years from today, and in the future generation. Everything that they go through. It is called Art Has No Gender, and I will join Abhinandan near the microphone for this one because this requires me to move my hands. Yeah, are we ready for this? Huge round of applause, please, for yourselves. I'm sitting in the library, enclosed, encircled, encompassed with books, books with yellowed pages, scribbled notes, unfinished endings with beginnings that ended way before they even began. I see torn out pages flying before my eyes, pages that were dog-eared so long ago that they began to believe they were born that way. The wall in front of the library reads, "Art has no gender, but artists do." It is a sunny afternoon in 2022, and I have an interview question to answer. So, what is it like being a female artist? Well, same as being a male artist, except you don't get asked that question. You see, we female artists have a sordid history, a history defined by the rules of genitalia. In 1956, when a Sahitya Award winner got asked if she's only popular for her beauty and paraphernalia, I'm sorry, Amrita Preetham, it wasn't for your youth and beauty, it was for your progressive notions against heteronormativity. It was for your resistance and your rebellion and the stance that you held in the life that you lived and the battles where you bled. I'm sorry, female artists. It is 2022, and that wall in front of the library reads, "Art has no gender, but artists do." Rewind. 100 years before Amrita Preetham, in the land of beauty, bounty, and freedom, in 1857 lived the Bronte sisters in England, who began to publish their writing under a male pseudonym because their writing wasn't what we consider feminine. I'm sorry, Bronte sisters, but if it wasn't for your unfeminine words and letters, feminism would just be an F word that no one utters. I'm sorry, Frida Kahlo. I'm sorry, Maya Angelou. I'm sorry, Indira Gandhi. I'm sorry, Arundhati Roy. It is 2022, and that wall in front of the library reads, "Art has no gender, but artists do." Fast forward. April 2022. Female artists are still considered more female, less artists. Our biology is under scrutiny. It is no less than a mutiny that 100 years forward or 100 years behind, we are still asking you to change your mind. We are asking you to look at art with a heart. We are asking you to not determine it by a chromosome. So before I leave this library and begin to walk back home, I march towards that goddamn wall. I see torn out papers still flying before my eyes. I touch them, I fold them, I scrunch them like they're stereotypes. I take down that wall. I crack it open. I shatter and smash those bricks like they're prejudices just waiting to be broken. I scream with the same enthusiasm that Madame Curie must have had when she discovered radium, so I can stand in front of all of you in this stadium and tell you, for once and for all, that art has no gender, and neither do artists. Thank you.
Wow, wasn't she outstanding? Let's give her a big round of applause. So can I ask to do the honors? Do we have Janardhan here? Priya, please stay back, please. They'll do the honors. Okay, breaking the bias is the next section of this session. We got a panel discussion with some outstanding women who are here, led by Zena Patel. Zena Patel, DEI Chief of Pernod Ricard, Then the panelists are Lakshmi Agarwal, acid attack survivor. We've got the Mansi Varanasi Miss India 2020. We've got Shanta Valuri Gandhi coming along, the RBL Bank CSR head. And of course, we have a Simran Sheikh Bharucha, transgender activist. So may I ask Zainab, please lead the panelists onto the platform. And can we have the intros of the panelists, please?
Zainab Patel, DEI Chief, Pernod Ricard. Born in Mumbai, Zainab is a transgender and is one of the petitioners in the National Legal Services Authority with Union of India case on transgender rights. She currently works with Pernod Ricard India as the Chief of Inclusion and Diversity. Prior to this, she worked with KPMG as the Director, Diversity and Inclusion. She holds an MBA in HR and was the National Manager Health and Human Rights at UNDP Country Office in India and was the Regional Policy Analyst on Human Rights in Asia. Ladies and gentlemen, Zainab Patel, DEI Chief, Pernod Ricard.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's our moderator for the panel discussion, Zainab Patel. Before we introduce the panelists, you already heard the names from our convener, PRID Kamal. We had breakaway sessions scheduled at 17:45 hours, that's 5:45 p.m. The chair, Sandeep Narang, and the co-chair, PDG Priyesh, and all the team are already in place. So if you are interested in going for the breakaway sessions, they will start at 17:45 hours. We have The Mystical Mind by Dr. Meghna Dikshit. We have Women Empowerment by PDG Beena Desai. Disease Prevention by PDG Dr. Balkrishna Inamdar. Basic Education and Literacy by PDG Rajiv Pokhrel. So all the breakout sessions are ready. Those of you who are interested, please do go ahead at 17:45 hours. Now, the panelists, as introduced by our convener, Lakshmi Agarwal. Can we have the audiovisual introduction of the acid attack survivor?
Lakshmi Agarwal. In 2019, she was honored with the International Women Empowerment Award from the Ministry of Women and Child Development, the Ministry of Drinking Water and Sanitation, and UNICEF for her campaign of Stop Acid Sale. In 2014, she received the International Women of Courage Award at the hands of First Lady Michelle Obama. The movie Chapak is based on her life and stars Deepika Padukone in her role. Today, she's the face of several brands. She has helped more than 100 victims of acid attacks all over India by providing assistance with treatment, legal aid, counseling and rehabilitation. Ladies and gentlemen, Lakshmi Agarwal, acid attack survivor, a campaigner for rights of acid attack victims and a TV host.
Welcome, Ms. Lakshmi Agarwal. Thank you for being here. The next panelist, Manasa Varanasi, Miss India 2020.
Manasa Varanasi is an Indian model, engineer and beauty pageant title holder who was crowned Femina Miss India 2020. She represented India at the 70th edition of the Miss World 2021 pageant, which was held on 16th March 2022 at the Coca-Cola Music Hall, San Juan, Puerto Rico. She was regarded as one of the strongest contenders for the Miss World 2021 crown and made it to the top 13. Ladies and gentlemen, Manasa Varanasi, Femina Miss India World 2020.
Welcome, Manasa Varanasi. And our final panelist, from RBL Bank CSR head, Shanta Valuri Gandhi.
Shanta Valuri Gandhi, Head of HR, CSR and Internal Branding at RBL Bank. Ms. Shanta Valuri Gandhi is currently the Head of Human Resource, CSR and Internal Branding at RBL Bank. Ms. Gandhi brings with her over 26 years of experience in the financial services sector, spanning various roles and functions. As Head of CSR, she is responsible for driving the initiatives as per board expectations. Ms. Valuri has a Master's in Marketing Management and Master's in Economics from the University of Mumbai. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Shanta Valuri Gandhi, Head of HR, CSR and Internal Branding at RBL Bank.
Welcome, Shanta Valluri Gandhi. Ladies and gentlemen, our final panelist, Simran Sheikh Barucha, couldn't make it to the auditorium. There were some technical issues on the flight, but over to Zainab Patel, the moderator, for a wonderful session on breaking the bias.
Very good evening, Assalamu alaikum, namaskar to all of you in the audience today. So as a typical Mumbaikar, a phrase that we use is Kasakai ma pauna, and you have to say barai, okay? So it just basically says that how are you guest, and you said great. So Kasakai pauna, great. I'm going to be using a multilingual approach to speaking, so apologies for people who are not comfortable or cannot follow Hindi this much, but I'm going to now request Lakshmi Agarwal. Lakshmi ji को मैं पहले सुना करती थी, फिर देखा करती थी, उसे थोड़ा बहुत रूबरू होने का वाक़यात मिला मुझे, and I think the most important part is Lakshmi की कहानी, उसकी ज़ुबानी. I am going to invite Lakshmi ji to share her story with us. And we will kind of use the next 15 minutes or so to listen in what has been her life, what has been her struggle, and how privileged we are to listen to her story and success today. Lakshmi ji.
First of all, thank you so much. Good morning. टाइम कुछ और हुआ है, पर जब जागो आवाज़ नहीं आ रही है. जब जागो तो यही मेरे साथ भी हुआ. थैंक यू सो मच फॉर इनवाइटिंग मी रोटरी एजेंडा. बहुत अच्छा लगा मुझे यहाँ पे आके और बहुत अच्छा लगा आप लोगों से भी मिलके. हम लोग काफ़ी देर से पीछे बैठे थे और बहुत सारी बातें कर रहे थे और बहुत सारी इंस्पायरिंग स्टोरी सुन रहे थे. मुझे बहुत खुशी होती है कि मैं जब भी कहीं जाती हूँ और वहाँ पे अपनी स्टोरी शेयर करने का मौका मिलता है. और मैं इस वक्त में, ठीक है, जो भी एज की हूँ तब मैं 15 साल की थी और उस वक्त में एक लड़का था तो जो 32 साल का था, 32 इयर्स का था, जिसने मुझे शादी के लिए कहा था. और मैंने मना किया तो उन्होंने और उनके छोटे भाई की गर्लफ्रेंड ने मिलके मेरे ऊपर एसिड अटैक किया. वहीं से मेरी लाइफ बिल्कुल चेंज हो गई. उस मोड पे ऐसा हुआ था कि वो मुझे 2.5 साल से जानता था और बहुत अच्छा घर में आना जाना था, बातचीत थी बहुत अच्छी. उनकी सिस्टर्स मेरी बहुत अच्छी दोस्त थी, तो बहुत ही अच्छा रिलेशन डेवलप हो रहा था. और उसके बाद कुछ समय के बाद मुझे नहीं पता कि उनको कब कैसे मैं पसंद आ गई, एक 32 साल के लड़के को जिसको मैं भाई बोलती थी. और उसके बाद उन्होंने मुझे अटैक के 10 महीने पहले प्रपोज़ किया कि मैं तुमसे प्यार करता हूँ और शादी करना चाहता हूँ. और उसके बाद मैं डर गई क्योंकि एक 15 साल की बच्ची एक अलग ही दुनिया में होती है. वो कभी शादी के बारे में शायद ही सोचती है और एक दिल्ली जैसे शहर में रह के वो अपने सपनों को जी रही होती है. कई घरों में अभी 15 साल की बच्चियाँ भी होंगे, बेटे भी होंगे, बेटियाँ भी होंगी. तो उस वक्त में मैं अपने सपनों को जी रही थी. तो उन्होंने मुझे कहा और मैं बहुत डर गई, सहम गई. लेकिन मैंने उनको स्ट्रिक्टली कहा कि आज के बाद कभी आप मुझसे बात मत करना. फिर कुछ समय के बाद सब कुछ बहुत नॉर्मल चल रहा था. लेकिन जब मैं स्कूल जाती थी, स्कूल से आती थी, कहीं भी जाती थी तो वो लड़का मेरा पीछा करता था. मुझे कभी थप्पड़ मार देना, जो उसके मन में आता था वो करता था. लेकिन वो 32 साल का था और घर में उसका बड़ा अच्छा एक रुतबा था. तो अगर मैं घर में कुछ कहती तो शायद मुझे घर में बिठा दिया जाता और कहा जाता कि तुम लड़की हो और तुम एक काम करो, घर में रहो और खाना बनाना सीखो और यही सब करो, या मेरी शादी करा दी जाती कुछ समय के बाद. तो मैं बहुत डरी हुई थी, मैं अपने सपनों को जी रही थी उस वक्त में. फिर कुछ समय के बाद मैंने अपने पेरेंट्स को कहा, मेरे पेरेंट्स ने मुझसे पूछा कि लक्ष्मी तुम लाइफ में क्या करना चाहती हो. तो मैंने कहा कि मुझे ना सिंगर बनना है. तो उन्होंने कहा कि सिंगर नहीं कुछ और करो. तो मैंने कहा नहीं, मुझे सिंगिंग करना है. तो उन्होंने, अब मिडिल क्लास फैमिली में ये सारी चीज़ें अलाउ ही नहीं करते हैं. तो उसके बाद फिर 2 महीने की छुट्टियाँ पड़ने वाली थी स्कूल की. तब उस वक्त में मेरे माइंड में कुछ आया. उस टाइम इंडियन आइडल आ रहा था और उसमें ये दिखाती कि मुंबई में बच्चे चीज़ें बड़ी स्मूथली चल रही थी और मैं बहुत एक्साइटेड थी। उसके बाद 19 अप्रैल 2005 में, अभी मेरे अटैक को 22 अप्रैल को 17 साल हुए हैं, और उन्होंने मुझे मैसेज किया कि मैं तुमसे प्यार करता हूँ और शादी करना चाहता हूँ। मैंने कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं किया। अगेन उनका मैसेज आता है कि मुझे अभी और इसी वक्त जवाब चाहिए। मैंने तभी भी कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं किया। 21 अप्रैल को उनकी कॉल आती है और वो कहते तुम तो कुछ करना चाहती हो ना, अपने माँ बाप का नाम रोशन करना चाहती हो। मैं कहती हूँ हाँ, और कॉल डिस्कनेक्ट, ठीक है बोल के। नेक्स्ट डे 22 अप्रैल को मैं रोज़ की तरह ही मॉर्निंग में निकली घर से। 10:45 का टाइम था और गोल्फ लिंक्स में मैं रहती थी। डाकघर था, उसके पीछे वो लड़का और उसके छोटे भाई की गर्लफ्रेंड दोनों खड़े थे, और एक पॉली बैग था। उस पॉली बैग में बियर की बोतल थी और उस बियर की बोतल में एसिड था, और उनके पास एक ग्लास था। तो मैं जब जा रही थी उन लोगों को मैंने देखा, और वो लेडी मुझे बहुत घूर घूर के देख रही थी। तो मैंने कहा कि लड़के तो देखते ही हैं घूर घूर के, आजकल तो लड़कियां भी घूर घूर के देखने लगी हैं। मैं नॉर्मली निकल गई, आगे बढ़ी तो मैंने उन लोगों को फिर देखा। मैंने कहा ठीक है, रोड है, कोई भी आएगा जाएगा, ये सब बहुत नॉर्मल था। बस मैं थोड़ा सा आगे बढ़ी थी, खान मार्केट, जहाँ पे आज मेट्रो स्टेशन है, आप लोग गए भी होंगे कई लोग। और आज के अकॉर्डिंग तब ज़्यादा भीड़ हुआ करता था उस टाइम पे, क्योंकि बस स्टैंड था, तब कोई मेट्रो स्टेशन नहीं था, मॉर्निंग ऑफिस टाइम था, स्कूल टाइम था। तब उस वक्त में मैं बस आगे ही बढ़ी थी, बस स्टैंड से थोड़ी सी दूरी पे अचानक से वो दोनों आए। उस लेडी ने मेरे फेस पे हाथ रखा, ग्लास में एसिड था, वो सीधे मेरे फेस पे डाल दिया। और उसके बाद वहाँ पे एक पेड़ था, उस पेड़ में भी उन्होंने वो ग्लास फेंका और मैंने उनको भागते हुए देखा। मैं बेहोश हो गई। कई बार ऐसा होता है कि हम ऐसा सपना देख रहे होते हैं और ऐसा लगता है वो हकीकत में हो रहा है, तो मुझे ऐसा लग रहा था वो सपना चल रहा है। लेकिन जब मैं होश में आई तो मुझे ऐसा लगा मुझे किसी ने ज़िंदा आग लगा दिया है पूरी बॉडी पे, और मैं चीख रही थी, चिल्ला रही थी, तड़प रही थी, लेकिन कोई हेल्प नहीं कर रहा था। 3 बार फुटपाथ से मैं नीचे गिरी, मेरा कार एक्सीडेंट हुआ, फिर भी किसी ने मेरी कोई हेल्प नहीं की। मैं वापस फुटपाथ पे आती हूँ, लोगों ने आके वहाँ पे गोल चक्कर जो आज भी होता है तमाशे की तरह लोग देखते हैं, वैसे ही लोग आए और आके उन्होंने वो देख रहे थे। मैं उनके आगे हाथ जोड़ रही थी, पैर पकड़ रही थी, लेकिन कोई मेरी मदद नहीं कर रहा था। मेरा बैग किसी और साइड पे, मेरा फ़ोन कहीं और। अचानक से एक अरुण सिंह अंकल आए और उनके पास 2 लीटर कोक की बॉटल थी और उसमें आधा पानी था, और वो पानी उन्होंने मेरे फेस पे डाला तो वो पानी एसिड में डाइल्यूट होके वो सीधे मेरे गले के पास आके वो पूरा गला जल गया। और उसके बाद फिर मुझे आरएमएल हॉस्पिटल में, पीसीआर में थी, आरएमएल हॉस्पिटल ले जाया जा रहा था, गवर्नमेंट हॉस्पिटल। तब उस वक्त में मैं खुद को देख रही थी कि प्लास्टिक की पॉलीथीन जब हम उसको जलाते हैं वो स्मेल करती है और वो मेल्ट होती है। ऐसी मेरी स्किन मेल्ट हो रही थी, फेस से टपक रही थी, हाथ से टपक रही थी, बहुत अजीब हो रहा था और ऐसा लग रहा था किसी ने सर पे बहुत भारी पत्थर रख दिया हो। जब मैं हॉस्पिटल पहुंची, पहुंचने के बाद मेरे ऊपर 10 बाल्टी पानी डाला गया और मेरे फादर मदर आए तो मेरे फादर ने मुझे गले से लगाया तो मेरे फादर की पूरी शर्ट जल गई उस 10 बाल्टी पानी डालने के बाद भी। फिर उसके बाद डॉक्टर्स ने कहा कि मैं नहीं बचूंगी करके अगर 48 आवर्स में मुझे होश नहीं आया तो, और शायद मुझे आना था आप लोगों के लिए और मैं वापस आई आप लोगों के पास। वहीं से एक नई जर्नी शुरू हुई, वहीं से फिर एक नया जन्म हुआ। और मैं थोड़ी फिल्मी टाइप की लड़की थी और उस टाइम पे ना बड़ी मूवी वो चल रही थी खून भरी मांग, आप लोगों ने भी देखा होगा। सडनली एक ऑपरेशन होता है और बस उससे अच्छी ब्यूटी वापस आ जाती है। तो ये चीज़ उस टाइम पे मैंने देखा, तो उस वक्त में मुझे यही चीज़ रियलाइज़ हो रही थी, अब तो 2-2 ऑपरेशन हो गए, अब तो मैं और ज़्यादा सुंदर दिख रही होंगी। बस खुद को देखना था। मेरे बाल बहुत बड़े थे, मुझे गंजा कर दिया गया। एक्साइटमेंट थी, बचपन से बाल बड़े थे तो लगा कि ना नया हेयर स्टाइल मिलेगा। उसके बाद बस खुद को देखना था। वहाँ से फिर मेरे को 2.5 महीने के बाद घर ले जाया गया। घर ले जाने के बाद मैं बस उसमें थी पूरे घर से शीशे, फ्रेम सब कुछ हटा दिए गए थे। खुद को देखना था कि मैं कैसी दिखती हूँ। तो टब में मैं ब्रश करती थी, तो उस वक्त में मैं फेस जब टब में देखती थी पानी में, तो मेरे पूरे फेस में पट्टी होती थी। तो मैं खुद को देख नहीं पाती, बस मुझे खुद को देखना है। तो मेरे पेरेंट्स कहते थे रुक जाओ अभी, क्योंकि मुझे अब तक नहीं पता कि मेरे साथ क्या हुआ है। फिर कुछ समय के बाद आखिर में खुद को देख लिया। अब खुद को देखने से पहले का एक सीन हुआ मेरे साथ। वो सोसाइटी के लोग जिनसे कोई एडवाइस नहीं चाहिए होती है, जो फ्री की एडवाइस देते हैं, और ऐसी एडवाइस जिसका कोई पैर और हाथ नहीं होता है, ऐसी एडवाइस देते हैं आके वो सोसाइटी, जिससे आपसे, मुझसे, हम सबसे वो सोसाइटी बनती है। तब उस वक्त में वो अटैकर एक बार अटैक करके चला गया, पर सोसाइटी एवरी टाइम अटैक करती है, हर एक मोमेंट में अटैक करती है, जब मौका मिले तब अटैक करती है। तब उस वक्त में आंटी आई कुछ मिलने के लिए, और उनका रवैया था दूर से ही आते आते, हाय बेचारी, ये क्या हो गया इसके साथ, हाय चेहरे पे ही क्यों, बॉडी के किसी और पार्ट पे डाल दिया होता, हाथ काट दिया होता, पैर काट दिया होता, चेहरे पे क्यों, बेचारी की शादी कैसे होगी। अब एक काम करो, पेरेंट्स को ये सजेस्ट किया गया कि एक काम करो, आपका तो बेटा भी है, इसको इंजेक्शन लगवा के मरवा दो। ये सजेशंस थे सोसाइटी के। जो माँ और पापा 2.5 महीने मेरे लिए सोए नहीं हैं, चैन से खाया नहीं है, वो अपनी बेटी को इस तरीके से कर सकते हैं। और अब तक मुझे नहीं पता कि मेरे साथ क्या हुआ है, और ये सारी चीज़ें मेरे सामने हो रही है। मुझे अब तक नहीं पता कि ये क्यों बोल रहे हैं ऐसा। मुझे खुद को देखना था। उस दिन पेरेंट्स नहीं थे घर पे, और अचानक से मैंने शीशे के सामने खुद को देख लिया। वो मेरा ऐसा दिन था जो मैं कभी नहीं भूल सकती। मैंने खुद को शीशे के सामने देखा, मेरे फेस का पूरा नक्शा बिगड़ा हुआ था। अभी ये मेरे 7 सर्जरीज़ के बाद का फेस है। मेरी आंखें बाहर थी, मेरी नोज़ नहीं थी, मेरा ये लेफ़्ट साइड पूरा गला हुआ था, मेरे कान नहीं थे, मेरे लिप्स पूरे ख़राब हो चुके थे, सब कुछ बर्बाद हो चुका था। खुद को उस तरीके से देखना, वो भी अकेले घर पे, बहुत बड़ी बात थी। मेरे पैरों तले ज़मीन खिसक गई उस टाइम पे। और उस टाइम पे सडनली मैंने अपने आप से बात किया शीशे के सामने कि नहीं लक्ष्मी, मैं इस चेहरे के साथ नहीं जी सकती, क्योंकि मैं इसी सोसाइटी से हूँ। मुझे भी बचपन से यही सिखाया गया है कि ब्यूटी बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट होती है। सुसाइड कर लेती हूँ। उसी वक्त में शीशे को देख के खुद से ये रियलाइज़ हुआ, तुम तो सुसाइड कर लोगी, 2 मिनट में तुम्हारी डेथ हो जाएगी। लेकिन उस 2 मिनट के बाद का क्या, कई सवाल और जवाब अपने साथ ले जाओगी और कहीं छोड़ जाओगी। आज तुम सुसाइड करोगी, कल ऐसा भी हो सकता है कि सोसाइटी तुम्हारे पेरेंट्स को इतना टॉर्चर कर दे कि एक दिन उनको भी सुसाइड करना पड़ जाए। फिर क्या, जीत किसकी हुई? क्राइम की, उस क्रिमिनल की, इस सोसाइटी की, जो हर बार लड़की को ही दोष देता है। क्योंकि जब एक लड़की कोख में होती है तब से वो बोझ कहलाती है। जब वो पैदा होती है तो उसकी एजुकेशन, उसकी करियर से ज़्यादा उसके दहेज पे ध्यान दिया जाता है। जब वो बड़ी होती है, जब उसके साथ क्राइम होता है तो वो और बड़ी बोझ कहलाती है। तो मेरे साथ भी यही चीज़ हुई। तब मैंने उस टाइम पे डिसाइड किया कि मैं सुसाइड नहीं करूँगी। जो अटैक से पहले मैंने गलती करी थी पेरेंट्स से बात ना करके, वही गलती मैं फिर दोहराऊँगी। तब मैंने अपने पेरेंट्स से बात करना ज़रूरी समझा। क्या होता है ना, हमारी सोसाइटी में सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम ये है कि जो हमारे पेरेंट्स हैं ना, वो पेरेंट्स ही बन जाते हैं, वो कभी हमारे दोस्त नहीं बन पाते। और बच्चा कभी भी अपने दिल की बात अपने पेरेंट्स से नहीं कह पाता, और वो किसी भी क्राइम का शिकार हो जाता है। क्योंकि यही प्रॉब्लम है सोसाइटी की, वो पेरेंट्स सुनना ही नहीं चाहते। तब उस वक्त में मैंने तो ये डिसाइड किया, और उसके बाद मैं अपने पेरेंट्स के पास गई और मैंने अपने फादर मदर से कहा कि मैं इस चेहरे के साथ नहीं जी सकती, मुझे इंजेक्शन लगवा के मरवा दो। तब मेरे फादर ने मेरे पास आके, वही फादर जिनको हम बहुत एक कहते हैं ना राक्षस समझते अपने सपनों का, जिन्हें हम सोचते वो हमारे सपनों के बीच में आते हैं, तो वही चीज़ मेरे फादर मेरे पास आए और उन्होंने मुझे गले से लगाया, मेरे सर पे हाथ रखा और उन्होंने मुझसे एक बात कही कि बेटा इस दुनिया में ऐसा कोई काम नहीं है जो नामुमकिन हो, हर एक काम मुमकिन ही मुमकिन है। एक दिन एक ऐसा वक्त आएगा कि तुम बहुत आगे जाओगी और तुम्हें इसी चेहरे से प्यार होगा। और आज मैं कहती हूँ आई लव माई फेस। आज मुझे बिल्कुल फ़र्क नहीं पड़ता कि कोई मेरे बारे में क्या सोचता है, क्या बोलता है। मुझे ये फ़र्क पड़ता है कि मैं अपने बारे में कैसा सोचती हूँ, मैं अपने आप को कैसा दिखती हूँ। मुझे ये नहीं फ़र्क पड़ता क्योंकि हमारी सोच में तेज़ाब है और हमें अपनी सोच से तेज़ाब को हटाना है। क्योंकि जब मुझे अगर गुस्सा आ रहा है तो मैं ये माइक फेंक के भी मार सकती हूँ, वो भी एक तरीके का अटैक है। तो हमें अपनी सोच से ख़त्म करना होगा तेज़ाब को। वहाँ से मेरी जर्नी शुरू हुई। समय बहुत कम है, बहुत मुद्दे की बात करूँगी। 2006 में एक PIL डाला गया सुप्रीम कोर्ट में और मुझसे पूछा गया कि लक्ष्मी तुम एसिड के बारे में क्या सोचती हो। तो मैंने कहा ये बिकना बंद नहीं हो सकता है। जब अंडा बैन हो सकता है ऋषिकेश में तो एसिड क्यों नहीं बैन हो सकता है। तब उस वक्त में हम लोगों ने सुप्रीम कोर्ट में PIL डाला एसिड को बैन करने के लिए। उसका रिज़ल्ट 2013 में आया, जो कि आप सबको पता ही होगा कि ऐसे खुलेआम एसिड नहीं बिक सकता। सुप्रीम कोर्ट के आगे जो सबसे बड़ी जीत थी, आज तक का मेरा जो सबसे बड़ी जीत वो ये रही है, 2009 में फिर से एक नया चैलेंज आपके साथ एवरीडे एक नया चैलेंज इंतज़ार करता है। आप कितना मेंटली प्रिपेयर रहते हो ये आप पे डिपेंड करता है। तब उस वक्त में मेरे फादर मदर ने मुझे स्टिचिंग क्लास में डाला, ब्यूटिशियन में डाला। तब मैं कर रही थी कोर्स। मैं अपनी ड्रेसेस खुद बनाती थी। मैंने खुद को देखा, मेरे बाल इतने बड़े हो गए थे और मैं खुद को बहुत अच्छी लगती थी। तब मुझे ऐसा लगा मैं तो बहुत अच्छी दिखती हूँ, तो मैं अपना फेस क्यों कवर करती हूँ। तो मैं उस वक्त में घूंघट और बुरखा, मतलब हाफ उसको क्या बोलते, तो मैं इतना पहन के रहती थी। तो उसके बाद 4 साल तक मैं ऐसे रही और 4 साल के बाद फिर खुद से बात करी दोबारा शीशे के सामने। और उसके बाद मैंने खुद से फिर रियलाइज़ किया क्या फ़ायदा, मतलब इस चेहरे के साथ आप फेस कवर कर रहे हो, आपको तो अच्छा लगता है कि आप बहुत सुंदर दिखते हो। क्योंकि लक्ष्मी आपके साथ क्राइम हुआ है, आपने क्राइम किया नहीं है। जिसको चेहरा ढकना है वो अपना चेहरा ढके, मैं अपना चेहरा नहीं ढकूंगी। जो क्रिमिनल है वो अपना चेहरा ढके, मैं अपना चेहरा नहीं ढकूंगी। क्योंकि जिसने क्राइम किया वो भी इसी सोसाइटी से है, जिसने क्राइम झेला है वो भी इसी सोसाइटी से है। तब उस वक्त में मैंने अपनी मम्मी और अपनी टीचर से बात किया। उस वक्त में भी एक स्ट्रगल था लाइफ में कि जिस मैं स्टिचिंग क्लास में थी वहाँ पे सबके पेरेंट्स ने बोला था, क्योंकि वो सिर्फ गर्ल्स का था, तब सबके पेरेंट्स ने बोला कि लक्ष्मी आएगी तो हम अपनी बेटियों को नहीं भेजेंगे। तब मेरी मैम ने बोला लक्ष्मी आएगी आप मत भेजिए अपनी बेटियों को। मुझे अपनी टीचर पे गर्व है कि उन्होंने ये डिसाइड किया। लेकिन उस वक्त में फिर मैंने उनसे पूछा कि मैं क्या अपना फेस ओपन करके चल सकती हूँ। तब उन्होंने बोला कि ये आपकी लाइफ है, आपको कैसे चलना है, क्या करना है वो आप देखो। तब उस वक्त में मैं फेस ओपन करके चलने लगी और मेरा बहुत मजाक उड़ाया गया। सबने कहा पीछे से तो बहुत अच्छी दिखती है, सामने से डरावनी दिखती है, बच्चे देख के डर जाएंगे। पर मैं आपको बताऊं सबसे ज़्यादा बच्चे मुझे प्यार करते हैं और छपाक के बाद सबसे ज़्यादा मुझे बच्चे ही पहचानते हैं। मम्मा वो देखो वो दीदी जा रही है छपाक वाली, तो मुझे बड़ा अच्छा लगता है। तब उस वक्त में फिर ये सारे चैलेंजेस मेरी लाइफ में रहे। देन जो सबसे ज़्यादा मजाक मेरा उड़ाया वो लड़कियों ने, सबसे ज़्यादा। मैं बहुत दुखी थी इस बात से, लेकिन वहाँ पे मैंने जवाब देना ज़रूरी समझा। बैक टू बैक स्ट्रगल रहे। देन वहाँ पे भी फेस ओपन करके मैं चली, मेरे को कोई फ़र्क नहीं पड़ा। 2010 में मेरे ब्रदर को टीबी हो गया था। हम दो बहन भाई थे और फादर मदर थे और बहुत ही क्रिटिकल स्टेज पे था वो। मेरे फादर और डॉक्टर ने 2012 में बोला कि भाई नहीं बच पाएगा, तो मेरे फादर को हार्ट अटैक आया और उनकी डेथ हो गई। और उसके बाद 2014 में मेरे ब्रदर की भी डेथ हो गई। देन अटैक सिर्फ एक पर्सन पे ही नहीं, उसके पूरे परिवार पे होता है। और चाहे वो कोई भी अटैक हो, पूरा परिवार उस चीज़ से सरवाइव करता है। तब उसके बाद वहाँ से भी स्ट्रगल चालू हुआ। जॉब के लिए सरवाइव कर रही थी, जॉब के लिए सरवाइव कर रही थी। पर मुझे एक बात बताइए, मैं कॉल सेंटर गई हूँ जॉब के लिए। कॉल सेंटर में कौन से कस्टमर्स देखते हैं फेस? लोगों ने मुझे बोला, लोग मेरी स्टोरी सुन सुन के भेज दिया करते थे, लेकिन किसी ने जॉब नहीं दी। तो मेरे अंदर एक पॉजिटिव गुस्सा था। मेरे अंदर ऐसा नहीं था, शुरू में ऐसा हुआ कि जिसने मेरे साथ ऐसा किया उसके साथ भी ऐसा हो। लेकिन आज मैं ये कहती हूँ, उसने मुझे अटैक ये सोच के किया कि ये 4 दीवारी में बंद रहेगी, कैद रहेगी, ये मेरी नहीं तो ये किसी की नहीं। पर आज मैं कहती हूँ, मैं तेरी नहीं, आज पूरी दुनिया की हूँ। मुझे नहीं रुकना। मैंने अपने जैसी और सर्वाइवर्स को जब देखा, क्योंकि कई बार होता है हम बहुत सारे पेन से गुजरते हैं, हमें लगता है कि इस दुनिया में हम ही अकेले हैं। तब मैंने देखा कि मेरे जैसी और सर्वाइवर है। कुछ सर्वाइवर ऐसी जो ज़िंदगी भर नहीं देख सकती है, कुछ सर्वाइवर ऐसी जिनकी एक आँख है, एक आँख नहीं है, कुछ सर्वाइवर ऐसी जो देख सकती, उसमें से एक मैं भी थी। तो वो बहुत पेनफुल था। एक पॉजिटिव गुस्सा था कि अब बस बहुत हो गया, ख़त्म करो। कब तक चुप बैठेंगे? अब तो किसी एक को तो निकल के बोलना पड़ेगा। हम जब भी न्यूज़ चैनल्स में जाके इंटरव्यू देते थे, हमारे चेहरे ब्लर कर दिए जाते थे। वहाँ पे मैं एकदम बैठ जाती थी, लाइव सेशन चलता था और मैं कहती थी, अगर आप मेरा चेहरा क्लियर करोगे तब मैं बात करूँगी, वरना नहीं करूँगी। तो हमें अपने अधिकारों के लिए खुद लड़ना पड़ता है। ऐसी हमारी अब एक NGO है, द लक्ष्मी फाउंडेशन, जो सारे ऑब्जेक्टिव्स पे काम कर रही है। एसिड अटैक एक बहुत ही हीनियस क्राइम है, जो मौत से भी बदतर है, क्योंकि एक एक लड़की का 90 से 100 ऑपरेशंस होते हैं, तब भी नहीं पता होता कि वो कब तक। मैंने अपनी सर्जरी इनफ कर दी, क्योंकि मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि मैं बहुत ही ब्यूटीफुल हूँ। मुझे क्योंकि आप सब लोग इतना प्यार देते हैं, तो मुझे अब किसी सर्जरी की ज़रूरत नहीं है। और आज हमारी फाउंडेशन और सर्वाइवर पे काम कर रही है, और हम लोग यही कोशिश करते हैं कि हम रिहैबिलिटेट कर सके, क्योंकि किसी भी क्राइम को रोकने के लिए जो भी अटैक हो चुके हैं उन पे काम करना बहुत ज़रूरी है। और एक चीज़ ज़रूर कहूँगी कि ना मैं विक्टिम थी, ना हूँ, ना कभी रहूँगी, और ना किसी सर्वाइवर को बनने भी दूँगी।
थैंक यू लक्ष्मी, थैंक यू।
समय बहुत कम था तो शायद
नहीं, बहुत अच्छा कहा। आई थिंक शी ऑलवेज डिजर्व्स अ स्टैंडिंग अपलॉज। तालियां कम नहीं होनी चाहिए।
थैंक यू सो मच।
Lakshmi has a time constraint. She has a flight to catch, so she would be leaving us. But we have these 2 extremely fantastic women who will continue up. Please be seated. Aye, Lakshmi ji. Yeah, she's leaving.
Bye, Lakshmi. Nice meeting you. Pleasure. We'll miss you.
Okay, from some very, very serious talk, I'm going to take it to a slightly lighter note by asking a couple of rapid fire questions to this amazing panelist next to me. And Shanta.
Why me after Lakshmi?
Why not
you? Should have taken Manasa. I'm sure the crowd would have enjoyed it more.
I'm going to ask you nevertheless.
Okay.
If you had a billboard for yourself anywhere in the world, what would it say?
I'm the best.
That's the spirit of Rotarians.
You should have prepared us for this. Huh? It's unfair. Yeah.
You are a woman of extraordinary qualities. Tell me something that you've picked up in 2021 that nobody knows about, a talent, a hobby.
I think the past year has been super crazy, right? Life as a Miss India, 4 a.m. call times, plane rides, and unpredictable schedules. I think the talent that I've mastered is learning to sleep with my eyes open.
Extremely interesting. Shanta, do you have a role model or you're a role model for yourself?
No, I do have a role model, and that's you.
Is that an indication for a special award for me? Okay, one last question for you. You've traveled the world, at least to some parts of it. I love to believe that. She's not traveled the entire world. What's your dream destination?
Oh man, the list just goes on and on. But one place that has been on top of my list since forever is the northeast of India. I am just blown away by the warmth and the love that they carry. It's stunning, and I hope to make a visit this year. Do I see people from the northeast there?
Okay.
See you soon.
Okay, so we are going to have the last 20 minutes just as a rapid fire discussion between us, not really looking at a panel flow. But basically, Shanta, I'm going to ask you this first question. Someone who looks extraordinarily young, you've got more than 3 decades of varying professional experience in the corporate and in the development sector. Could you share a bit about what have you challenged? And has the change that has come in resulted in more challenges for you?
Thanks, Zainab, and thank you. I'm part of your fraternity. I'm a Rotarian myself, and also the Dream President for Rotary Club of Mumbai Inspire. The reason, it was very strange that I joined Rotary many years ago, and I left Rotary also in a few months. But I stayed being a Paul Harris Fellow for the last 7 years. About 2 years ago, actually 1.5 years ago, when COVID happened, there was one thought that came to my mind was largely about, as women, we are already fighting a system. And I want to say this after 3 decades of being in the corporate life, that first of all, I work in a highly male-dominated environment, which is banking. And having been there, seen it, still continue to see it, I would like to say that as women, when we fight so many battles, how tough it must be for the trans people. And one of the reasons that I created Rotary Club of Mumbai Inspire, I'm the charter secretary, and I have a president, charter president, and this year I became the dream president. The intention was to include transgenders into my club. And, while there are corporate challenges, I had interviewed Zainab about 5 years ago, Zainab. I interviewed Zainab for my bank and as a DEI head because I thought you couldn't have got a better balance between a man and a woman than what Zainab would have brought to the table. The only issue that I had about hiring Zainab was I think she was too smart for us. And knowing she was too smart for us, and and I always thought I was a smart woman, therefore I said, you're my role model. I personally felt maybe Rotary is a channel for me to inspire the trans people and make a difference. So I'm very proud to tell you that in District 3141, we are the first club ever to have 2 trans people as members. And one of them is Zainab. I'm also happy to tell you that there have been Rotarians who have come forward and have actually challenged and included the trans people into our club with open hands. So we're very happy to also tell you that one big challenge that we crossed is inclusion of creating the first cafe, which we are opening in the Pride Month, which is supported by Rotary Club of Queen Necklace, right? Queen Necklace. We are opening our first trans cafe for cisgenders like me. The biggest challenge today is all about inclusion. We hear inclusion. We heard Lakshmi speak about inclusion. I think when we talk about inclusion, we only talk about women. Inclusion goes beyond women, and I think this is our first step about the biggest challenge that I have as call to action is I invite Rotarians across the world to please join us in making a true difference to trans people. Ultimately, they are human with a choice that they made to make a difference. And I'm urging each one of you to please come forward and be a partner for trans people. You know, I'll end with something which is very quick, is when I saw, a trans told me that when I saw you, you know, you thought I was different. When I looked at you, I thought all of you were the same. So I think we are too many of us. We could do with a few others as well to be part of our fraternity. So that's what I like to say, Zainab, and
Thank you.
over
I
to
think she
Mansa.
forgot to mention that I also asked a higher salary.
Let's not talk about that, please.
Okay.
Compensation is very
Compensation is subject matter of solicitation. Yes. Okay, Mansa. So I've been following Mansa on Instagram about an hour ago, but I've been listening, seeing her on television, listening to her interviews on YouTube. And we have such a talented person on board with us today. A model, artist, engineer, someone who did a 9-to-5 job, someone who's won the Miss India crown. Do you know that she also has a social streak in her, just like all of you in the audience? And that's what I'm going to ask her today. Mansa, when I saw your interviews, when I saw everything that you do, I was not only surprised, I was touched with your commitment. You know, what is your vision for a just and equitable society?
Firstly, thank you so much, Zainab, for that beautiful introduction. It is an honor for me to be here in the middle of such phenomenal people. I am just high on all the communication and the connection that we've been doing backstage and even here, and this is just remarkable. Blessed to be here. When it comes to the social streak that we just spoke about and the kind of vision that I have for society, I think I just want to begin by saying that my motivation behind being here, behind joining Miss India, was entirely about being a meaningful participant in life, about adding value to the lives of others. And I feel like when we speak about society as well, the one thing that really forms the foundation of everything is just respect. We're speaking about words like inclusion, diversity. All of this is tied down to that one word, which is respect. The more we respect each other and treat each other from a place of empathy and compassion, I think the world we would be so very much different, right? And so when we speak about my vision, I think it really comes down to our individual responsibility. And as a human being, as an Indian, as a sister, I feel that my vision is just for a society that is more welcoming and accepting and celebrating of the differences that we live with today.
I think you couldn't have captured it any more beautifully that you just did. It's not only about accepting, tolerating, getting to know, but celebrating each other. I think that's the spirit that we need to embody today. Mansa, a follow-up question to you. You were recently involved in an initiative by the Telangana Police on child abuse. Would you like to talk about it and other causes that you are associated with, just to give us an idea about the kind of work you do, the passion that you drive?
Absolutely. Well, when I became Miss India, I was determined to achieve something very significant with my year. And in fact, I used to volunteer as a teacher at a local shelter home way before, back when I was in college. And there was this one moment that really made me realize that I want to do something bigger. I want to commit to a bigger purpose. And I think it's exactly that which I tried to magnify through my past year. And when we speak about my work with the Hyderabad City Police, I would just like to start by saying that the name of the project is 1098, which is also the National Child Care Helpline. And my work is entirely centered around the rescue and care of vulnerable children in distress. And well, I met this girl last year during my work whose story changed my life. She was this young, bright girl. She had hopes of becoming a doctor. But one fine morning, she's told that she's not going back to school and she's instead going to get married. And this story really broke my heart because this is a reality for thousands of children across India. And there's so much happening, yet all these stories, they remain invisible. And so that's what this project is. It's about bringing such stories to the surface and empowering the helpline that is working tirelessly to support such children. And so one part of my project is about creating awareness for this so more people are empowered to use it. You know, for you and me, it might just be a helpline, 1098, but for a child who's being rescued, it's a lifeline, right? An entire future that is being saved. And so there's the awareness aspect of it as well as the fundraising aspect of it, which is the system that works behind the helpline. We have a team of rescue workers, and all this while they've been using public transport on their rescue missions. And this was a huge challenge, and in fact, during COVID, it became even worse when all public transport was suspended and they had to travel on foot. And so what we've done is we've basically raised funds for a fleet of vehicles, and today in Telangana, each and every of the 33 districts has a dedicated child response vehicle, yeah.
A round of applause to the beautiful lady.
The Child Welfare Department and the Hyderabad City Police would have been impossible without them, yeah.
Thank you so much. Shanta, one last question to you. All of your life, I've known you for about 5.5, 6 years now, was about risk-taking. People who don't know you will see you as a fierce protector of rights. I've seen you literally bash people up, not in the physical sense, but yes, bash people out of their misogyny, ignorance, and sometimes you need to do that. I just want to ask you one question, Shanta. Moving ahead, what is your vision? What is it that you want to do?
So my risk-taking ability has been since I was a little girl, I guess. And then when it was time to get married as a South Indian Brahmin girl, I went and married a Sardarji with long hair. So I think I started my risk-taking very early on in life, and therefore taking risks is a part of my life. But let me tell you from a vision perspective, I'm very focused on call to action. And call to action is in the transgender space. So we have 3 legs of transgenders. The first space that I would like to look at is 18 to 25, where we would be focusing on mental health and self-awareness of a person coming out in the open and saying, I'm trans. The 25 to 50 is all about sustainable livelihoods, which is a combination of women empowerment and, of course, making them sustainable through skilling. And 50 plus is all about elder care. So if you ask me, that would be my single biggest challenge of actually, making this a driver in the days to come. And tea cafe is one, and the beauty salon is the second one. But yes, in the days to come, I'm looking at skilling trans people so that they are employed in corporates and are really included as part of the growth path of taking the risk. I won't call it the risk, actually. I'll call it all about true inclusion and breaking the barriers of what we believe is impossible. So I think, Zainab, I'll now float the question to you. It's my time now. We had one more panelist here, Simran, who couldn't make it, as we were told earlier. I would like to ask you that, as a trans person, we see a lot of beggars on the streets. We also know they indulge in sex working. And of course, then there are some people like yourself who break the real bias of getting into the corporate space, making a space for yourself. Many years ago, when I was an employee of ICICI Bank, we were interviewing a trans girl. I mean, she was a girl who was converting to be a boy, and she came and everybody said, Shanta se interview karwao. I don't know, for whatever reasons. but they did ask me to interview. And one of the things that they asked me is, Shanta, if we hire her, which toilet is she going to use? And you know, when you start from there to being so biased, you know, this is basic hygiene. How do you break the shackles? A little bit about your life story and how you've covered and become what you are today, Zainab, will be great for the audience, I'm sure.
So I love Urdu Shairi. And there is this particular sher from Faiz. Dil na umeed to nahi, namumkin hi to hai, lambi ye gam ki sham par shami to hai. That perfectly summarizes my life. As someone from you, I was born to a very average lower middle class family. By the time I grew up, Chandra interestingly talked about the 18 to 25, 25 to 50 and 50 and above bracket. At 19, I was kicked out of my house by my parents because they thought I brought disgrace to the family. At 19, when I was in my first year degree college, I was studying Bachelor of Management Studies. The course coordinator asked me to leave college. They said that I was a bad influence. People like you are all meant on the street. So there I was on the street. Yes, I begged for money. And you know what is the value of begging on the street? A transgender person gets 25 paise. You can't even buy a peppermint sweet in 25 paise. That is what your value was. At one point of time, my relative saw me on the street. He went and complained to my parents that this person is bringing dishonor to the family. My parents begged of me to leave the city and go. I didn't know where to go. I went to Faizabad. And in Faizabad, there was not much to beg, so I had to sell my body. At one particular point of time, 2 clients beat me up. They hit me on the head with a glass bottle. They tried to cut my throat. I still have a gash going through my head. Someone told me, study, continue your degree, you're a smart person. At that point of time, I didn't know what a hijra would do with an MBA degree. Frankly speaking, I didn't know at all. But I persevered. It took me 3 years to do my degree through distance learning. I finished that. I took up a job with the UN. I was laughed at, you know, asked to leave meeting rooms. Ministers laughed at me. Bureaucrats laughed at me till they got used to the idea of a trans person working with them. I then got an opportunity to become a diplomat. I went and served in the UN General Assembly and the UN Secretary General's Task Force. I was a policy analyst for human rights in the Asia Pacific region. I came back. I took a plunge of faith and I joined the private sector. I wanted to be a pilot when I was a kid. In Mumbai, there's a garden called Juhu Garden, and there is a cement Air India plane model. And I would love to run up the stairs and sit in the pilot's seat and do vroom vroom. And someone told me, what do you want to become in life? And I said, I want to be a lady pilot. Maybe the uniform, the lapel, the hat, something to aspire to, something that gives you confidence. I unfortunately did not become a pilot in the conventional sense. But today I am a pilot. I make attempts with people who are misogynist, people who continue to live in the shadow of biases and stigma. And I attempt to take them and fly them to a land where everyone is equal, where there is no difference between you and me or Shanta and me. We are seen as equal, walking shoulder to shoulder. And with that, I would like to say that my dream for Rotary, my dream for India is to create a space where no one judges me on the basis of my body or my genitalia or the presence or absence of a uterus, but judges me on my competence to build a better world for all of us. And I actually want to go on talking and extol you to work with me, with us, to create, because it's 75 years of India's independence, and even today we need a panel to talk about why transgender inclusion is necessary. How much more shameful can this get? Yet today, to be able to be seen with another transgender person, to be photographed, to be eating with, is still considered untouchable. So all of us are guilty of it in some way or the other. I urge you to break this barrier, to go forward, invite trans people into your lives and realize that they are not really very different than you. The Prime Minister of India, the Honorable Minister, Prime Minister said a couple of days ago, Veer Bhogya Vasundhara. It means that the brave and the courageous will inherit and enjoy earth. I say today, Virangana Bhogya Vasundhara. Look at the women. Look at Lakshmi, Shanta, Mansa, me. We are women. We are warriors as wives, mothers, sisters, daughters, friends, boss, colleagues, workers, also sometimes a nobody. But we are brave, we are courageous. It took us 75 years of India's independence to get a seat with you. Believe me, if you give me 10 more years, you will see what difference it will create in everyone's mind. Thank you, all of you all, and have a great evening.
Thank you, Zainab. Thanks for being the good moderator and keeping us engaged. Thank you very much.
Thank you. An honor.
Honors, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause for the moderator and panelists of this wonderful session and discussion on breaking the bias?
So wasn't that outstanding? So let's have a fantastic applause for these brave women.
I would also like to inform you that all our panelists and speakers in the breakaway sessions are still waiting. So those of you who are interested, there's one wonderful one on women empowerment there as well, which is being covered by PDG Beena Desai. That's meeting room 1.03 and 1.04. The Mystical Mind by Dr. Meghna Dikshit and chaired by Julia Gangwani on meeting room 1.01 to 1.02. Disease Prevention, PDG Balkrishna Namdar. Meeting room 2.01, Basic Education and Literacy, PDG Rajiv Pokhrel. Meeting room 2.03, 2.04. Now, these will go on till 7:30 due to the delayed start. They will go on till 7:30. But an important announcement for those attending the presidential dinner, the Dawat-e-Khas. The buses for the presidential dinner to Anvaya Convention have been arranged from HICC, Lee Meridian, and the Radisson. And they will depart sharp at 7:15 p.m. So those of you who are going for Dawat-e-Khas, please board the buses from these respective points at 7:15. And please make sure you return by the same bus. Okay? And we will be moving on now to the conclusion of this session and then again a kaleidoscope.
So we have a kaleidoscope after this session like we had yesterday. How many of you saw the kaleidoscope yesterday? So we have one amazing one today. Before that, can I have Dr. Triple M to do the vote of thanks?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to quote the great Tamil patriotic poet Mahakavi Bharati. நிமிர்ந்த நன்னடை நேர்கொண்ட பார்வையும் நிலத்தில் யாருக்கும் அஞ்சாத நெறிகளும் திமிர்ந்த ஞானச் செருக்கும் இருப்பதால் செம்மை மாதர் திரும்புவதில்லையாம். Meaning, the world will witness a time when the women will fearlessly walk their path towards the vision. With extraordinary wisdom and mighty courage, such a powerful woman cannot be stopped. Bharati, the visionary poet, exactly visualized the new woman persona, and that's what we see here before us today. My dear friends, I'm elated to stand here before to render the vote of thanks for the August gathering on women empowerment. The first and foremost, let me thank the session chair, PRD Kamaldar, for igniting the session with his thought-provoking speech. There is a word from Muhammad Ali Jinnah. There are two powers in the world. One is sword, the other one is pen. The third one is actually women. Friends, today we have the double power, short but yet powerful speech by the multifaceted poetess Priya Malik, and a beautiful gripping speech from Mr. Chadnak. Can you please give a round of applause once again for them? The panelists from diverse background, Lashmi Agawal, Ms. Manasa, and Ms. Shanta. They voiced out their topics and thoughts very beautifully. That was a fantastic session. Thank you very much, all of you. Thanks all the delegates and guests who have gathered here, and you all made this even more colorful. Before closing, let me take one word from Hillary Clinton. The women are the largest untapped reservoir of talents in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the day is not too far once the world realizes the true potential of women, the inequality will cease to exist, and even topics like women empowerment will become extinct. That day will be the day of real empowerment of all human beings. Let's empower in fellow human beings through Rotary to build a brilliant future for all. Once again, I thank one and all present here, and Nandri Vanakkam. There's one more announcement. There will be a breakout session tomorrow morning, 9 a.m., the same menu. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Past Governor Triple M, for that expression of gratitude. Well, ladies and gentlemen, plenary is done for the day. Time for Kaleidoscope. And shortly, you're going to witness 5 wonderful performances again, which is presenting India's most outstanding talent. And to tell you more about this, please welcome on stage DGND, the co-chair of Entertainment Committee at RIPC 2022, Tushar Bhai Shah.
Thank you, Samir. Good evening, friends. Hope you are enjoying the conference, the confluence of the knowledge and fellowship. So let's now see some amazing talent which we have in our country. Yesterday we enjoyed some, now we'll enjoy some more. To start with, we'll have an act from Nadyo Gurukul. One we witnessed earlier. We'll have a second act from them. Nadyo Gurukul is a dance Gurukul, one of its kind in India, based out of Indore, led by Dr. Ragini Maka, who trains the students in Kathak. Today's act is all about Atulya Bharat. Atulya Bharat means incredible India. Just like India is a diverse country with different languages, religion, tradition, culture, and whatnot, Kathak also has numerous mudras, gestures, expressions, hastak, footwork, etc. Here in India, despite of all the diversities, we live together, always believe in unity in diversity. And in Kathak as well, we represent coordination through various footworks, along with the expression, hastak, body movements, formation, and postures. So this is how they would compile the concept of unity in diversity. So presenting before you, Atulya Bharat from Nadyo Gurukul. So it was an amazing act. They were the winners of India's Got Talent Season 5. They again performed in Season 7. So the second act is all about the fusion of technology and art. They have curated this act specially based on environment. So the troupe from Delhi's Dance Academy would perform the act on environment, and it's a fusion of technology and art. So presenting you the Delhi Academy.
The world you live in is limitless. What is our role in it? From our very gnosis, the human being longs for discovering the world. However, it is very important to understand the importance of resources for life. This is one of the most important resources for life. But scarcity is one of the major issues that the world is facing at the moment, and will only escalate in the coming years. But who is responsible for this? Time that we wake up and take care of the world we live in. Be the change you want to see in the world.
So it's now the third act, the aerial drum. It's presented by Drum Events India, the brainchild of Dr. Shamrock, a gifted percussionist, a sound healer, and an international drum rocker, facilitator. He accompanied by the drummers from Ghana and India, and then he has present very innovative drum acts, acted for more than 1,000 at the places of like IPL, ITA, Afro-American Indian conferences. The audiences like George Bush, Obama, and Queen Elizabeth. So ladies and gentlemen, here we present the Aerial Act.
As they are preparing for the act, let me just make two announcements. First, there is a centennial celebration table book, coffee table book. It's a collection of the centennial projects which took place, which we had agreed to take out during the centennial celebration, and due to COVID, we couldn't do it. I would ask each one of you, there's a booth outside, the Institute booth, go get yourself a copy, buy it out. It's a reasonable cost, but it is something, a collector's item for any Rotarian would love to have it on his table, on his coffee table. So there's a bookstall outside. Please do and get yourself the copy, for this is going to run out very shortly. Second, tomorrow we are going to have the membership awards. Shekhar gave the Paul Harris Challenge, and the membership awards are going to take place in the morning after the first session. So make sure all of you are there, and that's one of the challenges which is the key area for Shekhar. Each one, bring one. So having said that, have fun, and this is one of the most unique entertainment acts you would ever see. Thank you.
Two, tie, two. Test. Ha, hey, two, ha, two, tie, two. This. Ladies and gentlemen, I want everybody to take his phone out from his pocket and on your phone lights. I want to see everybody's phone light on right now in the house. Yeah. Hey. The lights. Everybody's phone light on. Yeah. On my left. Your light is too small. Yeah. More lights. Yeah. Yeah. Let me feel your lights. Yes. We are about to begin the journey. Your lights on. Then keep on waving it. Yeah, wonderful. The journey of life. Yeah. Keep on going.
So what an amazing act. Please give a big round of applause to the drama events. So now we move to our fourth act, that's the S Angels. They are little girls or girls of 8 to 11 years, are the participants of India's Got Talent. Their amazing flexible moves are a treat to watch. Here we welcome this young talent from Kolkata with a round of applause, S Angels. Please give this big round of applause to these young girls. So with the last act of the main hall of today's is by V Company. V Company is India's one of the biggest dance group with more than 50 members. This is a Mumbai-based group, is trained by a well-known choreographer, Veron Montreux. They have won some top dance championships like FEEL, IBDC, India's Dance Championships, and more. So we present before you V Company.
Make way for the boss. Yo, mother father, listen up. Wait for the boss.
Thank you, and see you with more performance at the House of Friendship and again tomorrow morning. So we meet you at House of Friendship.
పర్లేదు పర్లేదు.
Second.